के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
मैं राजनाथ सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
मैं भारत की प्रभुता
और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा।
मैं संघ के मंत्री के रूप में
अपने कर्तव्यों का
शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा।
The allies, specifically to TDP, which basically includes Ram Mohan Naidu, gets a cabinet post.
I, Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu.
मैं जीतन राम मांझी।
I, जयंत चौधरी।
मैं रक्षा निखिल खड़से।
I, पवित्र मार्गरीटा।
मैं चिराग पासवान ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Prime Minister Modi, who took oath as the Prime Minister yet again of the country, the third time around, the only second Prime Minister to do so after Jawaharlal Nehru. Well, we'll get you all the details, but first, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi took oath along with 72 ministers of the new coalition government. 30 of them are cabinet ministers, 5 independent charge and 36 ministers of state. And the portfolio allocation is expected to be announced today, with all eyes on who will be getting what. That's the big question. And the cabinet roles when it comes to the new faces. Do remember there are many new faces in the new cabinet, and the first cabinet meeting will be taking place this evening at 5 o'clock. And day one of Modi 3.0 with a focus on diplomacy, and bilaterals are expected with visiting foreign leaders. Do remember that leaders of 7 neighbouring countries are here in India. They took part in the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi. Now, a renewed push as far as neighbourhood first is concerned. That is the agenda of the Prime Minister. Allies representation in a Modi 3.0 cabinet. We're talking about 11 NDA ally ministers out of the 72 ministers that were sworn in yesterday. Now, H.D. Kumaraswamy, Jitin Ram Manji, as well as JDU's Lallan Singh all took oath along with other ministers. BJP has been campaigning in the south before the Lok Sabha elections, and there you can see the cabinet also includes many big faces from South India. We're talking about 5 cabinet ministers, 8 ministers of states from South India. So the southern focus on display as far as the new cabinet is concerned. 9 people have died and 33 others have been injured in a terror attack that took place in Jammu, Kashmir. This is terrorists that opened fire at a bus, and that's when the bus driver lost control and fell into a gorge. Macron has dissolved the parliament and called for snap elections in France on the 30th of June. This is after exit polls have shown his alliance suffered a heavy defeat in the European Union elections. And we are talking about India, who has defeated Pakistan in the United States in a low-scoring thriller in their league game of the T20 World Cup, which took place in New York. And it was Jasprit Bumrah unleashing a spell to help India seal that contest. And it is Prime Minister Modi who has taken charge as the Prime Minister the third time round, the only second Prime Minister to do so. Well, the Prime Minister and 30 cabinet ministers were sworn in along with 5 ministers of state with independent charge, as well as 36 ministers of state. Now, it is quite a diverse cabinet when we talk about 27 OBCs, 10 scheduled castes and 5 scheduled tribe, along with 5 minorities which have been inducted in the new government. We're talking about 11 NDA ally ministers, also part of the 72 ministers, and retaining 60 ministerial berths is the BJP at the swearing-in ceremony that took place at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on Sunday. But when we talk about continuity, we have seen the same faces that have been with the Prime Minister Modi ever since 2014. We're talking about Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, as well as Nitin Gadkari, as well as JP Nadda, Nirmala Sitharaman, as well as External Affairs Minister Jay Shanker there, Piyush Goyal, Dharmendra Pradhan, Ashwini Vaishnav, Kiran Rijiju, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, as well as Arjun Ram Meghwal and Anupriya Patel. When we talk about the kind of women that have been inducted in this, 11 women have also been inducted in the new cabinet. We also saw many new faces this time around, from Jitin Prasad, who served as a PWD minister in Yogi Adityanath's cabinet, the MP from Pilibhit, as well as C.R. Patil, the Gujarat BJP president, 4-time MP from Navsari, and Suresh Gopi, BJP's first MP from Kerala, the actor-turned politician who won from Thrissur. Bondi Sanjay there as well. And we have Ravneet Bittu and also Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, the longest-serving Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, now the first-time MP from the Lok Sabha, the MP from Vidisha. Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana there, as well the MP from Karnal. So many new faces there as well as it's a mix of familiar faces as well as fresh additions to the portfolio allocation, which is likely to be announced today. The big portfolio puzzle will be solved, and what roles will the cabinet debutants get? That's the big question. The new roles, the new faces, what's really going to happen, all those that is expected, along with, the first meeting of the cabinet that's going to be taking place this evening. We have my colleague Sunil joining us. Sunil, first things first, that big, huge announcement of who's getting what, the portfolio allocation announcement, how soon can that be? When can we expect that?
Within the next 1 hour or two, by 11 o'clock, that portfolio announcement will be made, formally announced by the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The Prime Minister is giving his final touches, and as you've seen, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cabinet is about continuity, it's about strength, it's about sending a message of experience, with the many former chief ministers like Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, Manohar Lal Khattar also being inducted, as well as, of course, space to the allies. There's, of course, been just one hiccup, the NCP, Ajit Pawar, refusing to join the cabinet because they didn't want Praful Patel to get a Minister of State, but wanted a cabinet portfolio. He can't be demoted. And it's in that backdrop, we'll have to wait and see. But the key portfolio announcement expected shortly. And as you're well aware, today the cabinet will meet for the first time. One, of course, of the agendas has already been put out, the Prime Minister's Awaaz Yojana, the housing scheme, to ensure that the poor and marginalized in particular get further assistance. It's going to be a 60-40. Center will be bearing 60% of the cost. States will be bearing 40%. So it's in that backdrop that we will see the first cabinet meet taking place. Much will depend on who will get what portfolios, but more or less it's given that, as you can see, the top ministries from, the Cabinet Committee on Security, that's Home, Defense, External Affairs and Finance, will remain with the BJP. What the allies get will be interesting to watch.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. And of course, when we're talking about the allies there, 11 NDA ally ministers also took oath out of the 72 ministers that were sworn in. We're talking about H.D. Kumaraswamy, Jitin Ram Manjhi, as well as this is LJP's Chirag Paswan, part of that new cabinet, a stronger, more inclusive alliance when we talk about Modi 3.0. And Kerala, they're getting 2 ministers as well. And South allies are getting cabinet ranks. So, a reshuffle of sorts, and yet continuity. We're talking about new faces as well as old hands at it as well. To get more on this, we have Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist, joining us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us this morning. Take us through. We also have Sugata Srinivas Raju also joining us. Ma'am, over to you first. Take us through, any kind of surprises that you felt when it came to Modi government 3.0. I mean, we've seen continuity, but also a lot of new faces. So when we talk about, very experienced hands that continue to be there, so many of them from, 2014 down to 2024 as well. But take us through also the new faces. Were there any surprises there?
No, I don't think the surprises were the new faces, which was expected really, particularly from the allies group. They were going to suggest whoever they wanted. But the new faces that was surprising, of course, Mr. Khattar is there. Mr. Nadda has been taken back. And of course, Mr. Shivaraj Chouhan, whose name was being mentioned in relation to him taking over the party presidentship when Mr. Nadda quits. That was a bit of a surprise that he's now going to be in the cabinet. He's very popular in Madhya Pradesh and won by a whopping more than 8 lakh margin. And of course, after the Prime Minister, he got the biggest applause yesterday at the swearing-in ceremony. Of course, Chirag Paswan has been given full cabinet rank. Now, that is also very interesting. Of course, he's come in with 5 MPs and 100% strike rate. LJP, which the party he heads and his father founded, Mr. Ramvilas Paswan. Of course, the Dalit constituency has become very, very important for the BJP because in parts of India, Dalits have shifted their loyalty from the BJP to the other side. And I think that is one of the reasons responsible for the losses that the BJP suffered in Uttar Pradesh. So Jiten Manji given full cabinet rank, even though he is a one-person party. That is also very interesting. Again, a Dalit outreach. He is a Mahadalit, belongs to the Musahar caste in Bihar, who are at the absolute bottom of the heap, even of the Dalits. Even today, if you go to their areas and see the way they live, I mean, that's not the way India of 2024 should be. So him coming into the cabinet, yes, a very important signal to his own community and to the Dalits in general. What is very interesting is that, the pecking order and seating that was there yesterday, with Mr. Rajnath Singh number 1, Amit Shah number 2, Mr. Gadkari number 3, Mr. Nadda number 4, Shivaraj Chouhan number 5, Nirmala Sitaraman number 6, and Mr. Shanker number 7. Now, is this a seniority list? Because it is not by alphabetical order. Or is this pecking order, or is it going to be different? The 4 top portfolios, those who are members of the Cabinet Committee on Security, Home, Defense, Finance, and External Affairs, are these portfolios considered the most important going to be distributed to the first 4? Or the seniority will not depend on the portfolios?
Right, ma'am. Do you see, them continuing in the roles that, we've been seeing them so far? Or do you think there could be a little slight rejig like you're trying to suggest?
Well, that is what we are all waiting to see. To speculate an hour before the list is going to be out. In any case, nobody really knows.
Ma'am, how come there's been a delay this time around? Last time we saw that the announcement was made on that very day itself. Is it because the swearing-in ceremony was delayed till about 7 o'clock in the evening, considering that it's very hot here in the national capital?
I think, sometimes a portfolio announcement does get delayed because they're synthesizing all the pulls and pressures that come at the last minute. And this time it's an alliance government, not only a BJP government. And the Prime Minister obviously has to take the concerns of the partners on board. So I don't, if it's going to come by 11 o'clock, which your reporter was saying, then that's not a kind of delay. If it is by a day or 2, that means a huge, tussle is going on inside for for any particular portfolio. So let's wait and see. By and large, I don't see Mr. Jaishankar being given something else other than external affairs, given his record in what he has done. And he seemed to have done very well. Will Nirmala Sitaraman get finance again? That is a question mark. And with the others also, will Rajnath Singh get defense and so on? Or will there be some minor modification?
Right, with Amit Shah continuing as the Home Minister or not. We also have Sugata Srinivasa Raju joining us. When we talk about this being an inclusive cabinet, what about the representation as far as the minorities are concerned, especially women as well? Do you find this a very inclusive cabinet?
Obviously, the size of the cabinet has gone up. The number has gone up because of the coalition. And coalition itself is a concept of kind of larger representation. So obviously, this is a far better represented cabinet. Of course, India's biggest minority is not represented. So that stands out. But you have Sikh minorities and other minorities coming in, but that is no compensation for keeping out India's biggest minority out. So that is as far as, the representation is concerned. But then there is an OBC stamp on this cabinet. See, there are 27 OBCs and in the general quota, there are 21. So I have always been arguing that Mr. Modi has altered his brand over the years, especially after 19. And he is now more or less an OBC consensus. So I think that gets reflected. I mean, OBC here will also include a lot of intermediary castes, like Okaligas and others are intermediary castes, but I think they've all been grouped together in the larger frame as OBCs. So I think that is also very interesting to watch, because the feel and texture and approach of the government may change because the emphasis is elsewhere. And the other very important thing is you don't see the RSS having played a great big role in trying to create alterations inside the cabinet. Not yet, at least. You know, I mean, that it looks like Mr. Modi has been unshackled in some ways, but I may be wrong. Nirja ji is more experienced. She will probably
right. Let's get Nirja ji back in. Nisha, when we talk about what are your guesses when it comes to the top 4 positions, like you were saying, and what kind of changes are you expecting from this cabinet?
Look, in the hours preceding the swearing in, there have been a large number of meetings, as probably is expected, between the senior leaders of the BJP and also of the RSS, with the RSS holding within itself meetings to take stock of the latest situation. There were some demands that, BJP's meeting be called to take stock of the situation. But I would say the pecking order of, which you saw in seating, Rajnath Singh number 1, then of course Amit Shah, Mr. Gadkari coming to the 3rd position, and Mr. Nadda then, and then Shivaraj Chouhan coming next. I would, suspect that the RSS had something to do with this. Let's just see also, as who becomes a speaker. Is it somebody who, will it be from the TDP? The TDP had wanted it, even though they've not said much about it, because the speaker's position is very important for any government. And in this case, the parties say suppose the BJP at a future date tries to break parties to acquire a majority, then the speaker's role becomes very critical.
Therefore, from what we are hearing is, from the TDP saying that they don't have any demands and they just want, welfare for their state. They're more looking forward to a special package, and that's, not really as far as the positioning is concerned. So something that was a key demand as far as the speaker of the Lok Sabha is concerned, that doesn't really seem to be on the list anymore.
Well, today there are some reports that Purundeshwari, who's from the BJP, but had a role in stitching up the alliance with TDP and Pawan Kalyan in Andhra, could get the speaker's post, and it could be something that is acceptable also to the TDP. She's the daughter of N.T. Rama Rao, who founded the TDP, and Chandrababu Naidu's wife is also a daughter of NTR. So they are sisters. So, I mean, could that happen as a compromise formula? It would also be a woman if that happens. But let's see. Speaker's post is something everybody is waiting to see what happens on. And also the party president. Now that the cabinet and council of ministers has been formed, of course they will add to it, but it's not the cabinet size being very large, as Sugata was saying. There'll be few they can add, 8, 9 that they can add at a future date. So let's see. Those are the 2 positions everybody is wanting to see, and of course what the portfolios are, and then the what do you call the weight of one person against another.
Right. Right, ma'am.
Is also what people watch out for.
Absolutely. So waiting for that huge announcement to come about, the announcements regarding the portfolio allocation as far as Modi government 3.0 is concerned. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, Sugata, for joining us on the broadcast this morning. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with the whole lot more.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं। To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling.
And all have been sworn. And who will be getting what? That big announcement coming about as far as portfolio allocation is concerned. All eyes on the new faces and what kind of role will they be playing in the new cabinet. The first cabinet meeting also taking place today, and that's going to be happening at 5 o'clock this evening. It's day one of Modi 3.0 and the focus on diplomacy with the bilaterals expected with the visiting foreign leaders. You remember 7 neighbouring countries' leaders are here in the country who participated in the swearing-in ceremony. The renewed push as far as neighbourhood first is the agenda of Modi 3.0. Allies representation in Modi 3.0 cabinet. 11 NDA ally ministers out of 72 ministers sworn in, including HD Kumaraswamy, Jitin Ram Manji, as well as JDU's Lalan Singh, who took oath on Sunday. And in the new cabinet, we could see a major representation by the ministers of the southern states. And we are talking about 5 cabinet ministers, 8 ministers of state from South India. NDA's South focus on display there, which included JDS Chief HD Kumaraswamy, sworn in as a cabinet minister. We're also talking about TDP getting a cabinet berth as far as the new cabinet is concerned, with Thrissur MP, first time around Suresh Gopi joining in the Council of Ministers as well. Of course, we did see Prime Minister Modi as well as the top brass of the BJP campaigning, exclusively as far as the southern states are concerned. We have Uma joining us. Uma, a major representation as far as the south is concerned. I mean, we're seeing Suresh Gopi for the first time, who has been inducted in the new cabinet there. We are also seeing TDP representation, of course, the king maker Chandrababu Naidu's party there represented at the cabinet berth. Take us through, the kind of ranks that the TDP has got in terms of, having 16 seats, more than any other party, and yet being given the same amount of cabinet berths.
Okay, much more representational cabinet, union cabinet, certainly, because experience from the states has also been brought in the form of chief ministers who are extremely experienced as well. The south specifically, of course, Karnataka has an HD Kumaraswamy, who is an alliance partner and been someone who with experience as chief minister as well, and of course caste equations also taken care of. Telangana, there's going to be a change in the state leadership. That was the indication of the induction in the cabinet as well, with 2 ministers, Kishan Reddy as well as Bandi Sanjay being inducted as a Minister of State. Andhra Pradesh, the big focus on that, with 16 MPs being delivered and 21 to the NDA. It has got 3 ministers there, 2 of them belonging to the Telugu Desam and 1 belonging to the BJP, which is the Narsapuram MP, Mr. Srinivas Verma. The 2 ministries that have been delivered there, of course, P. Chandrasekhar, who's making his debut as a parliamentarian. In fact, he has not been an MLA, not been a minister, so he does not have that experience, but he was in the news, of course, for being the richest candidate in this particular Lok Sabha election with assets of about 5,700 crore rupees. The other person, of course, a three-time MP, someone who is very well known in Delhi circles as well, able to speak in Hindi and English, having grown up in Delhi as well, and his father has been a union minister, Yeram Naidu, in 96 to 98 in the United Front government, where Chandrababu Naidu was the convener. Now Ram Mohan Naidu set to take charge as a cabinet minister as well. And Tamil Nadu without winning the election. So the idea of the BJP is not really to reward the performance in this particular election, but also it's a forward-thinking planning that has happened, because of which you have L. Murugan once again in the cabinet. Annamalai was expected, or at least there were rumors that he could be inducted, but BJP making up its mind, it appears, to continue him as the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, and that really may mean that the AIADMK and the BJP will stay their separate ways. And Kerala, the most significant, the BJP for the first time winning a parliament seat there and inducting not just Suresh Gopi, who has won as the Thrissur MP, but also George Kurian, and that again is very significant that they have their eyes on Kerala, where also, like in Tamil Nadu, assembly elections will be coming up. Larger picture is that while while these alliance partners have been taken into the partnership, is the TDP going to make demands? Are there going to be ideological differences? I don't think so, for the simple reason that Mr. Modi and Mr. Naidu have had a long history of association, some ups and downs as well. But the TDP requires the BJP and being in the NDA almost as much as the BJP requires the TDP to stay in the NDA, because of the kind of constraints in which Chandrababu Naidu will be working, and therefore even that demand that was spoken about of asking for the speaker's post, even if that is not met, TDP is not going to crib. What they are focusing on is really to be able to get the financial resources to build that capital, to get Polavaram, to complete the Polavaram project, and also to fulfill the huge promises that Chandrababu Naidu has made to the people in Andhra Pradesh who have given him this kind of mandate. Of course, the BJP not getting adequate numbers, in a sense a godsend to the people of Andhra Pradesh, who can perhaps hope now that their leader would negotiate better with the centre as far as financial resources are concerned.
Right.
Back to you.
Right, Uma, NDA's South focus was definitely on display, and what all else was on display was a foreign representation from the 7 neighbouring countries. So the focus on neighbours first policy was also on display there. So the focus when we talk about foreign policy in Modi 3.0 with India's foreign policy priorities as far as the new cabinet is concerned, the new government is concerned, with key concerns and neighbourhood leaders coming in from the 7 neighbouring nations attending the oath taking ceremony. A busy foreign policy agenda is on the horizon with Mr. Modi's term that began with this high-profile oath-taking ceremony that was attended by those leaders of the world leaders as far as the neighbouring countries are concerned. This focus on strengthening connectivity and partnership. Next on the agenda is the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting, which is going to take place in Russia, scheduled for next week, as the Minister of External Affairs is yet to announce the portfolio allocations, and the details of India's representations is awaited. But this meeting is crucial for India's strategic interests within the BRICS grouping. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Lots more coming up on the other side with my colleague Rika, who gets you the latest with India winning that match against Pakistan in New York.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And the message on X of the day is recent satellite imagery suggesting light to moderate rainfall at a few places, accompanied by intense thunderstorm, lightning and gusty winds over coastal Karnataka as well as Kerala. Sub-Himalayan West Bengal are joining northeast Bihar, Sikkim, West Assam. So very heavy showers coming in according to the Met Office, suggesting heavy to rain in some parts of the country.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
It started with rain and frustration and ended with glory for India. The men in blue snatched a victory from the jaws of defeat. Their bowling talisman, Jasprit Bumrah, handing India a sensational win with a 3-for. Take a look at how the big win happened in Big Apple last night.
Dad. What's it, David?
The stage, the occasion, the big battle in the Big Apple.
Damp, so I think the challenge for
A tricky start for India as King Kohli departed cheaply. Who tried to send one out of the Nassau County Stadium, but instead gave an easy catch in the deep. Akshar Patel and Rishabh Pant tried to steady the innings, with Rishabh taking the initiative as he went after Haris Rauf. A Pant special.
Today.
But the Pakistani bowlers came back strongly. Akshar cleaned up, followed by Surya.
Well, it's gone straight.
And Dubey, who went cheaply.
Got a wicket.
And then the big wicket of Rishabh Pant.
Up and over, has it gone high? There's a fielder underneath. It's 50.
With Jadeja back in the hunt for a golden duck, India were in deep trouble.
The chip up.
India managed to reach just 119 on a tricky and inconsistent Nassau County pitch. India's mighty batting lineup cut to ribbons.
They've bowled out India here for 119. And it's a very good effort.
Pakistan started cautiously as both the openers tried to negotiate the early swing.
What a shot that is.
A miserly spell from Jasprit Bumrah stemmed the flow of runs, resulting in Babar edging one to the slip. A seemingly down and out India had hope as Usman Khan and the dangerous Fakhar Zaman departed in quick succession. And then Bumrah castled the gritty Rizwan. It all came down to the last 2 overs, 21 needed, and in came Bumrah once again. Just 3 runs given, and he got the wicket of Iftikhar Ahmed. 18 needed of the last over, and Imad Wasim departed in the first ball. India, for the first time ever, managed to defend their lowest ever score in T20 World Cup, courtesy the heroics of Boom Boom Bumrah.
Well, of course, it was India's brilliant performance that handed them the win, but there was a little more than that. Listen into what Captain Rohit Sharma had to say.
There's that never say die attitude in the team. We were only 119 on the board, and we wanted, to make early inroads, which we didn't. But then again, halfway through the stage when they were batting, we got everyone together and we said, if things can happen to us, it can happen to them as well.
At this hour, we are joined by our cricket experts, former Test cricketer Ashok Malhotra and former Indian cricketer Abhishek Nair on the show. Good morning, gentlemen. Coming to you first. Ashok, would you say it was Indian team's attitude in the end that held them together? That's what Captain Rohit Sharma has to say.
See, I would say that never say that attitude. They knew they were a 20, 30 runs short, but the way they bounced back, especially Jasprit Bumrah, that is why he's called Boom Boom Bumrah, because he can turn things around. He's a match winner. And not to forget, ably supported by Hardik Pandya and even Arshdeep Singh. He was not bad as well. But the fact is, Rika, it was Pakistan batting was once again was found wanting. They had to. In 90s, they used to play fearless cricket, but now they were rustic. They used to play fearless cricket, but now they've become very sophisticated because with these foreign coaches, they have now they say good morning, yes please, no please, and all those things. Which that aggressiveness, that positiveness, that fearlessness has gone out of the system. They'll have to go back to their old ways. I still remember Javed Miadas, Sayyid Anwar, and Zamamul Haq. I'm surprised that Pakistan is bringing in foreign coaches when half the side does not understand a word of English. So English is a foreign language for them. I don't know why they're bringing foreign coaches when half the time they don't understand what they're trying to teach them.
Well, we will actually break down the performances of the cricketers. But before that, Abhishek, let me ask you a little bit about Captain Rohit Sharma, the way he shepherded the troops in, defending the lowest total that India has defended in the T20 World Cup, the way he, rotated the bowlers. Tell us a little bit about his captaincy.
Well, I think I was very impressed. And Rohit Sharma in general in the past couple of years, we've all known how he's grown as a captain, how he's grown as a leader. The one thing that stood out for me in that interview was the never say die attitude, yes, but also the fact that he understood that even with 120, he wasn't giving up. There was never this nervousness of whether or not, this Indian team can pull this out of the hat or not. But there was this belief through and through that they can beat this Pakistan team. Because if you looked at the visuals through the game, you could see that no matter what position Pakistan were in, there was a lot of nervousness in that dugout. In the same breath, in the Indian dugout, there's a lot more positivity. Even though when we were losing wickets towards the end, there was this visual of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma together in the dugout, sharing a smile, talking and laughing. This tells you how relaxed they are, even when the going gets tough, and how good the environment in the dressing room is. So it just tells you it's a tale of two stories, two sides at different junctures in their life, mentally very differently placed. Because even at 120, in the post-match when Mohammad Amir, was speaking about, the score 120, he said 120 he felt was a formidable score in those conditions. So Rohit Sharma, the way he rotated his bowlers, the way he used Akshar Patel and Ravindra Jadeja, two each, the way he used Bumrah up front in the power play, 2 overs up front, 2 overs in the death. I thought it was brilliant captaincy through and through. And I just felt he used Hardik Pandya exceptionally well, just at the right times, right fields, going hard into the pitch, playing to the bowler strengths. I thought he was on point last night.
Abhishek, I think Ashok made a very interesting point about Pakistan not being themselves. They have taken on a foreign coach, and this is not the first foreign coach they're working with. But is it, the changing of the Pakistan side that is affecting them? Their attitude has changed. They look like they're a team that's surrendering and not taking the opposition on.
Well, I think it comes from lack of belief in your own skill. Eventually, this is a team sport, but once you enter the field, you're on your own. The bat is in your hand, the ball is in your hand. It's for you to execute at that point and what all is going in your mind. Gary Kirsten has basically joined the team 4 days before the tournament. So coach is, like I said before, he's not going to add any value. All that support stuff is not going to add any value. But the preparation each of these players have had prior to coming into the World Cup is what's going to count. So somewhere I feel the batters haven't prepared hard enough. Somewhere they haven't thought through who's going to play what role, and there isn't enough clarity. A coach coming in this late into a tournament can't provide that clarity. That clarity is going to come from the captain. So somewhere the leadership group, the top 3-4 players are accountable for this loss more than you can pass the buck onto the support staff.
Right.
But somewhere I feel the leadership group has to come together and understand there's something wrong there. And eventually the coach isn't going to score runs. The batters have to.
We're also joined by former India cricketer Ritender Singh. So Ritender, we are talking about Rohit Sharma's captaincy in particular before we break down the performances of India's personnel. Talk to us a little bit about the way he not just used Hardik Pandya and Jasprit Bumrah, but also Akshar Patel, the way he brought in Akshar Patel and the breakthroughs that India got thereby.
Yeah, Rika, look, pressure was on India, definitely. 119 on board. You need to really captain well. You have to marshal your resources well. Changes in bowling was very crucial. One bad change here and there could have cost you the game. So that is where Rohit Sharma, he's cool like a cucumber. Very cool captain, one of the best batsmen in the world in his form. But definitely we are waiting for him to get runs, big runs in this World Cup. But yesterday, yes, the way he marshaled his resources, the way he was changing Akshar, Hardik Pandya, bringing them at the right time, I think that was so crucial. And yes, we talk about Bumrah, we talk about Arshdeep, Mohammad Siraj, but we have to talk about Rohit Sharma. We have to give it to him because defending just this meager 119 against Pakistan when they got a flyer, that was huge. So the magnitude of this victory against Pakistan is definitely at the top. We have to give India 10 on 10.
Okay, let's, Ritender is giving India 10 on 10 despite their batting blushes. But let me get back to Ashok and talk a little bit about the man of the moment. Clearly, Jasprit Bumrah. Ashok, this is Jasprit Bumrah's second successive Player of the Match award against Pakistan. He won it against them in Ahmedabad, now against them here in New York. And also the second one for him in this World Cup, by the way. How would you say has Bumrah developed as Pakistan's nemesis?
Not Pakistan nemesis. He is developed as a nemesis for the entire world teams. He has been an unbelievable, Rika. We keep talking about Mitchell Starc. We keep talking about Pat Cummins, the Shan Shah Afridis. But he's by far. I mean, when you say कि line यहाँ से शुरू होती है, so I think the line starts from Bumrah. He is the top of the league. He is absolutely top of the league because he delivers when chips are down. He delivers when the team needs him. And that is why you are such a great bowler. That's why he's rated so highly. And he picks up wickets. He bowls in 3 spells. First 2 spells, then 1 over, and then 1 over in the death. And he is a go-to bowler for any captain. A captain's dream, if I may say. And for me, he is by far. There's no comparison whatsoever with Bumrah.
Abhishek, I'll have to come to you. You've lately been in an IPL dressing room and you have interacted with batters who have a certain psychology when they play Bumrah. Tell us a little bit about conversations about Bumrah that happen in the dressing room.
Well, I think it's always about, when you look at a bowler and you look at the skill he possesses, when you think about Bumrah, he's a lethal combination of all the deliveries that can get you out. He can bring the ball back in off a length. He can take it away from you. He bowls a lethal Yorker with a new ball, old ball. And the most important thing is he's got a slower one that will deceive you because he bowls 140 and then brings that down to, 115. So from a batter's point of view, the thought process is plain and simple. The thought process is always about wait for him to make a mistake, play good cricketing shots against him. Don't try and dominate him because it's really hard to dominate someone like that who's got that many skills in his arsenal. Not only that, he's got a great brain as well. He understands that. So it's always more using the crease, not doing anything fancy. I said this yesterday, that you go safe against him or else there are multiple chances that you're going to be sorry in the end.
Ritender, we saw some quality and class fast bowling yesterday. Pakistan's pace, India's pace as well. How is Bumrah different from the Pakistani pace bowlers now?
Look, one thing by far, he's consistent to the core. Consistency is his forte. Jasprit Bumrah has been performing every day, rather, winning matches for us every day. And Rika, we should not forget, a few months back, this guy was injured, down and out. We saw him coming back in that India-Ireland series. It was said that that series was for Bumrah only to check his fitness. And the way he has made a comeback, first in IPL he was lethal, and now in the World Cup again he has been in best of form. So yes, coming back from injury, that defines his character, because I know, Abhishek know, Ashoki Paji know, when a player gets injured, he's down and out mentally, physically. But coming back like this, that shows the character. And yes, he's a fighter, and the way he has been bowling, technically, he's one of the best in the world. His pitching has been precise. His swing has been good. We can talk about Shah Afridi's, Roff, and whatever. But Bumrah is right up there. Nobody is around him at the moment in world cricket.
Ashok, would you say that this is the best of Bumrah that we are seeing, or best is yet to come? What is it? I mean, every time we talk about Bumrah being the best, he comes up with another magical spell, yet another magical spell. What is it? Do we see another version of Bumrah in the coming years?
I think you might see the best of Bumrah. He's improving with age. You know, his mind, as Abhishek said, his mind, he's got a wonderful mind. You know, he judges the game, he judges the situation, and he works accordingly. And for me, he's a freak. Rika, he bowls from 5 yards. You know, I've seen fast bowlers running from 50 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards, but he walks in 10 yards and then bowls for 5 yards. He's a freak. He's unbelievable. I think he's born for this kind of a thing. Thankfully, no coach tried to rectify him. That is my only thing. But he's a genius. He's a freak. And we might have not seen the best of him yet. He's going to improve by leaps and bounds. And as Ritinder said, I mean, he took his time to come back from injury. And once he came back, and how? And that is what Bumrah is all about. He knows his game, he knows his body, and he knows what to do in different situations.
Abhishek, I also have to talk a little bit about Hardik Pandya here and how ably he supported Bumrah, has supported Bumrah in this World Cup, and also yesterday in the match against Pakistan. Would you say that he's completely put behind the disappointment of IPL and emerged as a new person altogether in this World Cup?
Well, I think if you even look at his bowling through the IPL, he only got better. There was one facet of his game that he was consistently performing in. He was picking up wickets. So it's good to see him carry that form here into the World Cup. Especially in these conditions, I always believe someone like a Hardik Pandya, who traditionally likes to hit a length, is always going to be effective. I think he's used the conditions wonderfully well. And what the standout for me was the field positions. We saw him going hard into the pitch, 4 people out on the leg side. This tells you that it's not only about bowling well, but he's also thinking, and with the help of Rohit Sharma, there's this very special hug during the game. I'm not sure if you remember, where he jumps onto Rohit Sharma and he hugs him. Just tells you that combination, that understanding between the two, playing for India, is what is churning out these performances, and which is why the leadership of Rohit Sharma to make sure Hardik Pandya, from a very tough season in the IPL, comes here and starts performing again, is only doing great things for India.
In the end, it was Rohit Sharma's impeccable captaincy and the bravery of our bowlers that handed India the win. There was enough for the Indian fans to celebrate. Before we go into a very short break on the show, let me show you the reactions that came in post the win from New York.
अक्षर पटेल, ऋषभ पंत एंड बुमराह कमाल कर दिया यार. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग, बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग, सब कुछ बहुत बढ़िया था. बस थोड़ा लो स्कोर रह गया. रीजन बिहाइंड क्योंकि पिच ऐसी थी, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा खेला इंडिया यार.
इंडिया की बैटिंग के बाद मैं तो झंडा उड़ के सो गई. मैं कहा पता नहीं ये तो गए काम से. उसके बाद तो पता नहीं क्या हुआ. माय गॉड, चक दे इंडिया. अमेजिंग अमेजिंग. टोटल पैसा वसूली. आई विल कम टू एवरी मैच.
कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस पड़ोसियों. पड़ोसी जीत के हम पहले से विराट कोहली जी की टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे थे. दुख इस बात का है कि 1 डाउन नहीं भेजा गया कोहली जी को, जिसकी वजह से उनकी परफॉर्मेंस, सेंचुरी जो हम हमेशा देखना चाहते हैं वो नहीं देख पाए.
जब यार सारे ऑल आउट हो गए थे तब सच्ची बताऊं नहीं लग रहा था बिल्कुल भी हम जीतेंगे. पर बुमराह, लव यू.
पूरा पैसा वसूल and Bumrah was awesome. Bumrah was बहुत अच्छे थे.
सब वसूल होता है. जब कभी आईसीसी ट्रॉफी में अगर इंडिया पाकिस्तान से खेलती है तो इंडिया हर बार जीतती है. बस वो जीत देखने के लिए आ जाते हैं वर्ल्ड वाइड हम.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many.
Welcome back. We are talking about India's fantastic win against Pakistan in New York. It is, of course, a group game in the T20 World Cup. And before we go any further, we'll have to show you how Delhi Police has tweeted out to the New York police. They said, "We heard two loud noises, one saying India, India, and another probably of some broken television sets. Can you please confirm?" And this is what they're saying that might have happened after India versus Pakistan. Abhishek, you were telling us that a lot of your friends were traveling to New York to catch the game. Did you have any conversations with them? Were they breaking anything outside the stadium, or did anyone break the television sets as Delhi Police is reporting?
The only thing I was getting was constant updates that I'm seeing Sachin Tendulkar pass by, Yuvraj Singh is in front of me. It's a great thing. Yeah. For all of these fans in the US, it's very rare that you come across these legends. It's very rare that you see these people in that part of the country, and to watch your heroes in front of you, not only watch the game, not only see India win, but to watch these heroes around you. I think it's a tremendous honor for them, because I remember a lot of my close friends have taken their kids along to teach them the culture that they've seen in India growing up, because the sports that they follow are very different from cricket. So for them to inculcate those habits and understand, because part of this Indian legacy is cricket in a lot of ways. Part of our culture is cricket. So it's amazing for all of them. And, they kept asking me, "Can you get me to meet Rohit? Can Rohit sign an autograph?" But it's amazing to see that in the US. And you always, once you're on X or you're on Instagram, you're always seeing people only talk and post about, this game in New York. And it's been a great game for India.
It's almost like the expats introducing their kids to another part of Indian culture, India versus Pakistan match. Yes, Ashok, you had to say something.
Yeah, I think, expatriates, it is not that India has beaten Pakistan. Indians have got the bragging rights for entire year now. That is what happens. Because they live together, they are friends. But when India-Pakistan match comes, they take sides. And then whichever side wins, they get the bragging rights. And I think as of now, India has been doing it very often, which does not suit the Pakistanis. But the fact that it was a great win. And I think, as Abhishek said, it is our culture. It is our religion. Cricket is our religion. And that is what those expatriates must be trying to teach their kids.
Ritender, I would have loved to have Sikandar Bakht on my show this morning. Unfortunately, we are not being joined by him. If you have a message for him, please relay that. We will let him know.
Don't break his television.
Has been a brilliant cricketer. We have been following him. I was just a mere small kid, maybe not born when he was playing. Yesterday he was on our show, and there was some debate. And he was supporting Pakistan, and that is well justified. But I just happened to say that India is a better team. He didn't like it, so that's fine. He's banking his team. But yes, Sikandar ji, dekhiye, for Pakistan, they have to come up leaps and bounds to beat India, because this has been happening consistently, and it has to go down. The infrastructure of cricket in Pakistan, which even Sikandar ji was agreeing, that is not up to the mark. But when we talk about BCCI, it is top notch. It is right up to the mark. Every game, Ranji Trophy, under 16, under 19 has been videographed. There have been referees, match officials. So the system is in place. And that is where Pakistan has to work. But well done, India. That's a big victory.
We have very little time on the show, but before I end, though it is a time for everyone in India to celebrate, everyone is talking about that big win against Pakistan. But, in all fairness, we will have to talk about a little bit about India's batting. It didn't look like a perfect show for India. Abhishek, let me come to you and start out by asking, what is it that India needs to rectify going forward? Because next up is the hosts, US, who have already stunned Pakistan.
Well, I think everyone will reflect. They don't need to do anything different, to be honest. I just feel that they will reflect. They will come up with their better plans. They will come up individually. This win will give them a lot of confidence, because when you win, you reflect very differently. So I feel all these batters, what I can promise you today is you expect a big one from Virat Kohli. You won't see him going hammer and tong from the beginning. I have a strong feeling that he's going to take his time initially and then try and build on from there. For the other players, I think you're going to pretty much see the same template wherein they're going to keep going hard. But I preempt Virat Kohli approaching the next game with a different thought process.
30 seconds. Ashok Malhotra, please tell us what India needs to rectify now.
They have to calm down a bit. And as Abhishek said, Virat has to play his game. He can't go the IPL. It is a different sort of games. If he bats, the entire team can score around him. All batters can score around him. So I think I'll go with Abhishek. I'll say that Virat is the kingpin. Virat is the king. And we need him to fire. We don't need these cameos from both Rohit and Virat. We need a full picture. And if they get us to a good start, then sky's the limit for this team India. But be careful for semi-finals and finals, the knockouts. We are going there, but semi-final finals, we should be a bit careful.
Well, India is on a roll in this World Cup. They have won the first two group games. The latest, of course, has come against Pakistan, the big win. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me on the broadcast this morning. With that, time for a quick break on the show. A lot more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी यूपीआई से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका यूपीआई आईडी या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना यूपीआई पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं इवन व्हाइल यू आर ऑफलाइन. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका यूपीआई पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi took oath along with 72 ministers of the new coalition government. 30 of them are cabinet ministers, 5 independent charge and 36 ministers of state. So far, not a single Muslim minister has been sworn in. The Modi 3.0 portfolio allocation is expected today. All eyes are on who will get what. Also, the first cabinet meeting is scheduled for 5 p.m. this evening. It's day one of Modi 3.0. The focus is on diplomacy as bilaterals are expected with visiting foreign leaders. A renewed push for the neighborhood first policy is expected on the radar. Big leaders from South India are part of Modi's team. 5 cabinet ministers and 8 ministers of state are from the south. 9 killed and 33 injured in the Jammu and Kashmir terror attack. Terrorists opened fire at a bus carrying pilgrims. The bus falls into a gorge after terrorists opened fire. The president has condemned the attack and said that the Jammu and Kashmir attack is a crime against humanity. The Manipur violence spillover impact is felt in Assam. Nearly 600 people flee due to the violence. Jasprit Bumrah led the way as India defended a target of 120 with a sensational bowling performance and beat Pakistan by 6 runs in New York. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Our big focus, Narendra Modi has been sworn in as the Prime Minister of India for a 3rd consecutive term. But this is the first time he has been sworn into the role as the head of a coalition government. In addition to Mr. Modi, a total of 71 ministers, including 30 cabinet ministers, 36 ministers of state and 5 ministers of state with independent charge were also sworn in. The portfolios, though, haven't been announced yet, but that announcement is expected soon. The new Council of Ministers includes several former ministers from the previous Modi government. This includes Mr. Gadkari, Dr. Shanker, Nirmala Sitharaman, Piyush Goyal, Sarbananda Sonowal, Virendra Kumar, Prahlad Joshi, Giriraj Singh, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Ashwini Vaishnav, among others. So far, though, not a single Muslim minister has been sworn in. But my colleague Vasudha has the latest lowdown.
I'm coming to you from outside Rashtrapati Bhavan, President House, that saw history being made for the 3rd time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the 3rd time. Over 70 ministers were also sworn in today who will be part of his Council of Ministers. 30 of them are cabinet ministers. This is much more than what we saw in 2014 and 2019, which were known for leaner cabinets. And of course, a large part of them, 43 of them, over 40 of them are actually ministers who have had very
good experience, over 2 terms of experience in being part of the union government. Largely, these are ministers who are organizationally strong. You have Shivaraj Chouhan, you have Nitin Gadkari, you have Amit Shah, you have Rajnath Singh, and also some experts, people who are seen as experts in certain areas that are critical to Narendra Modi's style of governance, be it digital technology or for that matter diplomacy, be it Nirmala Sitharaman, Dr. S. Shankar, Ashwini Vaishnav. There are also people like Bhupendra Yadav, Dharmendra Pradhan who understand both governance and organization. There's also ML Khattar and Shivaraj Singh Chouhan who basically were replaced as chief ministers by newer people. They've also been made part of Modi 3.0, and there is also a combination of new and old faces. 11 berths have gone to the allies, specifically to TDP, which basically includes Ram Mohan Naidu, gets a cabinet post. He is basically just 36 years old, and of course Pesamani Chandrasekhar, the richest candidate from TDP, will be an MOS. Well, the portfolios will come out in a short while from now. All of this took place in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Over 5,000 guests were invited. Foreign dignitaries actually stole the spotlight, with the president of Maldives, Mohammad Muitsu, also making his presence felt. That shows that diplomatic relations between India and Maldives are on the right path. And of course, Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh and several other people, including Prachanda from Nepal, were present. And there were also, not just industrialists like Gautam Adani and Mukesh Ambani, but also actors like Shah Rukh Khan present. So clearly, a lot of festivity was witnessed here, even as Narendra Modi took oath for the 3rd time. The underlying theme definitely was basically Viksit Bharat, which is what everyone talked about, and everyone did remember what the Prime Minister told them in the morning today. The Prime Minister had a meeting with the new ministers, in which he specifically told them not to get distracted by noise around them and focus completely on governance and ensure that projects get finished on time. So this is Modi 3.0. The ball has been set rolling for governance. We are told that the ministers could be taking charge of their ministries as soon as the portfolios come out, which is in the next 2 to 3 days.
Well, now that the ceremony is over, the focus has shifted to portfolio allocation and who gets what. The communique in this regard will be released by the Rashtrapati Bhavan soon. Meanwhile, the first cabinet meeting of new ministers will be held at 5 p.m. this evening. The focus, we're told, will now shift to the government's 100-day plan. Sunil Prabhu has the latest for us. He joins us live at the moment. Sunil, earlier reports had suggested that the BJP may keep portfolios, including defence, home and foreign ministries. It may also keep to itself significant portfolios like education and culture, which is ideologically significant for the party. But what are you picking up on so far?
Well, in a short while from now, the Prime Minister will send that letter to the President. We are expecting it by 11 o'clock. The portfolios will be announced, which will really give a complete answer to your question. But yes, the key portfolios, the Cabinet Committee on Security, will be with the BJP. Having said that, if you can see the cabinet formation, it is all about continuity, it is about strength, it is about experience. For the first time, you have a number of Lok Sabha members of Parliament, in particular, also cabinet former chief ministers like Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, ML Khattar, who will really give their experience and their first-hand knowledge of how states are run to help the cabinet maneuver in the next few months and days ahead in terms of coalition politics. Having said that, you're well aware that the cabinet is meeting today at 5 o'clock. There will be the request to the President of India to convene Parliament and address both houses of Parliament. He will be addressing both houses after members of Parliament will be sworn in. The pro tem speaker will have to be appointed. The senior most is usually called for that. Having said that, the other issue, of course, is one on the agenda is the Prime Minister's housing scheme, where further assistance will be given in various states on a 60 to 40 basis to help the poorest of the poor in building houses. So that's the mission that they're saying. And as you rightly pointed out, the focus now will be on a 100-day action program. There is a budget which has to be, passed by the 31st of July. We can expect it as early as 15th of July, the full announcement of the budget, once they convene the Parliament and get going with the allocation of business.
As always, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. The portfolio allocation is to be announced today. We will have further clarity post 11 a.m. But led by the Prime Minister, the new team includes 30 cabinet ministers, 5 ministers of state with independent charge and 36 ministers of state. The ministers will represent 24 states as well as all regions within states. And Mr. Modi will have 72 ministers in his council, 11 of them from the NDA allies like Chandrababu Naidu's TDP, Nitish Kumar-led JDU, Chirag Paswan's LJP and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena among others. As we have extensively covered, Kerala actually got 2 ministers, while South allies got cabinet ranks as well. The Prime Minister's new Council of Ministers does lay an unprecedented emphasis on the southern part of the country, reflecting the outcome of the recently concluded Assembly election. The new cabinet includes 13 ministers from the south, this despite the BJP tally remaining exactly where it was in 2019, 29 of the 129 southern seats. 5 of the 13 southern ministers, including former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy, are from Karnataka, BJP's only bastion in the south that actually delivered 19 of the 28 Lok Sabha seats to the NDA. The BJP won 17 seats and Mr. Kumaraswamy's Janata Dal Secular just 2. The state's ruling Congress won 9 seats. But besides Mr. Kumaraswamy, the Council of Ministers has Nirmala Sitharaman and Prahlad Joshi, who were part of the previous cabinet. Union Minister of State in the previous Modi government, Shobha Karandlaje, and former Minister in the state government, V. Somana, both from BJP, also took oath. So that's the Mr. Modi's new Council of Ministers laying an unprecedented emphasis as far as South India is concerned, reflecting the outcome of the general election. This new cabinet, as I mentioned, includes 13 ministers from the south, and this is despite the BJP tally actually remaining exactly where it was back in 2019. Back in 2019, the BJP had 29 of the 129 southern seats. 5 of the 13 southern ministers now, including former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy, are actually from Karnataka. And Karnataka, as you're well aware, is BJP's only bastion in the south that delivered 19 of the 28 Lok Sabha seats to the NDA. My colleague Uma Sudhir is tracking the latest for us. She joins us live to contextualize the matter. Uma, the NDA's south focus is on full display?
Certainly, a much more representational cabinet, I must say, with, as you mentioned, a big number from the South, 13 members in the Union cabinet. And yes, many more chief ministers as well from everywhere, including H.D. Kumaraswamy, former chief ministers, pardon me. And therefore, that experience coming in from the states to help in the central government running as well. And yes, from Karnataka, 5 ministers, including H.D. Kumaraswamy, and of course, taking care of the Vokaliga Lingayat caste equation as well. And yes, Andhra Pradesh, 3 ministers, though it has delivered 21 as an NDA to the central kitty. And yes, 16 of them are from the TDP. And the big question about what portfolios Ram Mohan Naidu and Pemasani Chandrasekhar are going to get. He's going to be a Minister of State, and he is someone who's making his debut in Parliament. Ram Mohan Naidu, of course, has been a 3-time MP, and his father, Eram Naidu, was, of course, in the Union Cabinet as Rural Development Ministry and other ministries that he had handled at the central government level. But the kind of ministries or the people that the BJP has picked in terms of representation in the cabinet would show that it is not depending on the past performance really, but more with a futuristic outlook. And that's the reason why Tamil Nadu, which has not delivered any MP, still gets a minister in L. Murugan. Annamalai was expected to be moved to the centre, but that has not happened, which means the perspective of the BJP is to go it alone there and not have an alliance with the AIADMK. Of course, Annamalai had come in for some criticism from BJP leaders in Tamil Nadu after the results. But yes, the big picture is of Kerala really, where Suresh Gopi has been made a Minister of State, and also George Kurian. So focus very much remains on the south. As far as Telugu Desam is concerned, Speaker's post is not something that they are insisting on, and also their focus perhaps is going to be much more on getting the financial resources to deliver on the promises that Chandrababu Naidu has made to the people of Andhra Pradesh itself. And ideologically, I do not expect that there are going to be differences that are going to be cropping up on those. In fact, if there is common ground, it's about using IT for governance. That's something common to both Prime Minister Modi as well as Chandrababu Naidu.
As always, Uma, thanks so much for joining us for that detailed update. News and updates continue on NDTV 24/7 right after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi took oath along with 72 ministers of the new coalition government. 30 of them are cabinet ministers, 5 independent charge and 36 ministers of state. So far, not a single Muslim minister has been sworn in. Modi 3.0 portfolio allocation expected post 11 a.m. today. All eyes are on who will get what. Meanwhile, the first cabinet meeting is at 5 p.m. this evening. 9 people have been killed and 33 others injured in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists opened fire at a bus carrying pilgrims. The bus falls into a gorge after terrorists opened fire. President Draupadi Murmu says this is an attack. This attack is a crime against humanity. And the Manipur violence spillover impact is felt in Assam as nearly 600 people flee.
Co-present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting
Stay informed and entertained.
9 people were killed and 33 injured after a bus full of pilgrims attacked by terrorists plunged into a gorge in Riasi. The bus was on its way to the Shiv Khori cave temple when it came under attack, is what we're told. And as the terrorists opened fire, the bus fell into a gorge. The latest update is the police has disclosed that they are using drones and 5 teams to carry out combing operations. But the driver lost control of the bus in the firing and fell into the gorge. This is what Riasi's senior superintendent of police has said.
देखिए, ऐसे जो आतंकवादी हमले हो रहे हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में, ख़ास तौर पर 370 हटाने के बाद, जबकि सरकार और गृह मंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा ये क्लेम करते हैं पब्लिक में कि अब बिल्कुल शांति है, ये इस बात को एक्सपोज कर रही है कि जो कुछ इनका दावा था कि हम पूरी तरह से वहाँ के कानून व्यवस्था, वहाँ की विधि व्यवस्था पर नियंत्रण है, वो गलत है. आज भी आतंकवादी सक्रिय हैं और समय समय पर वो हमला कर रहे हैं और हमारे जवान शहीद हो रहे हैं।
कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों ने बहुत दुस्साहस किया है। जम्मू कश्मीर के रियासी के शिवखोड़ी क्षेत्र में यात्रियों पर कायराना हमला किया है। कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और हमारे जांबाज पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों का तो मुकाबला कर नहीं सकते। भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने सारे क्षेत्र की घेराबंदी कर दी है। जिन आतंकवादियों ने ये दुस्साहस किया है उनको उनके इस गुनाह की भारी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, भारी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी उनको।
Well, visuals from the site showed some bodies scattered along a hillside and the damaged bus as well. Nazir's been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, eyewitnesses say that there were 2 militants that were spotted. What are the latest details you can disclose?
Well, there are multiple details about this incident. Number one, how it has happened. There was a firing on a bus and bus fell in the gorge. Because of it fell into the gorge, it actually did the damage was more. Otherwise, but officials are saying the damage would not have been so high. M4 rifles, American carbine, have been used in this attack. Cartridge of were recovered from here, and also 2 to 3 militants, both Pakistani terrorists, they are believed to be involved in this attack. Group has not been ascertained. Sources in the security force tell us at least 3 groups are operating in this area, from Riasi, Udhampur to Poonch Rajouri. And the recent attacks, they are not interlinked, but they are different groups operate independently and they carry out these attacks. There is no local militant in this area, so it is clear that it has a footprint of Pakistani militants, foreign militants who have carried out this terror attack in which innocent people have been targeted. They have just come for the yatra here at Shiwkhuri, which is few kilometers from here, and it is a cave shrine. After that, they were actually traveling on this road, very road, so to reach Mata Vaishno Devi first Katra, which is like 70 kilometers, 65-70 kilometers from here. So this attack actually also sends a larger message and larger concern, because Amarnath Yatra is around the corner. It will start from next month, so preparations are underway, so that remains a challenge. And also how Jammu is increasingly on terror radar. There have been increased attacks on the security force and innocent civilians, and here it looks like attackers have crossed the line, targeting yatris, innocent people. All these people have come from UP. They, many people who come for this Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra, they go to Shiwkhuri as well, Lord Shiva's cave, so shrine. So that they go there, this cave temple, and then go back to this Katra, which is the base camp for this Mata Vaishno Devi. So here it is a larger concern, because here you can see this area. There are dense forests, there are mountains, and it is not easy for the security force to, deploy their men at every place. It is just not possible. And then when you have vulnerabilities, when you have such a hardened, die-hard militants who may be hiding in these forests, which you can see this thick forests, this provides them the perfect cover. Since yesterday, drones are being used and other technology is being used to track down attackers. But so far there has not been any success, because more often than not, whenever there have been any major attacks, attackers have managed to escape. And that remains a bigger challenge, that these terror incidents keep happening here. Since October 2021, 38 army soldiers, including special forces, paratroopers, have been killed. Civilians have been killed. In last year in Dangri, in Rajouri, 7 civilians were killed, or a dozen were injured. This year, just in last 2 months, there was an attack on Air Force in Poonch. There was an attack on VDG. There was an attack on a government employee. He was killed also. And now this major attack on innocent yatris here in this area. So there are multiple concerns. Security forces say they are trying to recalibrate their strategy. Last year, after Dangri incident, Hindus were targeted in Dangri village in Rajouri. Home Minister visited Jammu and asked security forces to ensure that Jammu is free from militancy. So what happened? Reverse actually happened. There were a series of attacks, even as the security force have eliminated large number of militants, particularly foreign terrorists. So here there's not in a sense that any demonstrative local support. There are no local militants, but border is closer from Poonch and Rajouri. They infiltrate then these mountains, also the caves here in these I show in these dense forests. These caves, natural caves, provide perfect shelter to these hardened militants. So tracking them down is not an easy. So security force have also be very cautious. Every operation has to be well calibrated to track down the attackers. For now, all the security forces there as a complete synergy to when it comes to fighting militancy. But clearly, this area is high on terror radar. Jammu region, particularly Poonch, Rajouri, Pir Panjal region, and now also Riasi and the Udhampur, they have become major terror theatre in Jammu and Kashmir.
As always, Nazir, thank you so much for breaking down all the details for us. The driver lost control of the bus in the firing and fell into the gorge. This is what Riasi's senior superintendent of police has said. We have that reaction lined up for you. Listen in.
हमने अपने कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन पूरे एरिया में जारी रखा हुआ है। ये लगभग 6 बजे के करीब एक यात्री बस जो है वो शिवखोड़ी से दर्शन करके टुवर्ड्स रियासी जा रही थी। तो उसी बीच इसी स्पॉट पे मिलिटेंट्स ने बस के ऊपर फायर किया। वो फायर करते ही ड्राइवर लॉस्ट कंट्रोल ऑफ द बस और फिर वो नीचे खाई में जाके बस गिरी। उसके बाद वो लोग यहाँ से फरार हो गए और JNK पुलिस साथ में लोकल सिविलियंस ने उनको रेस्क्यू करने में मदद की। बाय 7:45 रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंप्लीट कर लिया गया। 9 पीपल आर रिपोर्टेडली they are feared dead and 33 were injured.
Let's turn our attention now to Manipur. Well, the ethnic violence there, the ripple effects are being felt in neighbouring states as well. As the ethnic conflict in Manipur continues with fresh tensions erupting in the Jiribam district, hundreds have had to flee their homes to neighbouring Assam for the second time since this entire situation began on the 3rd of May last year. Security has been beefed up in Assam's Lakhipur area and Kachar district after violence has been reported in Manipur's Jiribam district, which shares a border with Lakhipur. But as many as 600 people from Manipur from different ethnic communities have taken shelter in their relatives' homes in Lakhipur after violence broke out in Jiribam since the 6th of June. We have an official reaction for you. Listen in.
ताकि कोई ऐसा कोई एलिमेंट्स आके यहाँ पे लोगों का जो पीस है इसको डिस्टर्ब ना सके, उसके लिए हम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए हम पूरे तैनात हैं। और जो भी इसके लिए कुछ भी ऐसा करने के लिए कोशिश करेगा उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होगा, आईनी कार्रवाई होगा। उसके ऊपर हम स्ट्रॉन्ग लॉफुल एक्शन लेने के लिए हम तैयार हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इसको लगातार संपर्क में वो हमको इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है कि यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग अगर कोई उधर से आ रहे हैं तो उसको दे शुड बी हियर, उसका लिस्ट बनाया जाए कौन कौन लोग आया है, कहाँ से आए हैं और उसके ऊपर उसको कोई परेशानी ना हो, सिक्योरिटी वाइज उन लोगों को कोई परेशानी ना हो।
Well, in other news, several parts of Mumbai faced slow traffic as waterlogging was witnessed in many parts of the city. Waterlogging as the city received heavy rain. In fact, the visuals you see on your screens, these are visuals we are seeing from different parts of the city, and it showed locals wading through knee-deep water, and also they said inconvenienced the traffic flow as well. As far as the IMD is concerned, they've issued a yellow alert as heavy rain lashed parts of Mumbai and created havoc. In fact, rain and gusty winds as well as thunderstorms are also on the radar. Meanwhile, the Delhi government on Sunday sought an emergency meeting with the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena to discuss the prevailing water situation in the capital, stating that the capital will have a major crisis just within the next 1 or 2 days if Haryana does not release 1,050 cusecs of water to this city. The development came even as the Delhi Jal Board had treated 993.4 million gallons per day of water, below its targeted water production of 1,000 million gallons per day. This is what a bulletin released by the water utility revealed.
आपन बाल्टी नहीं है वो है छोटी बाल्टी भैया पानी सूट कर ये बुआरी कल तो नहीं डब्बा भर दिया.
Right, we're just being told that the Prime Minister has arrived in South Block at the moment. This is ahead of the portfolio allocation that's expected at 11 a.m. today. We will have clarity on who gets what in a short while from now. But all eyes are on the portfolio allocation. Meanwhile, there's a first cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. this evening. But as you can see, the Prime Minister's cavalcade reaching the South Block ahead of that announcement for the portfolios. Well, we'll get you clarity on the portfolio allocation post 11 a.m. and also news and updates continue right after this very short break.
Go present.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. ऑलमोस्ट ग्लोबली इट्स वेरी पॉपुलर. गेम्स हों या कंसोल्स हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको यूज़ करते हैं. बट बैक इन द डेज, बैक इन द 90s, व्हाइल सोनी वाज ट्राइंग टू एस्टैब्लिश इट्स PlayStation लाइनअप, काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मार्केटिंग को सोनी ने यूज़ किया था. जी हाँ, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द वेरी स्पेशल स्क्रैच एंड स्निफ लेबल्स फ्रॉम द रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल
Welcome back. Well, it started with rain and frustration and it ended with glory for India. The men in blue snatched a victory from the jaws of defeat and Jasprit Bumrah handed India a sensational win with a threefer. Take a look at how the big win in the Big Apple happened.
What's it, David?
The stage, the occasion, the big battle in the Big Apple.
It's a little bit damp, so I think the challenge for
A tricky start for India as King Kohli departed cheaply.
That's in the air, take
Who tried to send one out of the Nassau County Stadium, but instead gave an easy catch in the deep. Akshar Patel and Rishabh Pant tried to steady the innings with Rishabh taking the initiative as he went after Haris Rauf. A Pant special.
Today.
But the Pakistani bowlers came back strongly. Akshar cleaned up, followed by Surya.
Well, it's gone straight.
And Dubey, who went cheaply.
Got a wicket.
And then the big wicket of Rishabh Pant.
Up and over. Has it gone high? There's a fielder underneath. Taking his 50th.
With Jadeja back in the hunt for a golden duck, India were in deep, deep trouble.
The chip up.
India managed to reach just 119 on a tricky and inconsistent Nassau County pitch. India's mighty batting lineup cut to ribbons.
They've bowled out India here for 119, and it's a very good effort.
Pakistan started cautiously as both the openers tried to negotiate the early swing.
What a shot that is.
A miserly spell from Jasprit Bumrah stemmed the flow of runs, resulting in Babar edging one to the slip. Patel. A seemingly down and out India had hope as Usman Khan and the dangerous Fakhar Zaman departed in quick succession. And then Bumrah castled the gritty Rizwan. It all came down to the last 2 overs, 21 needed, and in came Bumrah once again. Just 3 runs given and he got the wicket of Iftikhar Ahmed.
It's taken infield, you'll get runs.
18 needed of the last over and Imad Wasim departed in the first ball. India for the first time ever managed to defend their lowest ever score in T20 World Cup, courtesy the heroics of Boom Boom Bumrah.
At this hour, we are joined by our cricket experts, former Test cricketer Ashok Malhotra and former Indian cricketer Abhishek Nair on the show. Good morning, gentlemen. Coming to you first, Ashok, would you say it was Indian team's attitude in the end that held them together? That's what Captain Rohit Sharma has to say.
See, I would say that. They never say that attitude. They knew they were a 20-30 runs short, but the way they bounced back, especially Jasprit Bumrah. That is why he's called Boom Boom Bumrah, because he can turn things around. He's a match winner. And not to forget, ably supported by Hardik Pandya and even Arshdeep Singh. He was not bad as well. But the fact is, Rika, it was Pakistan batting was once again was found wanting. They had to. In 90s, they used to play fearless cricket. But now they were rustic, they used to play fearless cricket. But now they've become very sophisticated because with these foreign coaches, they have, now they say good morning, yes please, no please, and all those things. Which is, that aggressiveness, that positiveness, that fearlessness has gone out of the system. They'll have to go back to their old ways. I still remember Javed Miadas, Sayyid Anwar, and Zamamul Haq. I'm surprised that Pakistan is bringing in foreign coaches when half the side does not understand a word of English. So English is a foreign language for them. I don't know why they're bringing foreign coaches when half the time they don't understand what they're trying to teach them.
Well, we will actually break down the performances of the cricketers. But before that, Abhishek, let me ask you a little bit about Captain Rohit Sharma, the way he shepherded the troops in, defending the lowest total that India has defended in the T20 World Cup, the way he, rotated the bowlers. Tell us a little bit about his captaincy.
Well, I think I was very impressed. And Rohit Sharma in general in the past couple of years, we've all known how he's grown as a captain, how he's grown as a leader. The one thing that stood out for me in that interview was the never say die attitude, yes, but also the fact that he understood that even with 120, he wasn't giving up. There was never this nervousness of whether or not, this Indian team can pull this out of the hat or not. But there was this belief through and through that they can beat this Pakistan team. Because if you looked at the visuals through the game, you could see that no matter what position Pakistan were in, there was a lot of nervousness in that dugout. In the same breath, in the Indian dugout, there's a lot more positivity. Even though when we were losing wickets towards the end, there was this visual of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma together in the dugout, sharing a smile, talking and laughing. This tells you how relaxed they are, even when the going gets tough, and how good the environment in the dressing room is.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Well, the Prime Minister has taken oath for the third consecutive term, but he will take charge at 11:30 a.m. for this historic third term.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health.
Kari.
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Baba. A busy foreign policy agenda is on the horizon. The finer details are all lined up for you. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Narendra Modi has been sworn in as the Prime Minister of India for a third consecutive term. We look at the foreign policy goals for this term as the neighbourhood and economic cooperation remain the key focus. French President Emmanuel Macron has announced he will dissolve Parliament and call new legislative elections after exit polls showed his alliance suffered a heavy defeat in European elections to Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally Party. Far-right parties rattled the traditional powers in the European Union and made major gains in parliamentary elections as voting wrapped up on Sunday on the final day for the next 5-year term. The Israeli military rescued 4 hostages in a special operation in the Nusrat refugee camp in central Gaza. And Gazan authorities said that 236 people have been killed meanwhile and 400 others are injured. Panama is set to become the first to evacuate an entire island community due to climate change. Well, our big focus. Narendra Modi has been sworn in as the Prime Minister of India for a third consecutive term. But this is the first time he has been sworn into the role as the head of a coalition government. In addition to Mr. Modi, a total of 71 ministers, including 30 cabinet ministers, 36 ministers of state, and 5 ministers of state with independent charge were also sworn in. So far, though, not a single Muslim minister has been sworn in. But Mr. Modi had announced during his election campaign the goals for his third term, the principle being that of making India the world's third largest economy by 2029. For achieving that, his list includes economic and bureaucratic reforms, attracting foreign investment and global supply chains to India, increasing the share of manufacturing in the economy, among others. Basically, the overarching goal is to make India a developed economy by the year 2047. Foreign policy was not an issue in these elections, but as analysts have highlighted, some indication of the NDA's thinking on foreign policy issues was available from its manifesto. India's leadership and presence in global forums, including the success of the G20 chaired by India, figure in the manifesto. The neighborhood first policy was reiterated. No mention was made specifically of the US, but collaboration with countries in the Indo-Pacific was mentioned, with growth and security for all as a goal. China too was not mentioned, but accelerating the development of infrastructure on the India-China border was, and support for Israel on the issue of terrorism. India's aspiration for permanent membership of the UN Security Council figured in the manifesto. Meanwhile, substantial gains of India's soft powers, such as International Yoga Day and Ayurveda, also found mention in the NDA manifesto. But what will add heft to India's foreign policy? Well, to further discuss what India's foreign policy priorities would be under Modi 3.0, we have with us former diplomat Ashok Sajjanhar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on NDTV. Okay. Now, while Chinese and Pakistani leaders were not invited, other top South Asian leaders attended the oath ceremony. Sir, is it fair to say that the neighborhood continues to be priority one and is a greater push for the Indo-Pacific cooperation on the radar going ahead in this term?
Yeah, thank you very much, Pameshwar. I agree with you. I think neighborhood is going to be priority number one, as it was in 2014. You would recall all the SAARC member states, their leaders were invited, as also the Prime Minister of Mauritius. In 2019, the BIMSTEC leaders were invited, as well as the Prime Minister of Mauritius, and at that time, the President of Kyrgyzstan, who was the chair of the Central Asian countries. And this time also, we've seen basically the focus is on neighborhood as well as Indian Ocean, because this has become Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific more broadly has become an area of greater contestation, because China has been spreading its tentacles and has been expanding its footprint in this region. So yes, this would be an important element. China would continue to be the most formidable challenge as far as India is concerned. You are right. Pakistan and China were not invited for 2019, although Pakistan was invited in 2014. But Pakistan also relations have been really frozen from the time of 2019 after the Pulwama attack and the Balakot strikes took place in February of 2019. So there also our policy has been very clear. Terror and talks don't go together. And if you are going to launch any terror attack against us, then we are not going to sit quiet and we are going to take measures against it, as we did in surgical strike. The other aspect, I think, is, again, as you said very correctly, and I quite agree with you, is going to be the focus on economic collaboration and cooperation. India is participating in getting into FTAs with, whether it is the United Kingdom or it is the European Union or the GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council, and there are some others of the same nature. So I think focus is going to be on that. We have seen the product-linked incentive scheme that has been there, enhancement of manufacturing. So I think all these are going to be very important elements, because the target is Viksit Bharat 2047. And I think the government is going to work towards that.
We are aware that FTAs are important for India to raise exports, but we're also now seeing that countries are more interested in trade agreements in the areas of digital economy and e-commerce. In that sense, which direction do you see India headed in? Well, we hear that India will continue with new FTAs and would like to conclude with the ones with the UK, for example, and Bangladesh, among others.
Yeah, I think you make a very valid point. I think these are areas in which India has strengths. You know, digital and fintech areas are, and e-commerce are areas where India has proven its strengths. And over the last, even during the challenging times of COVID, we were able to take a large number of policy decisions, reforms that we were able to introduce in the country. And they have yielded us with very good results, whether it is opening of more than 500 million bank accounts or payments through mobiles or payment of subsidies directly into the accounts of the beneficiaries. And I think the world over, India has been able to establish its leadership in these particular areas.
Yes.
So here, I think definitely we are going to move forward. Also, Parmeshwara, India has shown in recent years, you know, when we concluded the SEPA, the economic partnership agreement with CETA, it is called, economic and trade agreement with Australia. And that had been hanging fire for a long time. Then we took barely a few months to conclude our agreement with the United Arab Emirates. We also entered into the I2U2, India, Israel, UAE,
Yes.
United States. We are also members of IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, meetings of which are taking place. So the point I'm making is that India has been very proactive and that the world has seen that India is serious about this. Even in other areas, for instance, you know, signing the 10-year contract, maintenance and development contract of the Chabahar project with Iran. So I think India's seriousness has been made clear to the world, and I'm sure that India is going to show results in that. You know, we are going to see, of course, the Prime Minister travels next week to Italy for the G7.
Busy diplomatic schedule indeed, sir. But, sir, as we wrap, as Mr. Modi kickstarts a third term, what would you say are some of India's weaknesses that can be converted into strengths going ahead?
Yeah, so I think first is in terms of our relations with China, as I said, that is the most formidable challenge. I think we need to do something about it. But as they say, you can't clap with one hand. You have to have China also playing ball.
Indeed.
And we've seen over the last 4 years since Galwan, China has refused to play ball. The second is, you know, India's economy is growing 8.2% last year and growing very successfully. So I think that is where on the economy we need to focus so that our movement forward is very rapid, particularly in the area of exports,
Right.
because exports are a very integral element of development of growth of our economy.
As always, sir, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Mohammad Ghazali has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, the BRICS foreign ministers meeting, the G7 summit in Italy, the US National Security Advisors visit, the SCO summit. I mean, I think it's fair to say it's a packed diplomatic schedule and a busy few weeks of reporting ahead for you.
Oh yes, the swearing-in ceremony itself was the reflection of the foreign policy of the Modi 3.0 or say the NDA 3.0 government. And why we are saying this? Because by inviting the countries alongside the Indian Ocean, the ones who are located alongside the Indian Ocean, the Modi government has yet again given a message that even this event of swearing-in ceremony gives a foreign policy message. Back in 2014, when he was sworn in for the first time as a chief minister, he had invited the head of his states of the SAARC countries. Then in 2019, it was the head of his states of the BIMSTEC countries, those who are located alongside the Bay of Bengal. And this time around in 2024, yesterday, 7 heads of states who are located in and around the Indian Ocean, they were invited. And the very controversial figure of Mr. Moizu, we all saw him hitting the headlines in the last 6 months. First, after getting elected as the president of Maldives last year, his entire campaign was on an anti-India or India out campaign, asking the Indian government to remove its troops or bring back its troops. And then we saw the social media trolling of Indian Prime Minister by the Maldivian parliamentarians, a heated exchange between the two governments. And then Maldivian tourism taking a hit as Indians on the social media started trending to boycott Maldives as a tourist destination. But things started getting back on track last month when Maldivian foreign minister came and met the Indian external affairs minister, Mr. Shankar. And then out of nowhere, this invite came as a surprise for many, but Mr. Moizu confirmed his participation. He attended the swearing-in ceremony, and today we are expecting that yesterday in the dinner program after the swearing-in ceremony, the heads of the states of those 7 nations who had participated in the oath ceremony also met the Prime Minister at Rashtrapati Bhavan after the swearing-in ceremony. Now, as far as the schedule is concerned, certainly we have the G7 conference in Italy, and after that you have a peace summit in Switzerland, though the Prime Minister is not visiting to Switzerland for the peace summit, but he is certainly going to attend the G7 summit in Italy, where the heads of other states will also be there, like Joe Biden, Rishi Sunak, and other top leaders will be attending the G7 summit as well. And after that, you have, as you rightly mentioned, you have ASEAN summit, you have SCO summit, you have BRICS. So the entire schedule is packed for the Prime Minister in this year. And as we know that how a global conflict in different regions of the world has also occupied the headlines, and that is going to be one of the key features of this government, because all this while Mr. Modi has been calling the world leaders, be it Putin or be it Mr. Zelensky in Ukraine, that this is not the time of war and we should go for peace. We are seeing the crisis in Middle East also expanding for the last 7 months. So amid all this, India's role is very important. All the global leaders have recognized India's presence and its relevance, not only just for the economic reasons, but also as far as a global conflict or peace is concerned. India has played a very vital role even in the past, and being a growing superpower in the sense, it will also, its role assumes very much significance. It has a significance on the global platform. So that will be a point to keenly watch out for in this term of Mr. Narendra Modi.
As always, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us and breaking down the details for us. Well, switching tracks, far-right parties made such big gains at the European Union parliamentary elections that they actually dealt stunning defeats to two of the bloc's most important leaders, French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. On a night where the 27-member bloc palpably shifted to the right, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni more than doubled her seats in the EU Parliament. And even if the alternative for Germany extreme right party was hounded by scandal involving candidates, it still rallied enough seats to sweep past the slumping Social Democrats of Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Undoubtedly, however, the star on a stunning electoral night was the National Rally Party of Marine Le Pen, which dominated the French polls to such an extent that Macron immediately dissolved the National Parliament and called for new elections.
This was a dramatic decision by the French president to call for snap general elections after what took place on Sunday with the results of the EU elections. Here in France, the far-right National Rally Party did, as expected, getting more than 30% of the vote, and they will send around 30 MEPs to the European Union's Parliament in Brussels. Emmanuel Macron's party Renaissance trailing well behind with just barely 15% of the vote, and they will send only 15 MPs to the European Union Parliament. Now, Emmanuel Macron clearly feels the time is right to try to regain the initiative at parliamentary level here in France in the National Assembly. He doesn't have a majority at the moment. He will be hoping to get one to be able to have more what he describes as clarity and tranquility in governing here in France. But the National Rally Party, if their results at EU level are replicated at French domestic level, well, they could easily be the biggest party in Parliament, and we could see Marine Le Pen as the French Prime Minister. That would put the French President in an extremely difficult position. Looking at the wider results across the European Union, we have seen some successes for parties on the far right. For example, Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, her Brothers of Italy party. However, there have been some setbacks in the Netherlands. The far-right Party for Freedom didn't do quite as well as expected, nor did the far-right Chega party in Portugal. Results seem to suggest that they will be coming in fourth position in Portugal. Overall, the centre-right seem to have done the best in the European Union election, and they will constitute the greatest number of MEPs in the next European Parliament. Ross Cullen, NDTV, Paris.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहां पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi takes oath along with 71 ministers of the new coalition government, 30 of them cabinet ministers, 5 independent charge and 36 ministers of state. So far, not a single Muslim minister. Portfolio allocation to be decided within minutes from now is what we're hearing from our sources. All eyes on who will get what as far as the first cabinet meeting is concerned. That's also coming up today in the evening at 5 p.m. Key Maharashtra allies want more. It's the NCP rejecting that offer as far as Minister of State berth that was offered for Praful Patel, saying that he was a cabinet minister earlier, which is why it didn't feel right, is what Eknath Shinde had to say, wanting 2 more ministerial berths. Day one of Modi 3.0 with the focus on diplomacy and bilaterals expected with visiting foreign leaders. Bhutan Prime Minister has gone on to say that Prime Minister Modi is his guru, his elder brother. 9 people have died and 33 others have been injured in a terror attack that took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists opened fire at a bus that was carrying pilgrims to Vaishno Devi. That's when the bus driver lost control and fell into the gorge. Delhi water crisis with Atishri there asking for a meeting with Delhi's LG, saying Haryana is not releasing the adequate amount of water that's needed, and if that doesn't happen, there'll be crisis over the next 1 or 2 days. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Prime Minister Modi, who took oath as the Prime Minister for the 3rd consecutive time. And lauding his efforts and praising the Prime Minister is Bhutan's Prime Minister, who said that India has grown spectacularly as far as the development in the infrastructure is concerned. We're talking about airports, roads, railways, seaways. That has been unprecedented. And referring to the Prime Minister as his guru, his elder brother. Listen in.
Award with His Majesty the King's Award, and that's the highest civilian award, and we were honored in Bhutan that it was given to awarded to Prime Minister Modi, and that he came all the way to Bhutan in spite of his very busy schedule at the end of his second tenure as Prime Minister to personally receive that award. We're very honored. I enjoy a very good relationship. I'm blessed. I enjoy a very close relationship with Prime Minister Modi. Obviously, I see him as a mentor, yeah, and I'm very fortunate to receive his mentorship. I see him as a guru, because he's very clear in his vision, and he's very clear that his vision will be implemented. And so in that respect, I see him as a guru, but most importantly, I see him as my elder brother. In fact, I call him Bade Bhai.
And it was Narendra Modi who has been sworn in as the Prime Minister of India for a third consecutive term, the second time that's happened in the history of politics in India. The first time around was Jawaharlal Nehru, followed by Narendra Modi. He will be taking charge today. This is, he has been sworn into the role as the head of the coalition government. This is the first time that he will now, in fact, be in that role as far as the head of a coalition government is concerned. In addition to Prime Minister Modi, a total of 71 ministers, including 30 cabinet ministers, 36 ministers of state and 5 ministers of state with independent charge, were also sworn in on Sunday evening at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. In terms of continuity, we saw Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nitin Gadkari, JP Nadda, Nirmala Sitharaman, as well as S. Shanker, Piyush Goyal, Dharmendra Pradhan, as well as Ashwini Vaishnav, Kiran Rijiju, Gajendra Shekhawat Shekhawat, as well as Arjun Ram Meghwal, along with Anupriya Patel, Hardeep Singh Puri, Mansukh Mandavia and Jitendra Singh all taking oath. We also saw many new faces. We're talking about Jitin Prasad, the MP from Pilibhit, also C.R. Patil, the 4-time MP from Navsari, Suresh Gopi, the actor turned politician who won from Thrissur, and also Bandi Sanjay. We're talking about Bandi Sanjay, the MP from Karimnagar, along with Ravneet Bittu, the ex-Congress MP from Ludhiana, and then also the longest serving Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. We're talking about Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, the first time as far as the Lok Sabha MP is concerned. And then he is the MP from Vidisha. We're also talking about Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, the first time MP. Now we're talking about, as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, MP from Karnal there. So of course, many new faces there as well. But the big question, of course, at the time, for the time being, is who will get what? When will that big announcement be made as far as the portfolio allocation is concerned? Of course, there's been a mix of familiar faces and fresh additions as far as Modi 3.0 is concerned. Big portfolio puzzle that will get solved today, which will, in fact, the big question being as far as the roles when it comes to the debutants, the new faces that have been inducted into the cabinet, what will they be getting? And will the ones, the veterans who have seen the Prime Minister in 3 terms, whether it was 2014, 2019 and now again in 2024, will they continue in their roles that they've been playing as far as the cabinet is concerned, or can there be a slight rejig? We have my colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, first things first, when can we expect that big announcement as far as portfolio allocation is concerned? Any sort of murmurs doing the dance?
Well, Divya, like we know, of course, the 72-member cabinet took oath yesterday, and it was a full cabinet, and 81 is the number, and of course, they've already reached 72, and there was a lot of sense of continuity, and of course, some sense of reassurance that this is the old team that has performed really well. A lot of organizational heads, people who have worked with the organization and also have long experience with administration, including Shivaraj Singh Chouhan and of course, ML Khattar, have also been brought in. So clearly, these people have to be accommodated, with key portfolios. Apart from that, there are people like Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman, Nitin Gadkari, who have driven the agenda of the government for the last 2 terms. And then there are, of course, Ashwini Vaishnav, Bhupendra Yadav, Dharmendra Pradhan, and other ministers, Piyush Goyal, Mansukh Mandavia, who have shown a mix of both administrative governance and also expertise in terms of organizational management, handling key elections for the party. So it'll be interesting to see how there is a sense, how these cabinet portfolios get sort of divided amongst these people. Also, 11 berths go to the allies. What I've been told is the portfolio list could come somewhere between 11 to 2. So, of course, we can expect that any time now. And this, of course, will tell us what the final phase of Modi 3.0 will look like. The Prime Minister, of course, is taking, he is resuming work today in South Block in the PMO. The focus seems to be entirely on governance because that's what he said yesterday. In fact, Divya, I went and met some new ministers last night, and there are very interesting things that the Prime Minister told them, all the new ministers yesterday, saying that you're coming to Delhi, so don't let arrogance take the better of you. Keep connecting with people, keep going back to your states, and just keep focused on work and don't be bothered by noise around it. That's what he seems to have told them repeatedly. So every minister seems to be at least focused on the key underlying agenda of 100-day priority for the government, and also Viksit Bharat. Today we are expecting the cabinet portfolios to come out. The cabinet meeting is expected to take place today evening. After that, of course, the focus shifts on who the speaker is going to be and who the president of the BJP is going to be, and of course other key questions as to when the parliament session is going to be, because there's going to be another oath taking of all the new MPs, and of course the parliament session will begin, and then we'll also see the budget being played. So quite a busy month for Indian political developments ahead.
Vasu, also in terms of the top ranks, will those be retained by the BJP? I mean, we do know that the BJP is keeping those top ranks, but will the portfolios in your estimated calculation remain the same, or can there be a slight rejig as far as the portfolios are concerned?
Well, I think Divya, I think Sunil will also be able to say more on this, but I think my sense is that there will be more of continuity here, because this is not a majority government. This is not a government like 2014, 2019, but this is the BJP with 240 numbers. It's for a difficult election, and still it has emerged as a winner, and this is history in the making. This is Modi 3.0, and Narendra Modi right in the beginning itself has clarified and has made it very clear that there's going to be no change in terms of governance. He said that good governance is synonymous with NDA, but that doesn't really change the numbers, because the allies are more powerful. Although they've just been given 11 berths, the numbers do say a different story, but 240 is a big dominant number of the BJP. So as far as I know, there'll be a lot of focus on governance, which means the key people who have been driving and steering the governance of Narendra Modi, the flagship programs, be it Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman, Nitin Gadkari, I don't see there could be many changes, at least in the top portfolios. But of course, we also know that several ministers have been handling several ministries. For instance, if you look at Bhupendra Yadav, he is Labour Minister, also Environment Minister. Ashwini Vaishnav was Telecom, IT, Railways. You look at so many other ministers. Dharmendra Pradhan has Skill and Education. So of course, those will be bifurcated. Those ministries will be given to other people, because like I said, a lot of senior members from the party, including JP Nadda, who's been the former health minister and is the party president now. He is part of it. Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, ML Khattar, all these people have to be accommodated with some key portfolios. So I think that is why the final picture could look a little different, but the underlying theme, the central theme would be continuity and consistency.
Right. Vasu, stay on with us. We also have Sunil joining us. Sunil, what could really be the reason for that announcement to get pushed to the next day of the swearing in? Was it because the swearing in took place very late last evening at 7:15? Because of it being very hot here in the national capital, and how soon can we expect that announcement to come about?
Well, it's actually been usual practice. If you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi 2014, 2019, because it was a little bit earlier, that's the reason why it was announced the same day, but usually it's always the next day. That's been the practice actually in Narendra Modi's prime ministership. He's always announced it the next day. So we are expecting it shortly. It was expected to be announced by this hour. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi is assuming office in South Block at 11:30. So we should have a date, because India definitely needs a defense. The Cabinet Committee on Security needs to be in place. And in this context, the entire BJP top brass will be part of the Cabinet Committee on Security. Having said that, the Cabinet is meeting today. One, of course, to invite the President to convene both houses of Parliament, address them. That is customary and a constitutional requirement, as well as, of course, to give further assistance for the Prime Minister's housing scheme. To help the poorest of the poor. It's a 60-40 scheme where the centre gives in 60%, states will give in 40% to ensure, there is a greater amount of assistance given to the poor and they meet their targets. Having said that, I think the focus, as was being pointed out, will be on the federal structure. There will be various chief ministers, be it Chandrababu Naidu, be it Nitish Kumar, be it Mamata Banerjee, many other states are going to push for their, what they call their pound of flesh. Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish in particular, because they want a special status. But I was speaking to, for example, the Chief Minister of Telangana, who makes it very clear, if you give it to Andhra Pradesh, then we should also get our unfulfilled agenda. So it's going to open on its nest. It's a plethora of requests that will come in. So you'll have to have very careful maneuvering. And as you know, in Parliament, the numbers are for the BJP 240, not a complete majority. They will have to work with their allies and the opposition if you need to get bipartisan support and approval in Parliament.
Right, it's been a mix of familiar faces and fresh additions. But Sunil, what about the biggest minority being left out?
Well, that's because they don't have a representative. You have definitely seen, for example, the Christian community being represented. George Kurian, for one, from Kerala, who's made his presence and made a comeback, even though he's not a minister. A member of parliament at this present juncture. So this is the way of the BJP thanking the Christian community who came out in support for Suresh Gopi to win in Thrissur. So definitely, yes, this is a rare sight where you don't have a Muslim in the Narendra Modi cabinet. But then they say that we are not doing appeasement politics. So it's part of the BJP strategy. But hopefully, as you saw, there has been a small hiccup with the NCP, Ajit Pawar not taking oath because Praful Patel saying that he can't be demoted to a Minister of State independent charge. He wants to be a cabinet rank. So there will be those ifs and buts. There will be those issues. This is coalition politics back again. And
Sunil,
yes, there will be some misses.
The NCP, could this be playing out as far as that delay in announcement is concerned? Could that have actually delayed things with, because of the situation in Maharashtra?
Not really. I don't think so. There was a formula that was worked out, and I think all of them worked through that formula. And I think that was very, very critical and very important. And that's the reason why there was no giving in away, because if you give in for one ally, then you'll have to give in for the rest. And that's the reason why you have seen what they have done. So definitely at this present juncture, we'll wait and watch and see how things play out.
Right. Vasudha still with us. Vasudha, let's talk about Nari Shakti and the women representation. And what we are seeing here this time around is 7. That's 4 less than the outgoing council.
Absolutely. And like I was saying that, Smriti Irani, of course, is missing. It's understandable because, she lost elections, but Ravneet Singh Bittu did make it after losing elections. Nirmala Sitharaman, of course, continues. There's Annapurna Devi. She's been elevated. She's cabinet minister now. Apart from that, there is also Shobha Karandalaje, the Wakaliga face from North Bengaluru. She, in fact, her seat was changed this time, and she has been MOS earlier in the earlier government. She is an important face of the BJP in Karnataka. Karnataka has also been a difficult state for the party, although it has shown some surprising results, results that has made the party optimistic that it does have a chance to bounce back after Congress, won the state. So clearly, she has been rewarded. Then, of course, there are Annapurna Devi, of course, comes from the state of Jharkhand, especially with what's happening with Hemant Soren and all that. It was important to give that state kind of representation. Chhattisgarh, I did not see much of representation. Of course, remember that this is also, that there is a chance for later inductions to happen, over the next few years, next few months. Anupriya Patel has continued. She is from Apnadal, and she lost. Her party won 1 seat. Of course, she has won from Mirzapur, and of course, 1 seat they have lost. So clearly, the number of women, and of course, there's also Savitri from Madhya Pradesh. So clearly, ministers there, but of course, fewer number of women ministers, and that is actually unfortunate because they've also not really won. If you look at most of the female MPs, many of the female MPs of the BJP, many of them have lost, which is why I think it also became difficult for the party to induct women ministers this time.
Right, Vasudha, of course, we're also seeing that, like Sunil was mentioning, the situation in Maharashtra, and of course, the NCP rejecting the MOS berth as far as Praful Patel is concerned. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us with all those details. So switching tracks to Maharashtra, where of course it's Eknath Shinde who's gone on to say that they want 2 more ministerial berths. The Maharashtra's chief minister has gone on to meet with the Sena MPs, and he has in fact, as far as Uddhav Sena is concerned, hit out at the NCP over the tussle. In fact, Shiv Sena-led Maharashtra chief minister was given a ministerial berth in the new Council of Ministers. The NCP faction of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has declined that BJP's offer of a Minister of State position with independent charge. He's gone on to say that, they're not happy, it doesn't sit right. And the reason it doesn't sit right is because Praful Patel earlier, was a cabinet minister, which is why they do not want to settle. They do not want to demote Praful Patel in that order. We have Radhika there. Radhika, NCP rejecting that MOS berth as far as Praful Patel is concerned. What are their demands? And could that also be one of the reasons why we're seeing a sort of a delay as far as the announcement of the portfolios is concerned?
That's right. There is clear discontent among the allies as far as NDA in Maharashtra is concerned, not just NCP but also within Eknath Shinde Sena as well. Now, Eknath Shinde Sena had been demanding 3 posts, 1 cabinet berth and 2 MOS positions, and they have been given just 1 MOS position, and Eknath Shinde said he's ready to wait out. During cabinet expansion, they are sure that they will be considered for the other 2 positions which they've been demanding as well. As far as NCP is concerned, they've completely rejected that 1 MOS position that had been allocated to them, stating that they had taken up a cabinet position in the past. Praful Patel had been a cabinet minister. Therefore, this will be, taking up MOS will be a demotion. So therefore, they are not ready to take up what is been offered on the table. So therefore, they are ready to wait it out, is something both Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar have said. So now at this point, Eknath Shinde saying he's confident that more portfolios, rather more berths will come into their kitty once the cabinet expansion happens, and NCP leaders saying that they are not happy with the MOS position and they are very, very keen on a cabinet berth for Praful Patel. Now, this is as far as both NCP and Sena within Mahayuti are concerned. Well, interestingly, BJP, which has won just 9 seats out of 28, have been given 4, ministerial posts, including 2 cabinet berths. So this has increased discontent among the allies. Of course, NCP in Maharashtra had not performed as well. Their performance, many would say was abysmal, despite that they want a cabinet berth. But Sena, Eknath Shinde Sena, of the 15 seats that they fought, they won 7 seats. So as far as their, tally is concerned, it had been much better than BJP, right, as BJP had fought on 28 seats and managed to win only 9. But BJP getting better end of the bargain in Maharashtra, NCP and Sena not so much.
Right, Radhika, of course, Ajit Pawar there holding his ground, saying that it doesn't feel right for the party leader, Praful Patel, to accept the post of a Minister of State with independent charge offered by the BJP. Thank you so much for joining us. Without slipping to a break, coming back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है, वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all the electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, could be anything. यहाँ पे extreme heat might damage the internal components. तो अगर आप अपनी कार में इनको छोड़ रहे हैं, तो at least in the glove box, if you can keep them, maybe wrapped in a piece of cloth or something, वहाँ पे maybe it's in your bag, तो ठीक रहेगा. But if it's just lying around, because we all know that in this कार जहाँ पे विंडोज सब अप की हुई हैं और वो कहीं बाहर धूप में खड़ी है, तो टेम्परेचर्स जो हैं दे राइज क्वाइट ड्रास्टिकली. तो उस केस में लाइफ स्पैन कम हो सकता है, मे बी जो कुछ कंपोनेंट्स हैं वो डैमेज हो सकते हैं और एट द एंड आपका डिवाइस हो सकता है ठीक से काम ना करे. तो आइडियली आई वुड से यू नीड टू प्रोटेक्ट योर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, बी इट एसएसडी, बी इट यूएसबी, और गाड़ी में धूप में लंबे टाइम तक उनको छोड़ना इज नॉट समथिंग विच इज आइडियल.
हाय टीजी, मुझे कोडिंग सीखनी है पर
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking, stay informed and entertained.
In which 9 people have lost their lives and 33 other people have been injured. It was a bus that was full of pilgrims going to Mata Vaishno Devi. On the way, they were attacked by these terrorists who opened fire on that bus. And that is when the bus driver lost control and that bus plunged into that gorge. This is a bus that was on its way to the Shiv Khori cave temple when it came under attack as the terrorists opened fire. The police are now using drones and 5 teams have been deployed to carry out the combing operations. The driver who lost control of the bus in the firing that fell into the gorge. In fact, we have the superintendent of police of the area talking about what really happened, what really went wrong. But of course, many reactions coming in, including the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, has called it an act of against humanity. Condemning that attack is also Amit Shah, as well as Prime Minister Modi has reacted as well. So we have many reactions coming into that terrorist attack. Do remember that this is an area which hasn't been known for terror activity, unlike the adjoining areas of Poonch. But we are seeing a lot of terror attacks lately, so whether it's Rajouri or it's Poonch, but now also in this particular area in which the terrorists opened fire at a bus that fell into a gorge. There were more than 40 people on board that bus, of which 33 have been injured, 9 lives have been lost. So we will get you a health update as far as those 33 who have been injured in that bus. Combing operations are on. The drones are being used in order to carry out those operations. Let's just listen in to what the superintendent of police had to say.
हमने अपने कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन पूरे एरिया में जारी रखा हुआ है. ये लगभग 6 बजे के करीब एक यात्री बस जो है वो शिवखोड़ी से दर्शन करके टुवर्ड्स रियासी जा रही थी. तो उसी बीच इसी स्पॉट पे मिलिटेंट्स ने बस के ऊपर फायर किया. वो फायर करते ही ड्राइवर लॉस कंट्रोल ऑफ द बस और फिर वो नीचे खाई में जाके बस गिरी. उसके बाद वो लोग यहाँ से फरार हो गए और JNK पुलिस साथ में सिविल्स, लोकल सिविलियंस ने उनको रेस्क्यू करने में मदद की. बाय 7:45 रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंप्लीट कर लिया गया. 9 पीपल आर reportedly they are feared dead and 33 were injured.
देखिए, ऐसे जो आतंकवादी हमले हो रहे हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में, ख़ास तौर पर 370 हटाने के बाद, जबकि सरकार और गृह मंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा ये क्लेम करते हैं पब्लिक में कि अब बिल्कुल शांति है। ये इस बात को एक्सपोज कर रही है कि जो कुछ इनका दावा था कि हम पूरी तरह से वहाँ के कानून व्यवस्था, वहाँ की विधि व्यवस्था पर नियंत्रण है, वो गलत है। आज भी आतंकवादी सक्रिय हैं और समय समय पर वो हमला कर रहे हैं और हमारे जवान शहीद हो रहे हैं।
कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों ने बहुत दुस्साहस किया है। जम्मू कश्मीर के रियासी के शिवखोड़ी क्षेत्र में यात्रियों पर कायराना हमला किया है। कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और हमारे जांबाज पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों का तो मुकाबला कर नहीं सकते। भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने सारे क्षेत्र की घेराबंदी कर दी है। जिन आतंकवादियों ने ये दुस्साहस किया है उनको उनके इस गुनाह की भारी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, भारी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी उनको।
So this bus that was carrying pilgrims, over 40 of them, were on their way to Mata Vaishno Devi when the terrorists opened fire at that bus. That is when the bus driver lost control and the bus fell into a gorge, which has claimed 9 lives of the pilgrims who were taking that trip to Mata Vaishno Devi. 33 others have also been injured in that terrorist attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir on a Sunday evening. So rescue operations and combing operations are underway. In fact, rescue operations were completed last night. The injured have been transferred to the hospitals, but it is the combing operation which is on. Drones are being used in order to search the terrorists who have caused this deadly attack. We also know that it is the president of the country that has condemned this very attack, has called it an act against humanity. Well, we also know that it is and the Prime Minister who's also reacted to that terrorist attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir, along with, in fact, Amit Shah there as well. So a bus that was carrying over 40 people had a terrorist encounter on the way when terrorists opened fire at that bus that lost control and finally fell into a gorge, which has resulted in the death of 9 people. The identity of the people hasn't really been established yet because they weren't locals. They were there for that trip to Mata Vaishno Devi. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, first things first, take us through the situation on the ground. We hear combing operations are underway. We hear that drones are being used as well. But first, get us a health update on those who've been injured. Do remember 33 people have been injured, 9 lives have been claimed in this terrorist attack that took place on Sunday in Jammu and Kashmir. The most recent attack in which so many lives have been lost, many have been injured. They were on that bus going towards Mata Vaishno Devi when the terrorists opened fire. A very tragic incident that is being reported, a very shocking incident that's being reported as far as this terrorist attack is concerned in an area which is relatively calm and safe, but unlike its neighboring areas of Rajouri and Poonch. But here we have, this the terrorist attack that's taken place with the president of the country reacting, calling it an act against humanity. Amit Shah also there reacting to that terror attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. Well, this is of the pilgrims who have in fact been injured. 9 lives have been lost. This was a bus that was returning to Katra of Jammu from Shiv Khori Shrine when the attack that took place at about 6 o'clock in the evening. The bus was carrying pilgrims, but they were sprayed with bullets, some of which hit the driver and caused the vehicle to fall into that gorge. There were at least 9 pilgrims who have died in that terror attack that took place near the Shiv Khori area of Jammu and Kashmir. The bus was returning to Katra of Jammu from the Shiv Khori shrine. The officials have said that there were about at least 33 others who were wounded, many of them suffering critical injuries when the driver lost control after being hit by gunshots. The bus rolled down into that gorge. What we are hearing is that at least 10 empty bullet cartridges have been recovered from the site. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, what is the latest that you're hearing? What about the 33 who've been injured? Any update on their health?
Well, injured have been shifted to Jammu's government medical college and also Narayana Hospital in Riasi. I'm here why this incident happened. Let us paint this. This is here in this gorge. This bus fell after it was heavily fired by terrorists, and 9 people were killed, 33 are injured. Since then, large number of forces, army, paramilitary, Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here. So let me just talk to people who were actually part of the rescue that time. आप उस वक्त यहाँ थे जब ये बस गिरी?
हाँ, जब एक्सीडेंट हो गया था उसके बाद आए थे हम।
तो क्या आपने देखा, क्या आपका नाम पहले बताएंगे?
मेरा शुभ नाम सुरेंद्र कुमार है।
सुरेंद्र जी, आप बताएंगे क्या हुआ, क्या आपने देखा उस वक्त?
हमें पता चला कि बारक में पहुंचे तो हमें पता चला कि ऊपर टाकरा हो रहा है। वहाँ स्थानीय लोगों ने कहा कि आगे मत जाइए क्योंकि वहाँ पे टाकरा हो रहा है।
यहाँ फायरिंग हो रही है?
हाँ, फायरिंग हो रही है। लेकिन हम फिर भी आगे तो देखा यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग थे, लेकिन एक्सीडेंट लाशें निकाल रहे थे, बहुत बुरी हालत, बहुत कठिन।
तो आपने भी रेस्क्यू में हिस्सा लिया?
हाँ, हिस्सा लिया।
आप यहीं के हैं?
हम यहीं के हैं।
तो क्या किया आपने, क्या
यही देखा था, बस हम आ रहे थे रास्ते से, बोल रहे हैं आगे टाकरा हो रहा है, नमाज जाइए आगे।
आप टाकरा फायरिंग को बोल रहे हैं?
यहाँ फायरिंग चल रही है। हम आगे थे, जबरदस्ती आगे, हमने बोला चलो चलते हैं आगे। एम्बुलेंस आ रही थी, हमने बोला पता नहीं क्या चक्कर है। आए देखा तो आगे एक्सीडेंट हो गया था, इधर नीचे से। इधर लोगों को निकाल रहे थे, हमने भी चलो निकाला।
से किसी की बात हुई आपसे जो क्या बता रहे थे वो, या वो
एक्चुअली वो हमारे को उन्होंने ये बोला कि हमारे पे अटैक हुआ है। तो फिर हमने उनसे ज़्यादा कोई बात नहीं की। जो भी डेड बॉडियाँ थी, जो मतलब लोग थे, उनको सबको निकाल के इधर लाया। फिर एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट कर रहे थे, कोई बारक में, कोई पौनी में, कोई त्रियाट में। मतलब हमने समझो लाइव ही देखा ये फर्स्ट टाइम कि जब वो मैं सबसे फर्स्ट टाइम आया तो मैं तो वो हमारे पे अटैक हुआ।
जख्मी जो थे?
हाँ, वो ऊपर चढ़ के आए। मैंने देखा, मैं गाड़ी रोक के इधर खड़ा होके देखा, मैंने बस देखी नीचे। तो मैं अकेला था, अकेला कुछ कर नहीं सकता। गाड़ियाँ खड़ी थी, वो बोल रहे कि फायरिंग चल रही है। फिर मैं अकेले सबको भगाया। मैं चलो यार, उधर वो गाड़ी नीचे चली गई है, और लोग आए और सबने हेल्प
किया। आपको पहले ही बताया जख्मी ने कि फायरिंग हुई है?
हाँ, मेरे को जस्ट जो आदमी दो निकल के या तो बस से वो बाहर गिर गए, वो ऊपर रोड पे आए, तो रोड पे अटैक हुआ।
So drones are being used as far as combing operations are concerned. 5 teams have been deployed in order to conduct those rescue operations. Do remember that the last time there was an attack that took place as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. We do know that the latest attack was on security forces that took place on the convoy of the Indian Air Force personnel. This had taken place in the Poonch area, in which one Indian Air Force Jawan was killed while 4 others were injured on the 4th of May this year. But when we talk about pilgrims and the attack that had taken place was of a bus carrying Amarnath pilgrims that was targeted by militants in South Kashmir's Anantnag district, and that resulted in the death of 7 pilgrims while 19 others were injured, and that took place in 2017 in the month of July. So we are seeing after 2017 an attack on pilgrims. This is a bus that was carrying pilgrims, over 40 of them on board that bus. 9 have died. 33 others have been injured, and combing operations are underway. As you can see, this is after that terrorist attack that has been condemned by Amit Shah as well as the President of India. Even the opposition, whether it's Mallikarjun Kharge or Rahul Gandhi, also condemning that attack. We heard Mallikarjun Kharge say that we unequivocally condemn the gruesome terror attack on our people and deliberate affront as far as our national security is concerned. That is the message that was put out by the opposition leader and Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge. So many reactions coming in to that terrorist attack that's taken place. from what we are hearing is that this is the Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba is behind that attack. According to some sources, this is an attack that took place with pilgrims en route to Vaishno Devi. They were killed. There were 33 of them who were injured and 9 of them who have died after the terrorists who opened fire on the bus, as a result of which that bus that fell into a gorge. So from what we are hearing is that, these are combing operations which are underway. The terrorist group that is in the area, which is why drones are being used in order to assist in those combing operations. We have seen a number of firefighting that's taken place between the Indian Army and the terrorists, and the casualties as far as the Indian side is concerned. This is with Amit Shah, who has taken the attack very seriously. We also know that despite the Prime Minister has also gone on to condemn that attack. So this is an attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir at about 6 o'clock in the evening on a Sunday. And CCTV footage of the time of that terror attack, that terror strike. Just take a look as to just moments before that attack, that bus that was on its way to Vaishno Devi. This is the CCTV footage that has been recovered of that bus and the terrorist attack. As you can see, there is a jeep that's following that bus, and this is a bus that was on its way to Vaishno Devi. So this is CCTV footage that has been recovered of the scene just before that bus that fell into the gorge. So there we have this bus which had over 40 people on board, of which 33 have been injured and 9 have lost their lives. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, CCTV footage has been recovered of just moments before that bus that fell into that gorge.
Well, exactly, there are, all bits and pieces about evidence, how this happened, what was happening that time, who all were around in this area. Investigators are gathering them. So a part of CCTV footage is part of that, and there was this bus was moving in this particular area. Let me show you this particular area, exactly this spot. You can see the broken glass of the bus where exactly it was fired upon, then it fell into the gorge. 9 people lost their lives. But let us talk to the villagers here, why this area actually has become the big terror theater, the area which was free from militancy. जी, हम आपसे बात कर रहे थे अभी, तो आप बताएं कि यहाँ आतंकी इस तरह हमले होते थे या पहली दफा हो रहे?
नहीं, पहली दफा हो गया सर, हमने नहीं देखा।
आपने नहीं देखा?
नहीं देखा सर। होते थे हमारे, एक्चुअली इतना बड़ा हादसा नहीं हुआ।
बिल्कुल
होता तो
क्या लग रहा है, क्यों ये आतंक बढ़ गया इस इलाके में जो बिल्कुल आतंक से साफ था, पाक था?
इसका क्या कहें सर, इसका कुछ नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन बहुत बुरा हुआ, जो हुआ बहुत बुरा हुआ।
तो जख्मियों से आपकी बात हुई होगी, जैसे दूसरे दोस्त ने हमें बताया कि किस तरह जख्मियों ने उसको पुकारा, कहा कि यहाँ हम पे फायरिंग हुई है। आपको किसी ने कुछ बोला या नहीं?
नहीं, हमें नहीं बोला, लेकिन हमारा घर के पास एक लड़का है, उन्होंने बोला कि उससे बात हुई थी, लेकिन एक बंदा था वो बोल रहा था हमें रहने दो, उसकी टांग टूटी थी, वो बोलता हमारी बीबी को बचाओ, हमें रहने दो, हमारी बीबी को बचाओ। लेकिन
तो
उसकी
आपको
बीबी
क्या लग रहा है, क्या करना चाहे ताकि इस तरह?
हमने तो वो देखा, जो मरे हुए वो ही उठाए थे, हमने बात तो किसी से हुई नहीं।
हाँ,
वो ही उठाए थे, तो ऊपर रोड में लाए थे, बस
रोड में लाए,
बात किसी से नहीं हुई हमारी।
तो क्या समा था उस वक्त, मतलब गोलियां भी थी, आतंकियों ने हमला भी किया था, आपको डर तो नहीं लगा?
नहीं, हमको डर नहीं लगा, वैसे वो उनके वो गोलियों के वो पड़े थे इधर।
हाँ, उनके
कार्ट्रिज वो पड़े थे यहाँ में।
हाँ,
बाकी हमको डर नहीं लगा, बहुत पब्लिक थी दुनिया, बहुत ही।
हाँ बिल्कुल, काफी लोग
थे इधर, सभी ने निकाला भी, सभी ने हेल्प की भी।
So one important thing is this: people think this area was free from militancy. There was no such terror attack, but it has actually shocked everybody. People who come here, innocent people, they were just going at a cave shrine here called Shiv Khori in the same area from 70 kilometers from here is Katra, a base camp of Mata Vaishno Devi. They were going there, so bus was targeted right here and it fell into the gorge. So what we are hearing from the official sources, from the security forces sources, number one, bus was attacked and it fell into the gorge, and actually this accident led to the more casualties. M3 American carbine was used in this attack, and its cartridges were recovered as well. 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to be involved in this attack. Operating in this area from Pir Panjal, Poonch, Rajouri, Udhampur and Riasi area. The recent attacks at this attack may not be interlinked because different groups are operating independently to keep the secrecy. In all the attacks over the last 3 years, since October 2021, in which more than 38 army soldiers have been killed, 11 civilians have been killed, not in any case attackers were tracked down immediately. Yes, militants have been killed, but more often than not we have seen after every attack, attackers managed to escape. Same thing happened here in this case. Reason is this. Look at this. If a terrorist comes, he carries out an attack, he can just disappear in these thick forests. And there are natural caves which provide perfect shelter to them. So it's not humanly actually possible to man every inch, every yard of this road, of this area, because it's a vast area. So, and a difficult area, mountainous area, think forest. So that is why it is becoming very, very difficult for the security force to deal with the situation. More importantly is cooperation from the people, even as there are no local militants in the area.
Right, let's just get you the latest, and that's Prime Minister Modi, who is in office. This is day one of Modi 3.0. That is Prime Minister Modi there at his office this morning. Do remember that the swearing-in ceremony that started at 7:15 went on till about 9:50 at night, followed by a dinner at JP Nadda's residence. So it was a long night for the Prime Minister, who has been sworn in as the third time Prime Minister. He is the only second Prime Minister to be, sworn in as the third Prime Minister after Jawaharlal Nehru. There you can see Prime Minister Modi hitting the ground running. Early in the morning, we can see him here this morning there in his office. Do remember the portfolio allocation is yet to be announced. So we're waiting for that big announcement as far as the portfolio allocation is concerned. There is continuity when we talk about, the usual suspects as far as the cabinet is concerned, from Nirmala Sitharaman to names that crop up, JP Nadda, as well as Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, as well as others. And of course, the Prime Minister there. Do remember that the first cabinet meeting will be held this evening at 5 o'clock in the evening. So it will be the first meet and greet. Prime Minister Modi there at his office first thing today. This is after that very long night as far as the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi, along with 71 other ministers. So 72 ministers in all who were sworn in at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on Sunday evening. So Prime Minister Modi there at his office, as you can see. This is after the swearing-in ceremony that took place of 72 ministers, including the Prime Minister himself. This meant 30 cabinet ministers, 36 ministers of state and 5 ministers of state with independent charge, who were all sworn in on Sunday evening at the Rashtrapati Bhavan here in the national capital. In terms of continuity, we saw Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nitin Gadkari, JP Nadda, Nirmala Sitharaman, S. Shanker, Piyush Goyal, as well as Dharmendra Pradhan and Ashwini Vaishnav, who made it to the cot yet again. We're talking about Kiran Rijiju, Gajendra Shekhawat Shekhawat, as well as Arjun Ram Meghwal and Anupriya Patel included in that list as well, along with Hardeep Puri and Mansukh Mandavia and Jitendra Singh. We also saw new faces coming about, and to get you more on that, we have my colleague Vasudha joining us. So Vasudha, take us through the new faces, take us through, very interesting as to, one is very excited to know what are the kind of roles that they'll be taking as far as the debutants are concerned, and also will the ones who, the old timers, the old hands, the ones who've, we've seen continuously even in the third term here in 2024 from 2014, will they get to keep the roles that they have been playing out all along, or will there be a rejig of sorts in this new cabinet? Vasudha, over to you.
Well, Divya, what we understand is that the cabinet portfolios list could come anytime today, and of course there's a cabinet meeting that is scheduled to happen today evening, and 30 ministers are to take place. But to the most important news of today is Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking charge of his work for the third time. He of course was sworn in as the Prime Minister for the third time, making history at the Rashtrapati Bhavan yesterday. And today, if you look at the visuals, that's PK Mishra walking alongside him, very powerful bureaucrat and very important face in Narendra Modi's style of governance, somebody who has been with him throughout his Gujarat days, somebody who's known for his disaster management. That's him accompanying the Prime Minister, and that's the Prime Minister in the South Block in the PMO office signing the first file, which according to sources is dedicated to farmers. And what we understand is that it's a Kisan Kalyan Saman Nidhi. It's a file that basically implements that, and the PM of course has also said that we want to keep working even more for the farmers and the agriculture sector in the times to come. After being sworn in as the Prime Minister for the third time, this is his first file that he's signing, authorizing the release of 17th installment of the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, which basically is intended to benefit almost 9.3 crore farmers, and it could be distributing around 20,000 crore across the country. This is basically a 6,000 rupees annual support income for farmers across the country, something that has played an important role in improving and amplifying the BJP's reputation amongst farmers, specifically with all of these farmer protests going on in the northern part of India. After signing the file, of course, the Prime Minister has spoken a little bit again, saying that his government is completely committed to Kisan Kalyan, which is basically benefit of farmers. Remember, the Gyan is something that the Prime Minister has often spoken about. Gyan, of course, talks about Garib, Yuva, Kisan and Nari Shakti. These are the four core sectors that he has been reaching out to, because he believes that these are four different sections of the society that need a specific kind of care and of course development from the developmental schemes from the government side. The Prime Minister of course has signed that first file after taking oath as the Chief Minister, as the Prime Minister, and also taking charge of his PMO. And he has said that we want to keep working even more for the farmers in the agriculture sector. So that's the big news of today. The Prime Minister taking charge of his office at the South Block in the PMO with PK Mishra alongside. And we are waiting for the cabinet portfolios to come right now, because that will show us, like you rightly said, if there is actually a sense of more continuity in the work that the ministers will be doing. Every minister in the last cabinet did have multiple ministries. Many of them did have multiple ministries. Of course, with 72 people now, there's a lot of power to share. There's a lot of ministries that would be allocated, reallocated, but with several organizational heads, several high-profile chief ministers, ex-chief ministers like ML Khattar, or for that matter, Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, or even C.R. Patil, the celebrated BJP president of Gujarat, who actually was responsible for the record-breaking victory of BJP in Gujarat at 153 seats. What are the kind of portfolios they would be getting? And of course, the existing ones like Ashwini Vaishnav, Bhupendra Yadav, Dharmendra Pradhan, what would they be getting? Because they also held charge of multiple ministries. And most importantly, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari and Nirmala Sitharaman, who in some ways were steering the governance agenda of the Modi government in both the 2014 and 2019, if they would continue with the same responsibilities. Remember, Amit Shah took charge as Home Minister in 2019. It'll be interesting to see if he gets the same charge. He's been on his He's been working completely with the terror attack in Riasi. So clearly there are some indications that there is a sense of continuity that could prevail. But this is Modi government. There are many surprises. Yesterday, of course, we did see some surprises with young faces there. But of course, all the young faces will also have to be accommodated, including from Muralidhar Mohal to a lot of young people who have Shukanto Majumdar, who has come from Bengal, and some of them with experience. 43 of them, Divya, like I understand, of the 72 have had some sort of experience in administrative work as part of central government, as part of the union government. They've been ministers in the past, and at least 30 of them have been in state legislatures. So this is a ministry, this is a cabinet that emphasizes a lot on experience, that emphasizes a lot on domain expertise. So I think that is what is going to show in that portfolios list that's going to come out. But those visuals are very important because this is the Prime Minister showing the way, leading the way. He has taken charge today within hours of his oath taking as a Prime Minister for the third term. He has created history. NDA, of course, BJP with 240 numbers, doesn't have majority yet, but of course with TDP and JDU, with 12 MPs of the JDU and 16 MPs of the TDP, the Prime Minister has taken charge today as the Prime Minister, and the first file that he has signed is of Farmers Welfare Kisan Samman Nidhi.
Right, Vasudha, of course, the Prime Minister there signing the first file. We're looking at visuals on our screen of the Prime Minister pertaining to the Prime Minister Kisan Nidhi. Now, just, what is the kind of message that this is putting out? Because the first thing that the Prime Minister does after taking charge of becoming the Prime Minister, taking charge of office, there he is, focused on farmers' welfare. And he's gone on to say that more needs to be done, and that is what they'll be focusing on. So take us through the kind of message this puts out. And also, when we talk about the BJP's performance in Haryana, which obviously was impacted perhaps by the farmer protests and the farmers' issues that they've been facing.
Yes, absolutely, Divya, you're right. It also, it's a big message that the Prime Minister is sending out. Farmers are basically seen as caste agnostic. They are seen as region agnostic. A farmer from northern part of India will, of course, relate to a farmer from southern part of India. This is a very emotive sentiment in India also when you talk about Annadata. So clearly, and then if as somebody who has covered the government, if there's only one step or one move that the government has gone back on its own decision, that was the farm laws. And that really showed that the Prime Minister himself feels for this issue. And it was the Prime Minister himself who came and said that, I'm taking these laws back because I've not been able to communicate the advantage of it to the community properly. So this is one area where the government is extremely sensitive about. And I remember covering the farmers' protests where, multiple ministers, 3 ministers, including, of course, Narendra Singh Tomar and Piyush Goyal were assigned responsibilities of talking to farmers. And there were these multiple dialogue sessions that happened, which we've not really seen in other kinds of protests. So farmers, are not just a catchment area for the government. It is they're also very important, for the government. And if you look at even the State Assembly manifesto, MSP procurement seems to be, increasing MSP procurement. The prices has been an important part of their agenda. This is despite the Congress promising a legal, MSP in its manifesto, and Mr. Kharge and Rahul Gandhi talking continuously about how the government, how the Congress government, if it comes to power, will actually bring in a legal mandate for MSP. So clearly this is the Prime Minister trying to go beyond the limitations of caste, because farmers are there everywhere and farmers are important everywhere. And it is, like I said, Annadata are an important emotive subject in the country. And by signing this file, it also, he also wants to send out a message to the rural part of the country. BJP is seen as an urban party. This time we've seen the Congress upswing in rural parts of the country. This is the Prime Minister sending out an important message ahead of the monsoons to the farmers, that his government, Modi 3.0, is there to take care of them, and they are right there, in his mind, in his top priority list, and their interests will be taken care of.
Right, Vasudha, from seeing 13 ministers from South India, so that big South push, the focus being on South India, to first thing in the morning we're seeing as the Prime Minister takes charge. We've visuals on your screen from South Block with the Prime Minister there taking charge, taking office, and the first thing he's doing is this outreach to the farmers. So, Vasudha, this is the kind of message that the Prime Minister is giving out when we talk about inclusivity as far as his cabinet is also concerned. Take us through, some of the names which as far as the OBCs are concerned, when we talk about the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribe. So overall, quite an outreach by Narendra Modi 3.0.
Absolutely, Divya, and if you look at the kind of caste classification that has happened with respect to the cabinet, it is very clear that UP, of course, UP and Maharashtra are 2 key states. And if you look at UP, BJP divides UP in 6 areas. And if you look at the people who have made it, from Kamlesh Paswan, who comes from the Pasi community, a Dalit community that the BJP fears has been leaving the BJP fold because of these rumors and narratives that the BJP could be changing the constitution, and there could be some some impact on the reservation policy. So Kamlesh Paswan from Gorakhpur, from Purvanchal has made it. Pankaj Chaudhary has made it from Purvanchal. Purvanchal is one area where the BJP seems to have made a lot of setbacks. SP Baghel, who is of course and who has worked as an MOS in the government, he is the Agra MP, somebody who won despite many of his neighbourhood constituencies giving the seat to the opposition. He of course has also made it, and several of them. Of course, Jayant Chaudhary has got an MOS. He heads RLD, which is seen as a party of farmers, and of course the Jat community. Prime Minister himself is from Varanasi, which is in Purvanchal. Rajnath Singh, the minister who took oath, after the Prime Minister, of course, will be given some very key portfolio. He's the existing defence minister. He represents the city of Lucknow. So I think that kind of allocation has happened in terms of thinking, and of course Maharashtra too. But clearly the assembly elections are top on BJP's mind.
Vasa, we are completely out of time. We'll be back with a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, you would feel yourself to be in that action. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, you would experience the scent of a pit stop. और फीफा में you would experience the scent of a football field. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन विदिन अ फ्यू इयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A day after swearing in, Prime Minister Modi takes charge. PM signs first file, says he is committed to farmer welfare. The portfolio allocation will be done today. All eyes will be on who will get what. First cabinet meeting is at 5 PM. Key Maharashtra allies are asking for more. in the Council of Ministers. NCP has rejected MOS berth for Praful Patel. Shinde Sena also wants 2 more ministerial berths. Well, it's day 1 of Modi 3.0 and the focus is on diplomacy. Bilaterals expected with visiting foreign leaders. Bhutan PM to NDTV says Modi is like my elder brother. Nine killed, 33 injured in Jammu Kashmir terror attack. Terrorists had opened fire at a bus carrying the pilgrims. The bus fell into a gorge after terrorists attacked the bus. President Murmu says Jammu Kashmir attack is a crime against humanity. Delhi Water Minister is expected to meet with the LG soon. Atishi has said that the Haryana government has not been releasing adequate water for Delhi. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Well, we are starting with the top focus for the first file now. Prime Minister Modi has signed his first file after taking charge. Now Modi 3.0's commitment is to farmer welfare. This is what Prime Minister Modi said as he took charge. He is at the South Block at this point in time, we are learning. And now he's assumed office for the 3rd consecutive term. Well, he's committed to farmer welfare. He's approved the release of 20,000 crore rupees for farmers. PM Modi has reiterated his commitment to serving the farmers as he signed the first file after assuming office. Well, that is the big information that's coming out at the moment. Well, after being sworn in as the Prime Minister yesterday with the 72 Council of Ministers also, now Prime Minister Modi has taken charge and the first file authorizing the release of 17th installment of PM Kisan Nidhi has been filed, and as per this, distribution of 20,000 crores will to 9.3 crore farmers will be taken up. This is going to benefit crores of farmers, and this is the first step now that has been taken by Prime Minister Modi, the first decision as he assumed charge today. All right, my colleague Vasudha joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vasudha, Prime Minister Modi reiterating his commitment to serving farmers now has signed his first file as he assumed office. And also the first file authorizing release of 17th installment of PM Kisan Nidhi, which is going to benefit crores of farmers, 9.3 crore farmers. It's going to benefit.
Absolutely, Kitty. And I think many political undertones, lots of political messaging there. Hours after he was, just a few hours after he was sworn in as the Prime Minister of the country for the 3rd time. This is Narendra Modi taking charge at the South Block in the PMO. This is for the 3rd time that he is doing this. That's PK Mishra, a powerful bureaucrat who has been his, a confidant and also somebody who's been driving his a large part of his governance policy measures since his Gujarat days is accompanying him. And the first file that he is signing, of course, is the Kisan Kalyan Nidhi, and this is all set to benefit 9.3 crore farmers and 20,000 crores to be distributed. This is a very important political move because Annadatta or farmers are it remains an emotive subject for the country, and if the government has ever gone back on any of its decisions, it has only been for farmers. We remember that when the farm bills did come out and they created a stir, and for a year long protests were going on in the northern part of the country. It was Narendra Modi who came out and said that these farm bills will be revoked. The farm laws will be revoked. So farmers actually are very important, and in every Mann Ki Baat there is always some insistence on farmer welfare, and this is the Prime Minister saying that his government is completely committed to this. Farmers also are present across the country. This is also his outreach to the rural part of the country, a sense of reassurance, and especially with regard to this scheme, be it Ayushman Bharat or any other scheme, there have always been fights and altercations between state governments, but even aggressive or opposition party like TMC has said okay to Kisan Samman Nidhi because farmers, no party wants to mess with, and I think that is a powerful message out there by the Prime Minister. The first file that he signs, caste agnostic, section of voters called farmers, somebody that the whole society, Indian society sort of is grateful to. So powerful emotive message there, and also deep political undertones.
Absolutely. Big messaging that goes out there with Prime Minister Modi reiterating his commitment to serving the farmers. The first file now that has been signed by the Prime Minister pertains to Prime Minister Kisan Nidhi release. My colleague Anurag also joins us from Bhopal. Gurpreet Chinna also joins us from Chandigarh now. Let me go across to Anurag first. Anurag, as Vasudha also has been pointing out, this has been an emotive issue, especially for the farmers of, Punjab as well, and for Madhya Pradesh also, if we speak about. And with the Prime Minister now signing his first file pertaining to the release of PM Kisan Nidhi Yojana, he's once again reiterated his commitment to the Kisan of the country.
Yes, Kitty, farmers are equally important for the, ruling dispensation in Madhya Pradesh, because remember last year only Madhya Pradesh replicated the PM Kisan Samman Yojana in Madhya Pradesh also, and they have started giving 6,000 rupees to farmers. So that is now 1,000 rupees per farmer, and we have around 1 crore 15 lakh farmers in the state, but 80 lakh farmers are small and marginal farmers. And what we have seen during the 2017 Mandsaur farmers agitation, after that when the assembly election happened, the Congress came to power. So the ruling dispensation realizes the might of the farmers as well as the importance of the farming community here in Madhya Pradesh. So any which ways they are getting 12,000 rupees per month here in Madhya Pradesh, and in the full budget which will be in July, the farmers are also expecting that the BJP government in Madhya Pradesh will now again increase the amount given in the Mukhyamantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana.
Well, absolutely. Let me go across to Gurpreet as well. Gurpreet, in Punjab, how we've seen, protests, agitations, also farmers expressing their anger with regards to the three farm laws, and that seems to have been replicated in the election result also. But Prime Minister Modi now ensuring he's so far been consistent in his speeches also, public rallies also, that his government will be committed to serving the farmers. But Prime Minister Modi also now, with his signing of the first file as he assumed office, has once again reiterated his commitment.
Well, yes, of course, this installment, 17th installment, which has been released by the Prime Minister on the first day of his office, it has a lot of importance for the farmers. What we have learned, 9.3 crore farmers, they are going to get benefit from this installment, which has been released. That is around 20,000 crore money which has been released for the farmer. If we can talk about the political side, we have seen till now the protest is already underway at the Jammu border, that is the entry point of Haryana, from where this time the farmer was not allowed to move toward the national capital. They are still sitting there. We had a word with the farmers. They say this decision is also welcome, but they have been demanding for MSP for last so many years, and specifically if we can concentrate.
All right, we seem to have some technical problem there with Gurpreet's line. We'll come back to that. Well, that is the latest at this point in time coming in. Prime Minister Modi now taking his first decision of the new government, showing commitment to serving the farmers. Prime Minister Modi, we are learning, has said in as he assumed office in the South Block, he said ours is a government fully committed to Kisan Kalyan. It is therefore fitting that the first file signed on taking charge is related to farmer welfare. All right, let me go back to Vasudha here. Vasudha, this is the first step, of course, the first decision now that has been taken by Prime Minister Modi as he assumed office. What more are we likely to see in the coming days? Well, the focus, if we talk about, of this government, what is it going to be?
Well, Kitty, of course, the Prime Minister, what he said today is very important, that his government is committed to the welfare of farmers, and he expects to keep working in the interest of farmers. And I remember covering the celebration rally of the Prime Minister and BJP on the day of the results, when everything was not really too happy with respect to the BJP. The roadshow had to be scaled down and all that, because they were hoping for better numbers. Even that day, the Prime Minister made a specific emphasis on how action against corrupt people would continue continue. And the second thing that he said was, of course, good governance. And for the last 4 days, he has just been talking about good governance, and he's been talking about how good governance is synonymous with NDA government. And in fact, yesterday, while speaking to the new MPs in that closed-door meeting, he specifically told them that, even if you're coming to Delhi, you cannot forget your roots. You have to keep going back to your states. You have to finish your projects in time. That is something that he kept saying again and again, that projects have to be finished on time. There needs to be expedited, and they need to be taken up on priority basis, because people want to see their work done. They need to see that their mandate has been respected. So clearly, I think there is a sense of urgency when it comes to governance, and which is why we'll see the 72-member cabinet start work as soon as possible. Remember, just few hours before, few hours ago, all the ministers took oath, and now at 5 o'clock we are going to see the cabinet meeting. Of course, the list of portfolios is expected to come any time now. So clearly, there is a lot of speed and urgency with which the government is beginning to work. The Prime Minister himself has taken oaths today, so we will expect to see a lot of decisions, at least with respect to the 100-day agenda, which emphasizes on multi-sectoral initiatives for bringing economy, for the growth of economy, and also GDP, and manufacturing seems to be on top agenda of the government.
Okay. These are going to be the top agendas of the government, and of course, fast-paced developments are taking place just hours after the Modi government the new Modi government was sworn in. That is just yesterday. Today we are expecting that the portfolio allocation will also happen. Who gets what, that remains to be seen. Anurag, if I could come back to you. Well, talking about Shivaraj Chouhan here as well. Well, he's been a 4-time chief minister, and he's part of the Modi's Council of Ministers now. And it is his debut, of course, but lot is expected from Shivaraj Chouhan also for the state of MP, if we talk about here especially. This is, of course, the first decision that we've been talking about that the Modi government has taken with regards to the farmer welfare, but much more is expected in the coming days. And Shivaraj Singh Chouhan is also expected to play an important role here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has been a member of parliament 6 times and MLA 6 times, and of course, chief minister, ruling the state for almost 17 years. He took oath as a union minister yesterday, and the state as well as all senior party leaders are expecting a lot from Shivaraj Singh Chouhan. He has been a senior leader of the BJP, a lot of expected, from Shivaraj Singh Chouhan. And remember, he always said that he is the son of a farmer, and if he becomes, because last time Narendra Singh Tomar, again a senior leader from Madhya Pradesh, he was the union minister for agriculture, and people close to Shivaraj Singh Chouhan are expecting that he will begin the charge of agriculture ministry itself. So I mean, lots of expectations from people of Madhya Pradesh, especially from Shivaraj Singh Chouhan.
Absolutely. Let me talk about a little about the portfolio allocation. What is expected with Vasudha? What are we really expecting? Well, Agriculture Ministry, as Anurag here is pointing out, is something that Shivaraj Singh Chouhan may be looking at, or the Modi government may be willing to give the Agriculture Ministry to Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, but that is not certain yet. That is something that is on the cards, but which portfolio is to be allocated to whom, that remains to be seen. Final decision is with the Modi government, of course, is with the top leadership. But what are we likely to see? A fair chunk going to the allies with the TDP, the JDU also. They have also been asking for plum posts. However, we do understand the government has said that the top ministries are going to be with the BJP. But what are we expected to see?
Well, Kitty, what I understand from my sources in the TDP is that they seem to be very insistent on urban planning, urban development, because remember that one of the top focuses of the TDP right now is also building the city of Amaravati. It needs finances, so it would be interested in anything that has a little bit of money and will sort of help the party sort of build the kind of dreams that it has shown people, the voters of Andhra Pradesh. There's a specific irrigation project called Polavaram. For that, it really wants to emphasize compromise on the Jal Shakti ministry. So these are two ministries that TDP seems to be really interested in. Last time when they took oath in 2014 and 2019, they did have aviation ministry was given to them in 2014. So that's also another thing that is in consideration. JDU, of course, because Nitish Kumar has been the railways minister, there is a certain sense of interest in that. Agriculture ministry, of course, Mr. Kumaraswamy, the JDS head and also former Chief Minister of Karnataka, has already said that JDS, Devegowda-led JDS, has been the party of farmers, so we'll be interested in agriculture. And so clearly, there are these multiple claims that are being made. But remember, this is Modi's cabinet, and we saw that take shape yesterday, that it's all being done on his terms, because he also wants to make it a point to show that BJP has numbers, 240 numbers, and there's no threat whatsoever from any side. So there's not going to be any compromise when it comes to governance. And Narendra Modi, and understandably, also believes that governance will be the best if it is done on his terms by his trusted people. So clearly, many of these key portfolios will remain with the BJP. It will be interesting to see, like Anurag said, what kind of portfolios go to ML Khattar, Kumaraswamy, and also Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, who have been former chief ministers of states. They've had a lot of experience in running state governments. And also, if Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari continue to be the minister, continue to have the portfolios that they had for the last term, because these are also people who have been driving the Modi agenda for the last two terms. So clearly, it will be interesting to see what kind of changes that will be made. But clearly, every minister having 2-3 portfolios,
Yes.
like those changes will definitely take place, because 72 of them have to be accommodated now.
Well, absolutely. And 30 cabinet ministers have been sworn in yesterday. Well, Modi government, Prime Minister Modi had earlier, when after taking oath in 2014, we do believe, had stressed on the fact that there should be minimum governance, minimum government and maximum governance. But that seems to have changed a little bit now with the addition of more allies, with 30 cabinet ranked ministers now being a part of the Council of Ministers, and more MOS independent charge and MOS being added in the Council of Ministers in the new government now. Well, how this really plays out, that remains to be seen. Of course, the portfolio allocation is something that everybody is going to have their eyes on. We'll talk about that also, but we also have latest visuals now coming in of Prime Minister Modi leaving from the South Block. He's heading towards his residence at the moment. Well, he's already assumed charge, and the first cabinet meeting is to take place at 5 p.m. today. Before that, a lot of developments now taking place. We are hoping that the portfolios are also expected to be announced just in a bit, but these are the latest visuals that we see at this point in time coming from the South Block, the convoy of Prime Minister Modi leaving from the South Block, which is heading towards 7 LKM at this point in time. Well, a lot of developments that we are likely to see in today as well. Well, the first cabinet meeting also taking place and the portfolio allocation taking place. Well, Vasudha, as I've been speaking about it, that Prime Minister Modi, after taking charge in 2014, of course, had stress on the fact that there should be minimum government and maximum governance. He had said that the business of the government is not to do business, but focus on governance. But with the addition of allies, as we've been speaking about, and which are, of course, critical to the government's functioning this point in time, because the BJP on its own could not gain majority on its own. But with the addition of allies, of course, that seems to have changed a bit. The addition of new allies, the numbers also of the Council of Ministers now going up. How is this really likely to play out in the coming days? I mean, of course, as we've been talking about, the allies, of course, have been asking for something, but the government really isn't insisting on giving them the plump post or the plump portfolios. But there has to be a consensus, of course, when it comes to running the government.
Absolutely. Kitty, in 2014, when Narendra Modi took oath for the first time, he had just 45 ministers taking oath along with him in his Council of Ministers. In 2019, of course, the number rose to 57. But subsequently, every time there was a reshuffle, the number come close to 68, 70. In fact, even in earlier governments, if you look at Mr. Manmohan Singh's UPA government, there used to be at least 68 ministers. In fact, there was one time there was almost 78 ministers. Vajpayee had about 71 ministers in his cabinet. So at various points in time, several governments have had many ministers. So this is not clearly new. As with regard to Narendra Modi's style of governance, I think with Modi 3.0, there's been a specific conscious call to include as many people as possible, because like I've been saying that, while there are people like Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, who have been driving the political agenda of the government and ideological agenda as well, there are also key organizational people like Dharmendra Pradhan, Bhupendra Yadav, Shivaraj Singh Chouhan, ML Khattar, JP Nadda, who are also going to be part of this government. And then there are also these domain experts, people who understand both organization and politics, be it Ashwini Vaishnav, Mansukh Mandavia, and of course Nirmala Sitharaman, who's also seen as somebody who takes forward the PMO's vision. So there has to be some sense of balance, and that's why more the merrier. I think all these experts, all these people who are trusted by the Prime Minister have been brought in together so that there is little dissonance and there is far more coordination. The party also shows more of strength when there are more ministers there. So clearly that seems to be the idea. As with regard to allies, they were specifically asked for names from their own parties. 11 berths have gone to them, and most of them seem to be, as of now, okay with it, except of course NCP has said that it hopes for a solution soon, and Shiv Sena of course has gotten one which is an independent charge. Pratap Rao Jadhav has got an independent charge, MOS, but he also of course could be hoping for more. Jayant Chaudhary also hasn't really come out and said anything, but that's also because BJP has the numbers of 240, doesn't really see a threat, and it also, this is as part of its nature and character for the BJP to expand, and Narendra Modi's style of governance has this flagship trait to it, that it really sort of brings its own people. The Prime Minister has a habit of trusting its own people like any other leader would, to ensure that governance does not take a backseat, and that seems to be on agenda,
yes,
even with Modi 3.0.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, Vasudha, thank you so much for getting us all those details there, Vasudha. We'll come back to you as more developments take place. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now, praising Prime Minister Modi's leadership in the past 10 years. Bhutan's Prime Minister Sherin Tobgay, who has said that India has grown spectacularly and the development in infrastructure, airports, roads, rails, seaways has been unprecedented, referring to the PM as his guru, his elder brother. Listening.
With His Majesty the King's Award, and that's the highest civilian award, and we were honored in Bhutan that it was given to, awarded to Prime Minister Modi, and that he came all the way to Bhutan, in spite of his very busy schedule at the end of his second tenure as Prime Minister, to personally receive that award. We're very honored. I enjoy a very good relationship. I'm blessed. I enjoy a very close relationship with Prime Minister Modi. Obviously, I see him as a mentor, and I'm very fortunate to receive his mentorship. I see him as a guru, because he's very clear in his vision, and he's very clear that his vision will be implemented. And so in that respect, I see him as a guru, but most importantly, I see him as my elder brother. In fact, I call him Barabai.
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
Welcome back after the break. The Delhi government has sought an emergency meeting with Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena to discuss the prevailing water situation in the capital, with the Delhi Water Minister Atishi saying that the capital will have a major crisis in the next 1 or 2 days if Haryana does not release 1,050 cusecs of water to the city. The development came even as the Delhi Jal Board had treated 993 million gallons per day of water below its targeted water production of 1,000 million gallons per day, according to the bulletin released by the water utility revealed. Listen into what Atishi had said.
दिल्ली में आज घरेलू उपयोग के पानी की कमी है, तो हम हरियाणा सरकार के सामने बार-बार हाथ जोड़कर जा रहे हैं और यही हमने रिक्वेस्ट एलजी साहब से भी करी है कि हरियाणा से अभी हम लड़ाई नहीं कर रहे हैं कि कितना हमारा हक है, कितना हमारा हक नहीं है। उस मुद्दे को सुलझाने के लिए अभी समय है, उस मुद्दे को सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी देख रहा है, उस मुद्दे को अपर यमुना रिवर बोर्ड भी देख रहा है। हम लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली वाले परेशान हैं, दिल्ली में पानी की कमी है। अगर हरियाणा हथनी कुंड बैराज से पानी छोड़ दे तो अभी दिल्ली वालों की समस्या ठीक हो सकती है। अगर
All right, that was Delhi Water Minister Atishi speaking to the reporters on the prevailing water crisis in the national capital. My colleague Tanushka is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us some more updates from the ground. Tanushka, what is the ground situation? Well, Atishi here is saying that the people of Delhi are suffering because Haryana is not releasing adequate amount of water that it was supposed to, despite the Supreme Court order. And Atishi has also sought a meeting with the LG. Any response on that?
Yes, I'm standing right outside the LG's office and residence right now, where the meeting went on with Delhi Water Minister Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party for over an hour. This meeting went on for over an hour, and they came out, and the discussions were, of course, that the water treatment plant at North Delhi's Wazirabad has been at a low level from until June 1st. So this is a major water crisis that Delhi has been facing, and what she also alleges is that Delhi has received only 840 cusecs of water from Haryana, the Yamuna water from Haryana, whereas it is supposed to be 1050 cusecs of water as per the agreement of the Upper Yamuna Water Board. And this is as per this agreement in May 2018 that was convened in a meeting. So after the meeting, what we have understood, what Delhi Minister Atishi told us are three major points. That first things first being that Haryana, she is requested with folded hands to the LG to request Haryana to release Yamuna water, and the LG has said that he will be in talks with the Haryana government to do so and look into the matter. Second thing being that she said that the Haryana water, whatever is being released, is being used for irrigation purposes, and it is not enough for drinking water purposes, which is why the residents of Delhi are facing such an acute shortage right now. The third thing being that, which she also said, is that despite the Supreme Court's order for Himachal Pradesh to release the water hasn't been released from Himachal Pradesh yet. This is important to note. And the fourth thing being that this is also one of the major things that was discussed in the meeting, that the Jal Board, the Delhi Jal Board, and the CEO already has a lot on his hands. So additional responsibilities to be taken away from him so that his focus can be, more channelized onto the situation here and now. And the hiring or expanding the members in the Delhi Jal Board with respect to the members in finance, the members in irrigation, and the members in drainage. So these three posts are right now vacant in the Delhi Jal Board that need to be filled. So these vacancies need to be filled, and a more streamlined channel
Anushka, for getting us all those details there. We have visuals now coming in of Modi's minister, S. Shankar, meeting Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India, and S. Shankar is meeting with the visiting foreign leaders. He's also met the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, and those are the visuals now coming in of Mr. S. Shankar meeting the visiting foreign leaders, with 7 heads of state are in India for Prime Minister Modi's swearing-in ceremony that took place yesterday. And at this moment, this is the latest that we are picking up at this point in time. S. Shankar, he's been the External Affairs Ministry in Modi 2.0. He's been an External Affairs Minister then, and now which portfolio he will be getting, well, that remains to be seen. But he is at the moment meeting the visiting foreign leaders in India. This meeting taking place at this point in time. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina also he's met. Well, Sheikh Hasina is in India with her daughter Saima Wazir. There were pictures also that came about yesterday with both of them sharing a quick bite before Prime Minister Modi's swearing-in ceremony. They have been enjoying their stay in India, and at this moment, Mr. S. Shankar also meeting the Sri Lankan Prime Minister. All right, some more news now that we are tracking at this point in time. Well, as Modi 3.0 government formation takes place, key minister has spoken to NDTV. Jodhpur MP Gajendra Shekhawat has spoken to us and has said that the newly formed Modi government will take India to bigger heights. Listen in.
I'm joined with third-time winning MP, Mr. Shekhawat here. He's again for the third term been elected into the Union Cabinet Ministry. Shukriya हमें join करने के लिए, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and you know, this is the Modi 3.0 and आपका भी ये third term है as a Union Cabinet Minister. How are you feeling about it?
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude, from heartfelt gratitude to the electorals of Jodhpur, the people of Jodhpur, for the overwhelming support they have given me, unconditional love and support they have given me for last more than 10 years. I would like to express gratitude to the workers of BJP, the Karyakartas, who tirelessly worked for ensuring this victory with a thumping majority to make sure that Modi ji becomes Prime Minister for the third time consecutively. I would like to express my gratitude to the state BJP office bearers and the national BJP office bearers, the leaders of BJP, who has shown trust and faith on me and given me chance consecutive 3 terms to represent state Jodhpur in Lok Sabha. And Honorable Prime Minister, I would like to thank heartfelt gratitude to the Prime Minister that he has given me chance for consecutive 3 terms to work in his team. This government have come with a mission, and the mission is to make India one of the most richest country, the powerful country, the safe country, and a developed nation. And in last 10 years, we have worked towards that. The gaps which were there for 6 decades or 7 decades, we have filled those gaps. In last 10 years era, with the mission to achieve that mission, what we have taken, and to achieve the target, what we have decided for ourselves, we have enrooted our works, keeping poorest of the poor people in the mind, and we have tried our best to bring change in the life of the poor people, which we have successfully done. But 25 crore people have transformed their life, and they are now fortunate to live as a middle class people or lower middle class people. This mission is going to be continued till the target is achieved.
Mr. Gajendra Shekhawat, you've been the Jal Shakti Minister. You've also held charge of the Agriculture Ministry. This time round, what portfolio around? I think that is the big question right now.
I think this is a prerogative of Honorable Prime Minister, that in his team, what responsibility he would like to give to whom. Let us wait. Whatever the responsibility is, the ultimate target for the entire cabinet and all the workers of BJP is to make Bharat Mata Vishwaguru.
What is your plan this time, third time round, Modi 3.0 in the government?
Let the plan, as I have told you, the mission is from day one. It is well targeted, well approached, that we have to make sure that India becomes the Vishwaguru and Bharat becomes the developed nation. And for last 10 years, as I have said, that government is working with that mission, working on that mission. We have achieved certain milestone, but now we will put on more energy to achieve that target as soon as possible.
Thank you so much for joining us.
And while the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu, which swept polls for the second consecutive time, has a few young guns, all first-timers, some of them are rising sons of senior ministers. NDTV Sam Daniel spoke to Arun Nehru from Harvard, elected from Perambalur, on his plans and criticism on families DMK's young gun. Listening.
Joining us now, Arun Nehru, one of the young guns from the DMK who won from the Perambalur Lok Sabha constituency. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You won against a heavyweight. Perambalur is largely a backward area. What are your plans for that now?
So, two ways to look at it. First, to answer your question, I think this is overwhelmingly a victory of the various schemes of the Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, and it reached nook and corner of the society. Primarily, it's agrarian, and right now we have the largest industries also there. So, for example, the shoe factory that was started under Mr. Stalin about 2.5 years ago is one of the largest employers, employing up to 50,000 people. So, we are looking forward to increasing such industries, for one. And number two is the long-standing demand of getting railways through the constituency is actually in good gear now. So railways and job creation is going to be the focus area of my work.
You are an alumnus of Bradley and later Harvard. How important is for young people like you to make a political plunge?
I think what we bring to the table is exposure, and what's already there is experience. I think you need both to give good schemes down to the people and get good projects basically to the people. So our ability, our exposure across various industries and our travel enables us to see what's possible. And the experience of our seniors would really help us set that in motion.
Your dad is a senior minister in the DMK government. Many like you of senior leaders have been given tickets. You would definitely face the criticism of family politics in DMK. Is that in a way against the spirit of democracy?
I think the answer to that question lies with the electorate. If the electorate believed that this is against democracy or this is about even meritocracy, they would obviously reject the candidate.
Well, shifting our focus now, we have visuals also coming in of Mr. S.J. Shanker meeting the Maldives President Mohammad Muizzu. Well, these are latest visuals coming in. Well, remember there have been a series of diplomatic squabbles between the two countries, and despite that, well, President Muizzu here in India and was invited for Modi 3.0 oath ceremony. He participated in the swearing-in ceremony yesterday, and in those visuals there, as you can see, well, smiling, standing along with Mr. S.J. Shanker, shaking hands with him. Well, ahead of his visit also, he had said that the bilateral ties between the two countries are headed in a positive direction. Well, these are the latest visuals now coming in. My colleague Ghazali also joins us on the broadcast here. Ghazali, as we do understand, and there have been a series of diplomatic squabbles between the two nations in the past, in the recent 1 year, if I would say, ever since the new Muizzu government took charge. This is his maiden visit to India now, and before coming here also, Mr. Muizu said that the relationship between the two countries, or the bilateral ties between the two countries, are headed in a positive direction. What are we likely to see ahead?
See, this is one customary meeting between the Foreign Minister of India and Mr. Muizu, as Mr. Muizu was invited to attend the swearing-in ceremony. Also, that shows that Modi 3.0, or it's better to say the NDA cabinet, or NDA 3.0, will focus to mend its ties with all its neighbors. Because at a time when global conflict has sort of occupied the headlines with Ukraine-Russia war is still ongoing, crisis in the Middle East expanding now. So this is at a time when the conflict has occupied the headlines. The Indian government, led by Mr. Modi, will certainly look to mend its ties with its neighbors, as China and Pakistan are their immediate threats. So in such situations, Mr. Muizu attending the swearing-in ceremony and now the External Affairs Minister meeting with him shows that India also intends to improve its ties with its neighbors.
Absolutely. And Prime Minister Modi also was seen sitting just next to the Maldivian president as well as the Sri Lankan president in the presidential banquet that was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu. It signifies, it's a reaffirmation, of course, that neighbors first, and the Sagar policies are going to be the focus of Modi 3.0. And, India also looks to strengthening ties with our neighbors.
Yes, certainly. And if you see, there is a pattern. Even those countries with whom India's diplomatic ties took a hit in the recent past, not just Maldives or Mr. Muizu to say, but even today, the Canadian Prime Minister tweeted congratulatory message to Indian Prime Minister. Mr. Modi also sort of reciprocated with, in a very good sense, that perhaps the respect, the commitment and a strategic partnership should be very mutual. So this has been the you can say that India's foreign policy sort of hinges on these principles, that everything should be mutual, and India's neighborhood first policy, as we have spoken about earlier also, that the foreign policy does consider neighborhood as a great asset and doesn't want to develop any sour relations with any of its neighbors, despite the neighbors not showing the same intent. Right. Just in case the Maldives, which has started growing closer to China, and everybody thought that India should be concerned about it, but that didn't happen like this. Just with the midst of growing ties with China, the Foreign Minister of Maldives visiting in, and then had a similar meeting with Mr. Shanker last month, and now Mr. Muizu himself, despite coming to becoming president on an anti-India plan, Mr. Muizu today is in India, was here yesterday to attend the swearing-in ceremony.
Any issues that we see that are likely to be discussed that President Muizu would be interested in, or are expected that could be discussed with the Indian side here? Well, we do understand there is a lot on the plate of the newly formed Modi government at this point in time. But Mr. Muizu, we do understand, and the leaders who have arrived in India would want to take advantage of this opportunity, nevertheless.
See, just in the last couple of weeks, we had discussed and we had seen that how one of Mr. Muizu's ministers spoke about that India was willing to have an FTA with Maldives. But Indian government said that they have not shown any intent. But if Maldives is really interested in growing partnership with India, they welcome it. So I think it will be more of a, the Maldives also for India, and India has time and again provided financial assistance to Maldives as well, be it military aid, be it financial aid. So in some sense, I think that India-Maldives relations will have the same continuity which it had since in the last.
Okay, all right. Ghazali, I'll come back to you. We seem to have some problem with your line there, but that is the latest coming in, with visuals that you can see on your TV screens there with Mr. Shanker now seen speaking to President Muizu, who's here in India for the swearing-in ceremony that he participated in yesterday. At the presidential banquet also, he was seen sitting right next to the Prime Minister Modi, and we do understand this is a strong messaging that goes out from India as well, that it seeks to strengthening of ties between are with our neighbors, with the Maldives as well. There have been some problems in the recent past, but this seems to have, the newly formed government of Prime Minister Modi seems to be going past that and trying to overcome all those difficulties and walk a new path ahead. Well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. 9 people were killed and 33 injured after a bus full of pilgrims was attacked by terrorists and it plunged into a gorge in Jammu Kashmir's Riasi yesterday. The bus was on its way to the Shiv Kori cave temple when it came under attack. As the terrorists had opened fire, the bus fell into a gorge. We are learning at this point in time the police has been using drones as well as 5 teams have been manned to carry out the combing operations, and that is the latest we are picking at the moment. The NIA team is at the spot of the terror attack.
In the middle of forest area, it's here terrorists targeted bus carrying pilgrims, more than 40 pilgrims, including women and children. They fired on this bus from at least 2 sides. So 9 pilgrims were killed, 33 are injured. Damage was caused after this bus fell into this gorge. And locals immediately rushed to this spot to rescue people, so was police and the civil administration, other officials. Since yesterday, area domination is on, army is in the area. Right now, investigators are trying to gather evidences, what kind of weapons have been used, and they would try to join the dots to see which group could be behind this attack. Sources tell us at least 2 to 3 terrorists, believed to be foreigners because there is no local militants in this area, are behind this attack. There are in this general area from Pir Panjal, Poonch, Rajouri to Udhampur and Riasi districts, 3 groups are believed to be active, all foreigners in this area. What is bigger worry, since 2021, this area has become region which is the main forest area, and this dense forests provide perfect shelter to battle harden these militants from Pakistan, and the natural caves also provide them perfect shelter. 38 army soldiers have been killed since October 2021. A number of militants have been killed as well. Several civilians have also been killed. Last year at Dangri village in Rajouri, 7 innocent people were killed and over a dozen were injured. But this is the worst type of attack in the recent times on pilgrims. These pilgrims had gone to Shiv Kori, it is a cave temple. Then they were on way to Katra, the base camp for Mata Vaishno Devi shrine, and to perform darshan there. But here the bus came under attack and then it fell into the gorge and they were killed. So the bigger worry is now that they want to send a message, and the Amarnath Yatra is round the corner. Will soon start. So that remains a big challenge, and particularly in this area, it's not possible for the security forces man every area to deploy people at every area. What it needs hard, actionable, hard intelligence, also intelligent intelligence to track down the militants. It's not only track down those attackers, but also how to prevent these attacks, because this area appears to have become high on terror radar.
Well, some more news now. As the Modi 3.0 was sworn in yesterday, key Maharashtra allies are seeking more with regards to portfolios. We are learning, as well as the cabinet berth. The NCP has rejected the MOS berth for Praful Patel. The NCP has said that they want a cabinet rank, but not a MOS berth for Praful Patel. Well, Shinde Sena is also seeking 2 more ministerial berths, we are learning. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is expected to meet with his Sena MPs today Uddhav Sena now has hit out at the NCP over this ongoing tussle within the party. All right, let me go across to my colleague Radhika here, who's getting us more on this very issue. Well, we do understand that all is not well with the Maharashtra allies. The NCP is not happy with the Shinde Sena also now asking for 2 more ministerial berths. What are we expecting, Radhika?
That's right. There is a lot of discontent and disappointment among Mahayuti allies. NCP not ready to take up on the offer of MOS. They say that Praful Patel had been a cabinet minister, so they will only take up a cabinet minister position. Praful Patel calling this offer demotion. So both Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel coming out and saying that they will wait for some more time, but they are not ready to take up an MOS independent charge. Now, as far as Sena within Mahayuti is concerned, they have asked for 3 posts, which include 1 cabinet berth and 2 MOS posts, of which only 1 has been given to them. Eknath Shinde also reacting to it, saying that they will wait till the cabinet expansion happens, which is when they could expect the more positions to come in their favor. So at this point, Sena just won, NCP not taking up the offer of MOS, Sena wanting 2 more, which they expect will happen. And in this entire Mahayuti equation, the fact remains that BJP fought on 28 seats, of which 9 was won by the BJP. However, they've been given the larger chunk of the posts, which include 4 ministerial posts, of which 2 are cabinet berths. Now, as far as Sena is concerned, they fought on about 17-18 seats, of which they managed to win 7. So as far as the entire tally is concerned, they have fared better, but not been given the better end of the bargain.
Well, yes, Shinde Sena and the other ally NCP, of course, they are crucial. They are crucial for the Modi government 3.0, of course, but we do understand the BJP also wouldn't want to keep its allies unhappy. Whether they would heed into their demands or not, that remains to be seen. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a short break here. More news and updates on the other side.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं, उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline.
Welcome back after the break. A day after 9 people were killed and 33 injured after an attack by terrorists in Jammu Kashmir's Riasi, we are learning there are protests taking place at the moment by locals. Well, the NIA team is also at the spot of the terror attack. They are assessing the situation there and trying to get more information. The hunt is on for the terrorists, but we do understand a park-bagged Lashkar Front has also claimed responsibility for the Jammu Kashmir bus terror attack. But unfortunately, 9 lives have been lost in this incident. My colleague Nazir also joins us on the broadcast here. Nazir, we do understand there are protests also on the ground taking place. You are at the moment on the ground with people who are expressing their anger. What are they saying?
Yeah, exactly. This is the site. This is actually a place which is just 4 kilometers from the attack site. This place is called Tiryat. It is in Rajouri. because this attack has happened on the Rajouri-Riasi border. These are two districts. And people are protesting against the terror attack, asking why innocent people have been killed and attackers should be tracked down as soon as possible, even as security forces are engaged in a massive coordinated search operation. They are hoping they will track down the attackers sooner than later. Let me talk to the people here who have been protesting since morning. Since morning they are protesting against the terror attack. Why they are sitting on this protest? बताइए जी क्या है?
देखिए, जिस तरह से पिछले रात को ये आतंकी हमला हुआ है, हमारे श्रद्धालु जो शिवखोड़ी में आए थे वो वापसी कटरा के लिए जा रहे थे। कटरा से उनकी ट्रेन थी और रास्ते में ही बीच में रास्ते में एक टेररिस्ट अटैक होता है जिस पर गोली चलाई जाती है, हेडशॉट से डेड किया जाता है ड्राइवर को। उसके बाद बस जो अपना संतुलन खो बैठती है वो खाई में गिरने के बाद फिर उस पर गोलीबारी की जाती है। तो ये बड़ी ही कड़ी निंदा करते हैं हम लोग और ये हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की कहीं ना कहीं कमी रही है, उनकी जो कोऑर्डिनेशन था वो कमी रही इस पर, क्योंकि ये काफ़ी बड़ा एरिया है। हरी चिम्मा से लेकर जो हमारा मथियानी एरिया में है उससे लेकर भारत के बीच में कोई भी यहाँ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की डिप्लॉयमेंट नहीं हुई है। हमारी लोगों की स्पष्ट मांग यही है कि यहाँ की सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो उनको डिप्लॉयमेंट किया जाए, आर्मी यहाँ पर डिप्लॉय की जाए ताकि यहाँ के लोग जो है बहुत आराम से जी सके, ये कश्मीर वाले हालात यहाँ पर पैदा ना हो।
So actually theater of terror has shifted from the plains of the valley to the mountains of Pir Panjal. We see it since 2021. There have been series of attacks, first on the army and also air force and innocent civilians. 39 army soldiers including paratroopers have been killed. Recent attack was on air force vehicles in which one air force person was killed, 5 others were injured. There was also VDG, he was also village defense guard was killed in Udhampur. So आप बताएं कि ये आप ये कह रहे थे अस्पताल की यहाँ प्रॉब्लम है, क्या है जब जख्मियों का यहाँ क्या हुआ?
मैं बताता हूँ सर, जैसे ही हॉस्पिटल
ना तो कोई डॉक्टर है ना कुछ है, ना कोई इधर डॉक्टर है तो ना कुछ है, ना इधर बहुत ही।
देखिए सर, पिछले 10 सालों से इस तरह के कई इंसिडेंट्स
the ground with people also saying that they want a fair probe and they want the culprits to be arrested as soon as possible. The NIA has also been tasked with the probe into the attack and a massive search operation has been launched to trace the terrorists. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. We'll get back to you in just a bit. With that, it's time for a short break. More continues on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car
during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it, and the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all the electronics, जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. Stay informed.
Pakistan-backed terrorists killed 9 pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir. 9 people killed, at least 33 others injured in the terror attack. Big terror challenge for Modi 3.0 government. Prime Minister Modi begins his third term. The first order of business is farmers' welfare for Modi 3.0. Prime Minister sanctions 20,000 crores via the Kisan Nidhi scheme. All eyes on portfolio allocation likely today. Who gets what as the first cabinet meeting is scheduled to take place at 5 p.m. Fresh petition filed in the top court regarding the NEET exam controversy. The petition says there's arbitrary award of compensatory marks and it leads to a severe loss to hardworking students. Water war simmers as Delhi sizzles. Delhi Water Minister meets the LG, says Haryana's not allowing water release despite the Supreme Court order. And Modi 3.0's Muidzu moment, Shanker calls on Maldives president. This after Prime Minister Modi was seen seated next to the Maldives premier at the president's banquet. Right, our top focus is on the JNK terror attack where Pakistani-backed terrorists have killed at least 9 pilgrims. 33 others have been injured in the attack which took place in Riasi. This is, of course, a major challenge for the new Modi government. NDTV also reports from the site of the terror attack. But first, let's listen in to Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, who's commenting on the incident.
और 37 लोग घायल, 18 लोग जम्मू मेडिकल कॉलेज में अभी मैं देख के आया, 14 लोग जो है वो नारायणा हॉस्पिटल में है और मैं उनको देखने जा रहा हूँ। कल शाम को ही रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में प्रशासन और सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के लोगों ने सबको रेस्क्यू किया था। ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन पुलिस, सीआरपीएफ और आर्मी ने लॉन्च किया हुआ है। जो लोग भी इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं उनको निश्चित रूप से दंड मिले, उसका प्रयास हो रहा है। डीजीपी स्वयं अपनी टीम के साथ मौके पर हैं। सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता हमारी ये है कि जो घायल हैं उनको हर हाल में बचाया जाए। ये हम जानते हैं कि मौत का कोई मुआवजा नहीं होता है, फिर भी उनके परिजनों को एक सहायता के तौर पर 10 लाख रुपए जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन ने मजदूरों को और घायल लोगों को 50,000 रुपये देने का फैसला किया है। ये हम देश को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं। कल से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृहमंत्री जी भी मामले पर नजर बनाए हुए हैं। जो लोग भी जिम्मेदार हैं उन्हें बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। एक नापाक कोशिश हुई है कि जम्मू रीजन को भी किसी तरीके से तरमाल में लाया जाए और मुझे लगता है कि एक नापाक कोशिश है जिसे हर हाल में विफल किया जाए।
Right. The JNKLG there, in fact, saying that there's currently a hunt going on for the terrorists, as has been suspected. This is, of course, the Pakistani-backed terrorists who are suspected to be involved in this incident. The LG also saying that nobody in those involved will not be spared. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who's, of course, tracking all the updates and reporting from the ground also. Nazir, currently, we do believe that the NIA as well as the local cops are conducting a manhunt, a search for the terrorists who are still suspected to be holed up in that area?
Yeah, exactly. That's where security forces have launched a massive coordinated search operation. Let me show, because I'm at a protest site and tell you why there is a protest. This is the area, general area of this where this attack has taken place. And here, people have blocked the road. They are protesting against this terror attack on innocent civilians. They were yatris, they were people, they were guests of this area. But what they happened? They were killed. 9 yatris were killed, 33 others are injured. So look, there is protest. Let me talk to some of the protesters. आपसे हम बात करेंगे जरा, आपसे बात करनी है. आप बताइए ये प्रोटेस्ट क्यों है? क्या ये आतंकी, हमें क्या करना चाहिए प्रशासन को?
देखिए, ये प्रोटेस्ट आतंकवाद के खिलाफ है. ये जितना भी इलाका है, ये रियासी टूवर्स डांगरी रजौरी, ये खाली इलाका है, पूरा डेंस फॉरेस्ट इलाका है. यहाँ पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की जो कंपनीज चाहिए, आर्मी डिप्लॉयमेंट चाहिए, वीडीसीज की गन्ने चाहिए, और आपस में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की जो कोऑर्डिनेशन लेस है, वहाँ कोऑर्डिनेशन चाहिए. कम से कम जो है, ये जो वारदात हुई है, ये लैक ऑफ कोऑर्डिनेशन की वजह से हुई है. अगर कोऑर्डिनेशन फोर्सेस और आर्मी के और पुलिस के बीच में होती और ये इतनी बड़ी वारदात ना होती. और ये पहली वारदात नहीं है, तकरीबन पिछले 1.5 साल से तकरीबन 200 किलिंग यहाँ हुई हैं. चाहे सिविलियन,
ऐसा सही नहीं है.
नहीं, बिल्कुल सही है.
मैं
हम आपको गिन के बताएंगे. बात करेंगे, 200 से आंकड़ा ऊपर जाएगा, कम नहीं आएगा.
20 civilians have been killed. Let us make the records very clear. 39 army soldiers have been killed since October 2021. So there cannot be exaggeration of these figures. So nevertheless, he is saying.
हम आपको आंकड़े बता रहे थे. देखिए, जब ये पाटा तूड़ियां की एरिया में, मैं पूरी रजौरी पुंछ की बात कर रहा हूँ. मैं पाटा तूड़ियां की बात.
आप ये बताइए, जो आपका प्रदर्शन है, प्रोटेस्ट है, क्या चाहते हैं?
ये प्रदर्शन यही है, यहाँ जो है जितना भी एरिया है, इसको आर्मी के हवाले किया जाए, और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की कंपनियां जो सुंदरबनी में डिप्लॉयड है, उसको यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड किया जाए.
तो यहाँ पे आप कहते हैं इस रोड पे भी डिप्लॉय होना चाहिए.
ये रोड क्या, पूरा एरिया ही है ना, रोड में तो बीच में आएगी. ये जितना भी एरिया है, ये शिवखोड़ी से लेके डांगरी तक पूरा 50 किलोमीटर का फॉरेस्ट का एरिया है.
ये जो पूरा इलाका था आतंक से मुक्त था, मुझे मालूम है 2004 से 2020 तक बिल्कुल शांत था. क्या हुआ अचानक ये
जो
खाली पड़ा इलाका?
देखिए, ये एरिया खाली होने की वजह से जो गतिविधि है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो चलाई जा रही है, वो तो चल ही रही है. इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स हुए हैं, लेकिन अब जो ये लोकल लोगों को टारगेट करके लोकल किलिंग्स करने की शुरू कर दी, ये बहुत बड़ी, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है. तो बड़ी शर्मनाक बात है कि इस तरह की सिक्योरिटी फेलियर की वजह से हम लोग आज लोकल लोग सारा हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये अगर ये लोग टूरिस्ट पे डायरेक्ट अटैक कर सकते हैं, तो हम लोकल तो कभी भी मारे जा सकते हैं. जैसे टांगरी में लोकल किलिंग हुई, झरेआम मार दिया गया उनको. इसी तरह की किलिंग्स और ना हो, हम चाहते हैं उसके लिए आर्मी की डिप्लॉयमेंट यहाँ हो, सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की डिप्लॉयमेंट हो.
So they are saying army deployment, more army deployment should be made. But let me say, after the attacks on the army, series of attacks on the army has deployed more than 3 brigades here, which is 1 division of army, because those troops were withdrawn from here after Galwan incident in Ladakh. So that's why they was thinning out of some troops, but that has been actually taken care of. Large number of paramilitary has also been deployed here after January 2023 incident in Dangri, where 7 innocent civilians were killed, over a dozen were injured. But people have anger. They are genuinely protesting why innocent people are targeted. Even beasts would perhaps not kill, a little child, but we could see the image of little child being killed in this terror attack. So what officials are telling us, number one, the number of attackers was 3. They were foreign terrorists. They were using M4 rifles, which are American-made carbines, because cartridges were recovered from the attack site. And also the timing of this attack is very, very crucial and important. Number one, it coincided with the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his cabinet. Also, Amarnath Yatra is round the corner, which shows how the serious security challenge here. They are perhaps trying to send a message. And also, the area which was free from militancy for a long time, almost for 18 years, that has become a hub of militants. Jammu is high on terror radar. And this is in this area, we see attack after attack against the army. After there was a recent attack on Air Force as well. there was attack on civilians, and now this attack on yatris. Nobody can even think someone who comes for the worship to a cave shrine, they are killed like this. So that is bigger worry for the security agencies. As we heard J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha talking about taking, an operation has been launched. And let me go back and show you this area. Let's pan and show this. This area is actually in the dense forests of Pir Panjal. So this provides perfect shelter to militants who are battle hardened, who come from Pakistan. There are no local militants in this area. No local militants, that's important. But do they have any local support? So far, officially, nothing has been said. Some OGWs have been rounded up, but not much substantial has come out. So challenge for the authorities is how to get the public support on their side so that the area which was free from militancy is again, militancy is finished, and all these people, they would feel safe. Since morning, they have been on the road here at Triyat, which connects Sundarban Rajouri district with the Riasi district. So they have blocked this road. They are protesting, demanding justice for the victims of this horrible terror attack, and also the more deployment of army and paramilitary forces in this area so that people would feel secure and there's no terror attacks in this area in future. But it is very easier said than done, given the fact there's proximity of this area with the line of control. The infiltrators can come. There's also the huge problem of drug smuggling, which is actually linked with the terrorism as well. So it is a very complex issue. It is not just an easy issue to deal with. Just military deployment is not the answer. Actionable intelligence, hard intelligence, and the coordination with the common people, locals, who have actually helped security forces to wipe out militancy from Pir Panjal region and this region. They can help them, but we can see now militancy actually increasingly shifting from the plains of the valley to the mountains of Pir Panjal with much more, ferocity, with much more, kind of bloodshed, where army has been attacked, innocent civilians have been attacked, and we see that is why these people are saying people should feel safe. And here in this Rajouri district also, thousands of people have also been given weapons as part of a village defense groups as well, so that they can protect themselves. But surprises on the side of terrorist attackers when they come, because someone who is ready to die, it is not easy to stop them. But having said that, it is the responsibility, what people are here saying, of the state, of the government, to prevent these attacks and wipe out militancy from this area. So they have been since morning talking, discussing. Even administration has come here to persuade them to, just leave the sit-in dharna so that traffic in this area is restored. Shops here are completely closed. Let me show you the shops here. Shops are closed. All the shops here are closed. So people, that is the anger of the common man against the terror attacks in this area. So all shops are closed here in this area. People have been protesting against and asking administration to do justice, to do more to ensure that militancy is finished so that no innocent civilian, no innocent person is killed.
Nazir, you mentioned in great detail exactly how this area has become a bit of a hotbed of terrorism, how it's moved from the valley to the mountains of Pir Panjal, as you were mentioning. So what effort exactly has been made by the administration to reduce these incidents, to curb these incidents, besides, quelling protests like this that we're looking at right now? Right. My colleague Nazir Masoodi there reporting from the ground at Riasi in Rajouri, which has witnessed this incident, a major terror attack in that area where 9 people, pilgrims who were traveling on a bus, have in fact been killed. 33 others, at least 33 others who have been injured. They are being treated at a hospital. They have been rushed to the hospital nearby. We also heard the JNK LG Manoj Sinha just talking a short while back, saying that there's a hunt going on for terrorists who are still suspected to be hiding in that area. Combing operations are underway by a joint operation of the police as well as the NIA teams. So the terrorists hunt are still on for Pakistan-backed terrorists who are holed up in the area. But first, let's also take a look at some reactions which are coming in from ground of survivors who were present in that bus when the attack took place. On them, listen in.
मैं संत कबीर नगर यूपी से आया हूँ और शिवखोड़ी के दर्शन के लिए गया था और दर्शन करके वापस हम लोग आ रहे थे। 2-3 किलोमीटर बस चली होगी, उसके बाद जो है सामने से हमारे फायर होने लगा और तब से फायर चलता रहा और बस हमारी जो है थोड़ी सी आगे जाकर खाई में पलट गई। 5-6 राउंड गिरने के बाद एक बड़ा पत्थर में जो है बस फंस गया और रुक गया और सभी लोग जो है छोटी लोग हैं, उसमें कोई पड़ा था बेसुध, कोई इधर, कोई बाहर, कोई बस में और सभी लोगों को एकदम जो है चोट लगा हुआ था।
हमने अपने कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन पूरे एरिया में जारी रखा हुआ है। ये लगभग 6 बजे के करीब एक यात्री बस जो है वो शिवखोड़ी से दर्शन करके टुवर्ड्स रियासी जा रही थी, तो उसी बीच इसी स्पॉट पे मिलिटेंट्स ने बस के ऊपर फायर किया। वो फायर करते ही ड्राइवर लॉस कंट्रोल ऑफ द बस और फिर वो नीचे खाई में जाके बस गिरी। उसके बाद वो लोग यहाँ से फरार हो गए और JNK पुलिस साथ में सिविल्स, लोकल सिविलियंस ने उनको रेस्क्यू करने में मदद की। बाय 7:45 रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंप्लीट कर लिया गया। 9 पीपल आर रिपोर्टेडली they are feared dead and 33 were injured.
Right, we'll of course be tracking all the updates coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, but for the moment we are heading into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप.
But welcome back. We are, of course, reporting on all the updates coming in on the Modi government, the Modi 3.0, as the Prime Minister takes charge. Now, the Prime Minister, in fact, assumed office today for a third consecutive term in the South Block. And those are the pictures on your screen there right now. The first file, the first order of business of Modi 3.0 was that he signed a file related to farmers' welfare, the PM Kisan Nidhi scheme. As per that, the immediate agenda for the newly sworn-in Prime Minister also, of course, includes a cabinet meeting, and the cabinet is expected to formally request President Murmu to summon a session of the parliament. But coming back to the file that he signed, around 20,000 crores has in fact been sanctioned for farmers' welfare. To discuss this further, I'm joined by my colleagues Vasudha and Gurpreet. Vasudha, coming to you first. You know, there's of course been a lot of chatter about how, the farmers' ire, the kind of protests that we had seen sporadically over the past couple of years, related to the demands, especially related to a legal MSP. Those are some of the issues which apparently the Modi government could not address appropriately, which is why the results that we're looking at right now. Is that something which is clearly visible in the first order of business that we can see the Prime Minister taking up today?
Anima, you said it right, and this is the 17th installment of the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi or the PM Kalyan Nidhi, and this is one scheme. I remember that even opposition parties have been too scared to resist and oppose. Even Mamata Banerjee, who's seen as a very vocal, aggressive face against the BJP, said that this scheme is okay for my state because, you know, this involves giving farmers of the state 6,000 rupees a year, and this is the 17th installment. This scheme, this flagship scheme of the government has been in place since 2019. Farmers are largely seen as caste agnostic. They are a very emotive subject in the country. Annadata is something that every citizen in this country is grateful for. And if there is one move, one initiative, one step, one growth, one sense of reform that the government has gone back against, has revoked, was the farm laws, where the Prime Minister himself came forward and said after 1 year of protest by farmers that he was unable to convey the right kind of narrative about farm laws. So clearly farmers are extremely important for this government, for any government. That's why Congress, like you mentioned, also talked about legal MSP in its manifesto. And even when the farmers were protesting, the government really did not take any action against them. In fact, it sent 3 of its senior ministers to engage in dialogue with them. So the farmers are very important, and the government has been dealing with them, very carefully. And I think in that context, today's move is also important, also because Haryana elections are coming up, and this is a larger message to the rural part of India, which of course has given an upswing to the Congress party and of course to the opposition party. So this is a larger message. So like I said, symbolic move with many political undertones there.
Right. Vasudha, very importantly, as you touched upon that, the aspect that, you know, the Haryana Assembly elections are around the corner, and also in terms of what we saw, the farmers from Punjab were actually leading some of these protests that we witnessed. Gurpreet, bringing you in on this, you know, these kind of overtures that the government is making, that the centre is making right now, how is it being interpreted by the farmers on ground?
Well, if we can talk in context of the farmers, we have seen the farmers here in Punjab, they were leading that farmer protest, and till now we have seen some of the farmer unions, they are sitting on the protest at Jammu border. That is the first entry point of Haryana. As of now, we had a word with the farmers. They have already said it's a welcome move, but they have been looking for the permanent solution through the MSP. They say this is the long pending demand which they have been asking from the government, so that this should be given to the farmer. At least the farmer will be able to get MSP, and after that they will be able to do proper farming. But if we can see from the political scenario, we have seen in all the stages when the Prime Minister he has come for the campaigning of their candidates who are contesting from the BJP, most of the dais the Prime Minister has given such type of statements saying that he is thinking about that welfare of the farmers, and in the coming government he will definitely take more steps for the welfare of the farmer. So it seems one aspect in Haryana, we have seen assembly election are going to be held in this year, in the last of this year. So it seems that BJP was able to win in 2019 around 10 member parliament from all over Haryana. This time we have seen they were not able to get more than 5 seats from here. So one aspect from the political scenario, it seems there was a lot of resentment among the farmers of Punjab and Haryana that needs to be pacified. So let's see that how many more steps Modi government is going to take, and what is the reaction of the farmer, whether they will be able to really pacify the farmers of Haryana or not, to get mileage in the coming assembly elections or not. That is yet to be seen. Back to studio.
Right. Vasudha, bringing you back in on this, as Gurpreet was also mentioning, that Haryana elections, of course, is around the corner, and whether or not they will be able to assuage all the grievances which have been raised by the farmers. But is this a clear signal also in a way that the government, that the centre is now going back to the drawing board as far as farmers is concerned? Because it's not just about Haryana, it's also, of course, Punjab, but also Uttar Pradesh, because, you know, the entire western UP belt, which, you know, going by all the analysis which has been done so far, really their alliance with the RLD really did not help out in terms of actually transferring of votes. So with this sort of a gesture as the first order of business that the Prime Minister has taken up today, is that in a way actually looking at the entire arc of farmers in the northern belt, in the northern part of the country, in order to tell them that the centre is really serious about taking up their issues now, and that this is going to be a priority now for Modi 3.0?
Of course, Tanima, and like we, you know, many of us believe that UP and Maharashtra are the states that the BJP saw maximum losses in, but there are also states like Rajasthan, and like Gurpreet was also mentioning, in Haryana, the party lost 5 seats, and in 2014 and 2019, this was one of the states, both Haryana and Rajasthan, that actually BJP swept. So clearly, these are losses that matter to the BJP, and especially in an election like this where every seat counts. So clearly, farmers are important in the northern belt of India, and this is also a place that has seen farmers' unrest in the past few years. Of course, Maharashtra elections are coming up, Haryana elections are coming up. They are slated to happen October and November. So there is a lot of concern with regard to that. As with regard to caste representation, we did see, you know, yesterday, when even if you talk about UP, there has been a combination of Pankaj Chaudhary, Rajnath Singh, Kamlesh Paswan, the Parsi community, which seems to be moving away from BJP. So there seems to be some thought. BL Verma, you know, from the Kurmi community, so OBCs seem to have made it. 27 OBC ministers have been sworn in yesterday, 10 SC ministers, 5 ST ministers. So there seems to be a lot of representation focus. But other than that, the Labharti focus, the welfare focus, you know, which has been a flagship scheme of the government, you know, something that Modi government is recognized by, that seems to be in focus right now. And Prime Minister yesterday in his closed-door meeting with the new minister seems to have said the same thing, that just focus on governance, because you could be new to Delhi, but just focus on people who have given you this mandate, respect that mandate and finish your projects on time. So there is a lot of focus on administration and getting work started as soon as possible, which is why we see the cabinet meeting that is all set to take place at 5 o'clock, within hours of the entire cabinet being sworn in.
Right, Vasudha and Gurpreet there, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Shifting focus now and praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership in the past 10 years, the Bhutan Prime Minister Tshering Tobgay said that India has grown spectacularly and that the development in infrastructure, airports, roads, railways, seaways have in fact been unprecedented, referring to the Prime Minister as his guru and his elder brother.
With His Majesty the King's Award, and that's the highest civilian award, and we were honored in Bhutan that it was given to, awarded to Prime Minister Modi, and that he came all the way to Bhutan in spite of his very busy schedule at the end of his second tenure as Prime Minister to personally receive that award. We're very honored. I enjoy a very good relationship. I'm blessed. I enjoy a very close relationship with Prime Minister Modi. Obviously, I see him as a mentor, yeah, and I'm very fortunate to receive his mentorship. I see him as a guru, because he's very clear in his vision, and he's very clear that his vision will be implemented. And so in that respect, I see him as a guru, but most importantly, I see him as my elder brother. In fact, I call him Barabai.
Right, and there's of course focus on foreign policy in Modi 3.0 government, and we saw just a short while back S. Shanker, Union Minister, meeting Maldives President Muizzu. In fact, remember, there has been strained ties between both the countries, and this meeting is taking place in that background. To discuss, in fact, I'll be joined by my colleague Ghazali shortly, but those are the pictures coming in from that meeting which took place just a short while back, where S. Shanker Union Minister. He's, of course, taken oath in the new Modi government as well. He was meeting Maldives President Muizzu, and this is, of course, we saw several key top leaders from neighboring countries, 7 neighboring countries to be precise, who were part of the oath-taking ceremony at the Rashtrapati Bhavan yesterday, Mr. Muizzu being part of it. And this is, of course, clearly a signal that both countries are, in a way, looking forward to improving ties. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali, who's been tracking this meeting. Ghazali, so how are we supposed to interpret the visuals that we are looking on the screen right now? You know, this meeting comes in, a very high-profile meeting on such an occasion as the new government is, in fact, starting its business in a way. And Shanker meeting Muizzu there, the optics, of course, doing all the talking.
See, this is a very important part of the government, the foreign policy, or say the external affairs ministry, because the Prime Minister has been talking about being Vishwaguru. He has been talking about Vasudev, that the world is one family. And amid all this, the government is also trying to send out a message that we have very good relations with our neighbors. Despite the condition being otherwise, we have a competition from China. Pakistan continues to send and foment terror in India. And then we have a very hot and cold relations with Afghanistan as well. So besides these 3 head of the states, we had invited almost 7 head of the states who attended the swearing ceremony, mostly those who were located near the Indian Ocean. So you have Mr. Muizzu, also President of Maldives, who was elected last year as president on an India out campaign, or say an anti-India campaign, which led to these India-Maldives relations taking a dip. But last month his foreign minister came and met External Affairs Minister Mr. Shanker, and back then a joint statement was issued saying that both the countries will work together to cement more strategic partnership. So this is, in a way, also India is trying to send a message to its competitors in the subcontinent like China or even to Pakistan that you have good relations among your neighbors. So these India also follows the neighborhood first policy. And more than that, a very important fact is that the government, Mr. Modi kept talking about the 5 trillion economy. So to prosper that, to further that progress, we need to have good relations with countries in abroad for our trade, for our revenue generation. We need to have good relations with countries abroad, and that is why not only these meetings, which the visuals you are seeing right now, that Mr. Muizzu or Sheikh Hasina or these neighborhood leaders have arrived to attend the swearing-in ceremony. After that, they're also meeting the Foreign Minister of India. But you'll also see a lot of leaders of the state sending congratulatory message to Mr. Modi for his 3rd term. And then days ahead from now, we have all the global summits. We have G7 in Italy this month. Then we have a peace summit in Switzerland. And after that, BRICS summit, G20 summit. We have ASEAN summit. So amid all this, it shows that India is also trying to expand its footprint at a time when global conflict has hit the headlines. And India has also spoken about peace. Prime Minister has been often quoted saying that this is a time of peace and not war. Right. So, and while US has been trying to mediate between Russia and Ukraine and in the Middle East and has failed miserably over that. So India somewhere has its position to show that it is a power which can influence other region which is in conflict as a mediator, or at least as a leader which maintains neutrality in that in a time of crisis.
Right. Ghazali, thank you so much for putting that into perspective, the meetings that are taking place today. And of course, clearly a proper message being given out by Modi 3.0 as far as the foreign policy and the way forward is concerned. Shifting focus now, and this is of course with regard to Maharashtra, and there has in fact been rumblings within the Mahayuti alliance, that of the Shinde Sena and the NCP led by Ajit Pawar. Shiv Sena, led by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has been given a ministerial berth in the new Council of Ministers. But we're given to understand that Eknath Shinde is going to meet his MPs today. And what we have, of course, seen is that NCP's Ajit Pawar said that they did not think it's right for their party leader Praful Patel to accept a post of Minister of State. In fact, they have gone on record to say that they would not accept it, which is why that post has not been accorded to anyone from NCP as of now. We'll, of course, have to wait and see whether the centre actually reaches out to the NCP or to offer them any other post? And what of the Shinde Sena? Remember that at least 7 seats had been won by Shinde Sena in the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika to put this into perspective. Radhika, we've seen that, ever since the results came out, we have been talking about how there has been sort of a upheaval in Mahayuti in Maharashtra. There, of course, is some sort of a push and pull going on, even in terms of the kind of positions that both the allies, the key allies from Maharashtra, are hoping for. But what's the latest in terms of what's happening in terms of strategy meetings being held in Maharashtra by these two parties?
That's it, Tanima. Multiple strategy meetings being held. There is clear discontent among Mahayuti allies. We know for a fact that the NCP has rejected that offer of MOS. They say that they've been given cabinet berth in the past. Praful Patel has held that post. Therefore, it will be demotion if they accept an MOS independent charge at this point. So they're waiting for BJP to reconsider the offer, and Praful Patel as well as Ajit Pawar coming out and saying that they are not happy with the offer, but they are ready to wait it out until their demand is reconsidered by the BJP. Now, as far as Sena is concerned, Sena wanting 3 ministerial posts, of which only 1 has been given, which is an MOS independent charge. They also want another MOS charge as well as a cabinet berth. Again, Eknath Shinde saying that, during cabinet expansion, that will be considered by the BJP. So at this point, of course, both the NCP as well as Sena are doing a wait and watch game. They're hopeful that some of their demands will be met. As far as BJP is concerned, they've got a better deal in Maharashtra with, 4 berths being given to them, 4 ministerial berths, of which 2 are cabinet berths. So although BJP did not fare well, they only won 9 out of 28 seats. They've been given the better, end of the bargain, whereas Sena, which fought 15 seats and won only 7, not being given what they asked for. NCP, of course, poor performance by them. However, only 1 seat, of course, 1 among 4, but still they are very adamant as far as that cabinet berth is concerned.
Right. Radhika, stay with us. There's another story that we are following on the channel where we'll take your report on that as well. Now, in Mumbai, an actor, a female actor, has in fact been found dead in an apartment. Actor Malvika Das was originally from Assam. She was staying in Mumbai and had in fact acted in multiple web series. The actor was found hanging in the apartment that she lived. Neighbors, in fact, called the police after foul smell was emanating from the apartment. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, are the police looking at this as a case of suicide, or what do we know so far?
Yeah, at this point, of course, preliminary investigations pointing out at suicide. Noor Das, who's a former air hostess and an actress, allegedly died by suicide. Police recovering her body on June 6th. She is believed to have hung herself from her bedroom fan, is what the police is telling us. The incident, of course, coming to light when neighbors, in fact, reported after foul smell emanated from there, and the police found Noor's body hanging from ceiling fan. Of course, they have collected some evidence from her home, including medicines, mobile phone, diaries, in order to understand what exactly led to it. As of now, of course, an accidental death report has been registered. No FIR as such. A body being taken to the hospital and post-mortem being conducted. And also the police waiting for her family members to take possession of her body. And at the same time, All India Chennai Workers Association has called on to Maharashtra government to conduct a thorough investigation. They have, of course, condemned, as in, they have expressed their shock over this incident. And also, while speaking about the issue within the Bollywood industry where reports of suicides among actors have been frequent.
Right. Radhika, before we let you go, quickly, just to confirm, there's no suspicion of foul play at the moment, or no note as such has been recovered from the room where she was found?
Well, nothing as of now. That's what the police are telling us. They have spoken to family members and they are waiting for them to sort of take possession of the body. But as of now, no foul play has been suspected. Nothing has been found. Of course, this was under investigation. All the materials that have been recovered from her home is being scanned, including her mobile phone and diary, to understand if, something else was on the works which led the actor to take this extreme step. But at this point, of course, Cine Actors Working Association also wanting the government to interfere and push for investigation to understand the underlying costs here. But at this point, no foul play, but investigations underway.
Right, a tragic case being reported there from Mumbai. Radhika, thank you so much for joining us with that. On that note, we'll be slipping into a short break. Stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inaction.
Welcome back. Now, as the ethnic conflict in Manipur continues with fresh tensions erupting in the Jiribam district, hundreds had to flee their homes to neighboring Assam for the second time since the conflict began in May last year. Now, security has been tightened in Assam's Lakhipur area and Kachar district after violence was reported in Manipur's Jiribam district, which shares the border with Lakhipur. As many as 600 people from Manipur from different ethnic communities have taken shelter in their relatives' home in Lakhipur after violence broke out in Jiribam since June last year. Tension gripped residents of Jiribam district last week when violence broke out in the wake of locals discovering the body of a Meitei farmer who had gone missing weeks ago. Soon after, locals had gathered around the Jiribam police station and started demanding that they be allowed to arm themselves for their own protection. The Jiribam district magistrates imposed a district-wide curfew immediately.
ताकि कोई ऐसा कोई एलिमेंट्स आके यहाँ पे लोगों का जो पीस है इसको डिस्टर्ब ना सके, उसके लिए हम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए हम पूरे तैनात हैं और जो भी इसके लिए कुछ भी ऐसा करने के लिए कोशिश करेगा उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होगा, आईनी कार्रवाई होगा, उसके ऊपर हम स्ट्रॉन्ग लॉफुल एक्शन लेने के लिए हम तैयार हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इसको लगातार संपर्क में वो हमको इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है कि यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग अगर कोई उधर से आ रहे हैं तो उसको दे शुड बी हियर, उसका लिस्ट बनाया जाए कौन कौन लोग आया है, कहाँ से आए हैं और उसके ऊपर उसको कोई परेशानी ना हो, सिक्योरिटी वाइज उन लोगों को कोई परेशानी ना हो।
My colleague Ratnadeep joins me for more on this. Ratnadeep, we see sporadic flare-ups in Manipur time and again ever since the conflict actually broke out from last year. How serious is this one?
Well, this is quite serious given the fact that the location is very strategically important. Jiribam is a district which borders Assam. Now, it is through Jiribam that National Highway 37 links the Imphal Valley to the rest of the country through southern Assam, and this acts as an alternative lifeline to the other national highway which comes through Nagaland and onwards towards the Kuki-dominated Kangkopi district, where we saw a lot of blockades last year. So this National Highway 37 was used as an alternative route for essential commodities to reach the Imphal Valley. Now, today what had happened is that an advance party which was part of the security detail of Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, they were travelling from Imphal towards Jiribam because the Chief Minister, who was in Delhi, took a morning flight and he just landed in Imphal, and he was supposed to visit Jiribam tomorrow. So the Chief Minister along with top officials of the state was supposed to be in Jiribam throughout the day tomorrow, take stock of the situation, and therefore this advanced security party was moving, and they were ambushed from hilltops with automatic weapons by suspected militant groups, and in fact two security personnel have sustained injuries. They were evacuated. More reinforcement has been sent, and multi-agency operation has been launched. The Chief Minister who reached Imphal just now have spoken to media, we are told. Even in New Delhi before leaving for Imphal, he has spoken to media and he clearly said that the government is not going to cow down because of this kind of incidents, and more mobilization will be done in Jiribam as well as on the national highway. But what is important to note here is that over 600 people have already fled from Jiribam to neighboring Assam, taking shelter there after the series of incidents which has taken place there. And therefore, Assam government has also intensified its presence of security forces. Commandos of Assam police have been posted on the Assam-Manipur border near Jiribam.
Right. Ratnadeep there, thank you so much for joining us with an update on that story. Shifting focus now to more updates coming in on the NEET exam controversy. In fact, another fresh petition has been filed in Supreme Court. An Andhra NEET applicant has moved Supreme Court over the exams. In this petition, the student has highlighted that arbitrary award of compensatory marks is one of the plaguing problems with regard to this exam, and that it leads to severe loss to hardworking students. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir. Uma, what are some of the details that we know, further details with regard to this petition, and also what are the issues that we have seen with regard to NEET, especially coming from Andhra Pradesh? We've of course seen Tamil Nadu, in fact, struggling with it for several years now. Even in Andhra Pradesh, students are now raising issues regarding NEET.
Tamil Nadu was a different thing. They wanted to be exempted out of NEET, but Andhra and other states are not saying that. But the fact that these results came out and it became public knowledge that about 1,563 students were given grace marks on the basis of the reasoning that they had lost time at the examination center. That is what all these petitions in the Supreme Court are challenging. And in fact, the earlier petition on June 9 had asked for the results to be withdrawn and for NEET the exam to be conducted all over again. That of course is going to cause a huge trauma. But the specifics of this particular plea that has been filed, for which an urgent hearing has been sought, filed by Karthik from Anantapur, on his behalf, lawyer Balaji has done this. What he has argued is that the normalization process has been incorrectly applied for three different reasons. One is pointing out that NEET is an exam where you are ascertaining subject knowledge, and in this case you are assuming that there is subject knowledge and giving all those marks on the basis of just the loss of time. Two, that the normalization cannot be applied to the attempted questions. The argument is that if you have attempted a question, if the question is wrong, you lose the mark in any case, and if the question is right, you've got the correct mark in any case, and that the normalization or the grace marks can only be given to unattempted questions and during that reasonable time period when the loss of time is estimated. And he is also pointing out that technically this was a physical exam and not an online exam, and therefore it is not technically possible to correctly assess the time loss that has happened in this particular case, and therefore it is not possible to assess how much time has been lost and how many questions were not attempted because of that time loss. And the argument now is that just in one center at least 6 students have got 720 marks. That's a full 720 marks, and pointing out that I think all India about 67 students have got 720 marks. That's a full marks in this exam, and therefore this makes it very unfair and discriminatory for the other students who have attempted and worked so hard for this particular exam. As you know, students spend not 1 year or a few months, but they spend years preparing for this exam, and some of them repeat the exam second and a third time, and for all of them this is being considered as a violation of Article 14 as well as a violation of Article 21, and the plea has been filed under Article 32 of the Constitution, and they are hoping that the court will take this up. Back to you.
Right, the exam which always manages to make headlines because of all the controversies there, another strand showing up now with this petition. Uma Sudhir, thank you so much for joining us with that. On that note, we'll be slipping into a short break. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister takes charge as Modi 3.0 government begins. Prime Minister Modi signs first file committed to farmers' welfare, reiterates that the centre is in fact committed to farmers' well-being. All eyes on portfolio allocation today. Who will get what? Decisions likely to come out later today. And key Maharashtra allies push for more plum posts. In fact, NCP rejects the MOS berth for Praful Patel, and Shinde Sena is seeking 2 more ministerial berths as per sources. Pilgrims attacked in Jammu and Kashmir, 9 killed, 33 injured in a terror attack as terrorists opened fire on a bus. The bus falls into gorge due to the firing. There are in fact currently there is a search and combing operations going on in order to hunt out the terrorists.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of gold, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and
Right, welcome back. Now, a latest update coming in on the Swati Maliwal assault case. In fact, fresh charges have been added by the police. Police have added charge of tampering of evidence against Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal's aide, Bibhav Kumar. Bibhav, of course, is the main accused in this case. Now, a fresh charge has in fact been added in that FIR by the Delhi police. Charge of tampering of evidence has also been added to the case now. Let me go across to my colleague Mukesh for more. Mukesh, ये जो चार्ज, ये जो धारा ऐड करी गई है FIR में, ये किस बेसिस में किया गया है? What tampering of evidence are the police looking at?
देखिए, जब बिभव कुमार को दिल्ली पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार किया था तो कोर्ट में ये भी कहा था कि जो बिभव कुमार के पास आईफोन था, उस आईफोन को मुंबई जाकर बिभव कुमार ने फॉर्मेट कर दिया है और उस फोन का जो पासवर्ड है वो नहीं बता रहे हैं। तो एक तरह से सबूतों के साथ में छिड़खानी की, सबूत नष्ट किए। इसीलिए दिल्ली पुलिस ने आईपीसी का सेक्शन 201 यानी कि एविडेंस डिस्ट्रॉय करने का सेक्शन है, इसको लगा दिया है और एफआईआर में एक सेक्शन ऐड कर दिया है, जिससे कि बिभव कुमार की मुश्किलें बढ़ने वाली हैं, क्योंकि बिभव कुमार पहले से ही इस मामले में भी जेल में हैं और जो 30,000 कोर्ट है वहां से उनकी बेल पहले खारिज हो चुकी है। तो अब ये जो एफआईआर में नया सेक्शन लगा है, ये नॉन बेलेबल सेक्शन है, तो निश्चित तौर पर उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ने वाली हैं। और पुलिस का दावा है कि उन्होंने इस मामले में आईफोन जो है फॉर्मेट कर दिया था। उस आईफोन में जो स्वाति मालीवाल का जो वीडियो था, जिसमें एक एडिटेड वीडियो जो है जो लीक किया गया था, तो पुलिस का शक ये है कि जो पूरा वीडियो है वो उसी फोन में था और बाद में उस फोन को फॉर्मेट कर दिया गया। इसीलिए दिल्ली पुलिस ने आईपीसी का सेक्शन 201 यानी कि एविडेंस डिस्ट्रॉय करने का सेक्शन लगा दिया है और अब इसके तहत जो है उन पर मामला चलेगा।
शुक्रिया मुकेश हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। This is of course an update coming in where the police are now have added another charge in the FIR related to Maliwal assault case. Shifting focus now, but staying with the national capital, as parts of Delhi are facing severe water shortage. We saw Delhi Water Minister Atishi going in to meet Delhi LG today. In fact, the Delhi government is blaming Haryana for acting as an impediment, and Atishi in fact said today that despite the Supreme Court order asking Haryana government to ensure and to facilitate extra water, surplus water to be released from Himachal, but that is not happening yet, and which is why they have now appealed to the LG to intervene. Listen in to what Atishi had to say.
अभी ऐसा हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एफिडेविट से पता चला है कि हरियाणा और हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी डिस्प्यूट चल रहा है कि कितना पानी हिमाचल से आ रहा है और हरियाणा आगे कितना पानी छोड़ेगी। हम हरियाणा सरकार से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि जो पानी हिमाचल प्रदेश दे रही है उस पानी को आगे दिल्ली वालों को दिया जाए। हरियाणा का कोई भी पानी जो हथनी कुंड बराज से यूज़ होता है, जो यूपी में यूज़ हो रहा है, जो उत्तराखंड में यूज़ हो रहा है, वो सारा पानी सिर्फ इरिगेशन पर्पस के लिए यूज़ हो रहा है। दिल्ली में आज पीने के पानी की कमी है, दिल्ली में आज घरेलू उपयोग के पानी की कमी है। तो हम हरियाणा सरकार के सामने बार बार हाथ जोड़कर जा रहे हैं और यही हमने रिक्वेस्ट एलजी साहब से भी करी है।
Right, let me go across to my colleague Tanushka, who's been tracking all the updates there. Tanushka, we have in fact seen that the Supreme Court is seized of the matter. There's a certain order which has gone out, but there still seems to be politics over water in the national capital. Is there any understanding that we've got in terms of what the Haryana side is saying, or even what the Delhi LG has to say after this appeal from Aam Aadmi Party?
What we do know as of now, after the emergency meeting that Delhi Water Minister Atishi called upon with the LG of Delhi, VK Saxena, is that it was an hour-long meeting, and after the meeting, Atishi came out and she said that after putting forth the request, she's requested with folded hands to the LG to provide water to Delhi from Haryana, Yamuna water from Haryana, and the LG has said that he will be taking up this issue, this matter with the Haryana government, and that he will be requesting forward for the release of Yamuna water from Haryana. So that's the first thing, that's the first key important thing that was discussed in the meeting. Other than this, the important thing that was discussed was the appointment of more members in the Delhi Jal Board. So there are 3 key posts right now that are vacant, which is for the member of finance, member of irrigation and member of drainage. So these 3 posts are vacant, and there's also additional pressure on the CEO of the Delhi Jal Board, and the additional pressure on him needs to be distributed equivocally across board, across all members in the Delhi Jal Board, so that he can focus more on the issues present at hand. Delhi is suffering an acute water shortage, and Delhi Water Minister Atishi also added that the water that we're receiving from Haryana at this moment is being used up for irrigation. It is not enough to suffice the needs of drinking water for the citizens of Delhi. So we've received 840 cusecs of water, but according to the Upper Yamuna Jal Board meeting, which had happened in May 2018, this was the 53rd meeting, it was decided that 1050 cusecs of water Delhi will receive from Haryana, but right now Delhi is receiving only 840 cusecs, which is causing such a major water shortage across pockets in Delhi. So these are the main issues that were raised by Delhi Water Minister, and she said that she added on that despite the order of Supreme Court for Himachal Pradesh to release water into Delhi, it has not happened yet. It will happen soon. So this is what we're waiting on right now as Delhi continues to grapple with the water crisis.
In fact, Atishi also went on to mention that there's a dispute between Haryana and Himachal as well as to how much water has to be released. So 3 states over there once again locked up as people suffer due to water crisis. Tanushka, thank you so much for joining us with that. In fact, we'll be heading into a short break, but we'll keep you updated on all the news coming in. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
अच्छा. Pak-backed terrorists killed 9 pilgrims in Jammu Kashmir's Riasi, 33 injured in Jammu Kashmir terror attack. It's a big terror challenge for Modi 3.0 government. PM Modi begins his third term. Farmers' welfare has been the first order of business. PM has sanctioned 20,000 crore rupees via PM Kisan Nidhi. The portfolio allocation is expected today. All eyes will be on who gets what. First cabinet meeting is at 5 p.m. Amid the NEET exam controversy, a fresh petition has been filed in the Supreme Court. The petition says that arbitrary award of compensatory marks has been given in NEET, and this has been a severe loss to hardworking students. Even as Delhi continues to sizzle, the water wars are simmering in the national capital. Delhi Water Minister Atishi has met the LG, saying that Haryana is not letting water release despite the Supreme Court order. S. Shanker calls on Maldives President Muizu after Prime Minister Modi was seen seated next to the Maldives Premier at the President's banquet. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with our top focus. A day after Pak-backed terrorists killed 9 pilgrims in a terror attack in Jammu Kashmir's Riasi, the NIA team is now at the spot, which is tasked with probing the attack. Well, security also has been strengthened in the area. We're learning, and a massive search operation has been launched to hunt down the terrorists. Well, Pakistan-based TRF has claimed the responsibility for the attack and has even warned of more attacks in the future. Well, this definitely has emerged as a big terror challenge for Modi 3.0 government. Well, the team of NDTV is also reporting from the site of the Riasi terror attack. My colleague Nazir has been on the ground getting us the latest developments from the ground. But at the moment, we are learning that the situation continues to be tense, and the Pak-backed terror group has claimed the responsibility for this deadly terror attack that took place yesterday. 9 pilgrims have died and about 33 people are injured in this terror attack. They are in the hospitals admitted with
serious injuries as well, some of them, and at the moment we are learning the security has been heightened in the area, and the NIA team also is at the spot probing the attack. My colleague Nazir also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nazir, we do understand that there have been protests also on the ground, with locals demanding accountability and the locals asking for the authorities to act swiftly. Well, the Pak-backed organization TRF has also claimed the responsibility for this attack, and this definitely seems to be emerging as a major challenge for the new Modi government at this point in time.
Some reports that TRF, which is a front for the Lashkar, has claimed responsibility, but there has not been any confirmation by the police authorities or the security forces if they are involved in this thing. What we have, security forces that use M4 rifles. Clearly, it has the footprint of the attacks which have been carried out in the past. But what our sources tell us that this appears to be, well coordinated attack. Given the fact that it is very, very crucial. It coincides with the swearing ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi,
right,
but also the upcoming Amarnath Yatra in Kashmir, which always remains the biggest security challenge for the security force and the government. But having this kind of, attack where 9 innocent Yatris have been killed, 33 others are injured. What was their fault? They have come here to just, perform darshan of the holy cave shrine, and also, go to Mata Vaishno Devi also from darshan.
All right.
So,
Nazir will come back to you in just a bit. We'll try and reconnect with you in just a bit. Meanwhile, that is the latest that we are picking at this point in time. We are learning a massive search operation is also underway at this point in time, where in the Riasi area, where terrorists had targeted this bus full with pilgrims yesterday. The bus had plunged into a gorge and it killed 9 pilgrims who were traveling in the bus and injured 33 passengers. We are learning 2 to 3 Pakistani terrorists are believed to be involved in the attack, with the Pak-based TRF now claiming the responsibility. Well, we are also learning at this point in time what sources are telling us, that the terrorists could be hiding in the upper reaches of Rajouri, Riasi and Poonch. However, we'll try and get more information about that in just a bit. Well, survivors of the attack also have described the attack. One of them we had spoken to had said that there was indiscriminate firing on the bus, and it did not even stop after the bus had fallen into the gorge. Listen into what they had to say.
यूपी से आया हूँ और शिवखोड़ी के दर्शन के लिए गया था, और दर्शन करके वापस हम लोग आ रहे थे। 2-3 किलोमीटर बस चली होगी, उसके बाद जो है सामने से हमारे फायर होने लगा, और तब से फायर चलता रहा, और बस हमारी जो है थोड़ी सी आगे जाकर खाई में पलट गई। 5-6 राउंड गिरने के बाद एक बड़ा पत्थर में जो है बस फंस गया और रुक गया, और सभी लोग जो है छोटी लोग हैं, उसमें कोई पड़ा था बेसुध, कोई इधर, कोई बाहर, कोई बस में, और सभी लोगों को एकदम जो है चोट लगा हुआ था।
हमने अपने कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन पूरे एरिया में जारी रखा हुआ है। ये लगभग 6 बजे के करीब एक यात्री बस जो है वो शिवखोड़ी से दर्शन करके टुवर्ड्स रियासी जा रही थी, तो उसी बीच इसी स्पॉट पे मिलिटेंट्स ने बस के ऊपर फायर किया। वो फायर करते ही ड्राइवर लॉस कंट्रोल ऑफ द बस, और फिर वो नीचे खाई में जाके बस गिरी। उसके बाद वो लोग यहाँ से फरार हो गए, और JNK पुलिस साथ में सिविल्स, लोकल सिविलियंस ने उनको रेस्क्यू करने में मदद की। बाय 7:45 रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वो कंप्लीट कर लिया गया। 9 पीपल आर रिपोर्टेडली they are feared dead, and 33 were injured.
All right, we also have my colleague Nazir also now joining us on the broadcast. He's been on the ground tracking the situation. The situation, we do understand, remains to be tense at the moment with the terror attack taking place in Riasi yesterday. 9 innocent lives have been lost. There are more than 30 who are injured. My colleague Nazir here on the ground. Nazir, we do understand there have been protests also taking place with people asking for swift action from authorities. What is happening now? What more can you tell us?
Well, people are angry, and genuinely so, when innocent people, yatris who come from different parts of the country for darshan here, and they are targeted like this. And they are more angry because this is the area which was free from militancy, any sort of violence. It has become increasingly a theatre of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen since October 2021, there have been series of attacks on armed forces. There have been attacks on civilians. There have been attacks on now the yatris. But the challenge for the security force is, look at these mountains and the forests. Dense forests here. So getting militants taking shelter in these forests, and they having natural caves, which provide perfect shelter to militants. And they are all believed to be Pakistani, who are well trained, motivated to carry out these attacks. But nobody has thought that they would stoop to this level to target innocent yatris. And the eyewitness who told us that they thought perhaps they have heard firing, but then injured passengers told them, look, the bus was first attacked, and then they rushed to that area and this rescued people. Here in this area, which is actually a border of Rajouri and Riasi, where this exact attack has taken place, people are there's a sense of disbelief, there's shock. How can all this happen? They're demanding more security force, even as large number of troop deployment is already made. And I can tell you, in all these mountains, in all these forests, a major operation has been launched by the security force. It is a joint operation to track down the attackers, which Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has also said. But in this area, operating here, carrying out operation is not easy, because more often than not, we have seen in the past attacks, militants have managed to escape, taking advantage of these dense forests, and also they appear to be highly trained in jungle warfare. That remains a bigger challenge, because this militancy appears to have shifted its base from the plains of Kashmir to the forests and the mountains of Pir Panjal.
Yes, Nazir, you've also been telling us earlier, and sorry to interrupt you here, you've also been telling us earlier that it's not just one terror groups. There are 2 to 3 terror groups who are... Nazir, if you're able to hear my voice there. Yes, you've been telling us earlier. Okay, Nazir, if you're able to hear me, you've been informing us earlier that at least 2 to 3 terror groups are active in the Riasi, Rajouri, Udhampur, Poonch area. And also sources have been telling us with the kind of weapons that have been used, M4 carbines, which is an American-made assault rifle variant that has been used in this terror attack. It's not the handiwork of just... one terror group, although we do understand Pak-based TRF has already claimed responsibility for this. But yes, the kind of attacks that have been taking place, the terror attacks that have been taking place, these are not interlinked, since these groups work independently. Nazir, we'll try and connect with Nazir in just a moment. All right, we are getting this information at this point in time. The latest that we are getting at the moment is that the NIA team is on the spot, which is probing the attack. It is trying to assess the situation, and a major search operation is also underway in Jammu Kashmir's Riasi. Let me go back to Nazir here. Nazir, as you've been telling us about the location of this area, about how there are about 2 to 3 terror groups who are still operative, who are operative in the Riasi, Udhampur, Poonch, Rajouri area. And the attacks that have been taken place, the recent attacks that have taken place in and around this area are not interlinked.
Yeah, exactly. This is what our sources in the security force tell us, that they may not be interlinked, because there are groups, at least 3 groups, who are operating independently. Their handlers may be same across the border, but the fact is groups are operating independently here to maintain their secrecy. And security forces have a very, very coordinated, when it comes to the coordination, when it comes synergy, when it comes to the anti-militancy operations. But something is somewhere wrong, because in most of the, but rather in all the attacks which have taken place in this general area of Pir Panjal region, Poonch, Rajouri, and now Riasi and Udhampur, militants have managed to escape. For example, on 28th of April, a village defense guard was killed in Udhampur in an encounter. At least 5 to 6 militants were reportedly seen there, heavily armed, but nobody could be tracked down. In this attack yesterday, after this major attack on the Yatri bus, militants have managed to escape. But as I said, we need to show you the challenge the security forces are facing. When you have to operate in these jungles, behind every tree, behind every bush, there could be an enemy. While the security forces are using the technology, but in these areas, even technology is not working. Even we are finding it difficult to get our phone connected with the office, with you, to organize, manage this broadcast. So there are challenges, actually real challenge. The key is actually the human intelligence. People of this area, when they are on the side of security forces, then things will change. So they have to factor in, government has to factor in what was so different between 2003 or 2004 to 2020, that there was no militancy in the area. What suddenly changed so that this area has become hub of militancy, and the Pakistan is taking advantage of the situation, sending battle-hardened militants to carry out these attacks. And there are fault lines in the area. Last year there was an attack on Hindus here. Just because of their faith or name, they were targeted. 7 people, innocent people, were killed in Dangri village. At least over a dozen were injured. And now another attack because they were Yatris, because who they were. So they have been targeted. That is the bigger challenge, how things are going horribly wrong. But the government is saying that they are, launching coordinated operation. And in these forests, let me show this again. In these forests, a major operation has been launched. Security forces are confident they will track them down sooner than later. But the past experience has not been so encouraging, given the topography of this area.
Absolutely. All right. Nazir, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Well, definitely it's a difficult terrain, and this becomes a major challenge now for the new government, which has been just sworn in yesterday. The attack taking place on the very same day, Sunday evening was when the attack was reported. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to Manipur, as the ethnic conflict in Manipur continues with fresh tensions erupted in the Jiribam district. Hundreds had to flee their homes to neighboring Assam for the second time since the conflict began on May 3rd. Last year. Well, security has been tightened in Assam's Lakhipur area in Kachar district, where violence had been reported in Manipur's Jiribam now, which shares border with Lakhipur. As many as 600 people from Manipur from different ethnic communities have taken shelter in their relatives' homes in Lakhipur after violence broke out in Jiribam since June 6 last.
ताकि ऐसा कोई एलिमेंट्स आके यहाँ पे लोगों का जो पीस है इसको डिस्टर्ब ना सके, उसके लिए हम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए हम पूरे तैनात हैं। और जो भी इसके लिए कुछ भी ऐसा करने के लिए कोशिश करेगा उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होगा, आईनी कार्रवाई होगा। उसके ऊपर हम स्ट्रॉन्ग लॉफुल एक्शन लेने के लिए हम तैयार हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इसको लगातार संपर्क में वो हमको इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है कि यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग अगर कोई उधर से आ रहे हैं तो उसको दे शुड बी हियर, उसका लिस्ट बनाया जाए कौन कौन लोग आया है, कहाँ से आए हैं, और उसके ऊपर उसको कोई परेशानी ना हो, सिक्योरिटी वाइज उन लोगों को कोई परेशानी ना हो।
All right, we'll keep an eye on the situation there. Meanwhile, some more news that we are tracking. The northbound arm of the Mumbai coastal road is set to be open for public from Tuesday. It's getting inaugurated today. Well, the northbound arm will be operational between Marine Drive and vehicular interchange at Haji Ali, which is in Worli. Well, this route will enable travel from Marine Drive towards north to Bhulabhai Desai Marg, Barrister Rajni Patel Chowk and Vatsalabai Desai Chowk. It will be functional on weekdays from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and southbound arm connecting Worli to Marine Drive was just opened in March. It's a 7.58 kilometer coastal road that connects South Mumbai to Worli, as 8 lanes on the surface, and in the tunnel it has 6. My colleague Paras gets us this report.
मुंबई में यात्रा करना सबसे मुश्किल कामों में से एक माना जाता है, क्योंकि अगर आप लोकल ट्रेन में जाते हैं तो वहाँ भी लोगों की भारी भीड़ मिलती है, और अगर आप रास्ते से यात्रा कर रहे हैं, सड़क से यात्रा कर रहे हैं, तो भारी ट्रैफिक का सामना करना पड़ता है। और हर रोज़ मुंबईकर इस भारी ट्रैफिक में घंटों घंटों तक फंसे रहते हैं। मुंबई में जब से सबसे महत्वाकांक्षी प्रोजेक्ट कोस्टल रोड की शुरुआत हुई है, तब से जो लोग मरीन लाइन से यात्रा करते हैं या फिर हाजी अली से मरीन लाइन्स तक आते हैं, उनके लिए सुविधा जो है वो ज़्यादा हो गई है। अब इस रास्ते पर जो अंडरग्राउंड टनल है दूसरा, उसको भी कल से आम लोगों के लिए खोल दिया जाएगा। आज इस टनल का उद्घाटन कर लिया गया है। तकरीबन 1 बजे के आसपास महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे यहां पर पहुंचेंगे, इसको पूर्ण तरीके से जांचेंगे। प्रशिक्षित इंजीनियर्स की टीम भी यहां पर पहुंचेगी और इस पूरे अंडरग्राउंड टनल को जांचेगी, परखेगी, और उसके बाद कल से आम मुंबईकर के लिए ये पूरा अंडरग्राउंड टनल जो है वो खोल दिया जाएगा। तकरीबन 6.5 किलोमीटर का ये पूरा अंडरग्राउंड टनल है, सारी आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस है। वहीं अगर तैयारियां देखें तो फूल के साथ इस पूरे एंट्रेंस को सजाया गया है। अब वहीं ये रास्ता जो है वो मरीन ड्राइव के प्रिंसेस स्ट्रीट से लेके हाजी अली तक जाता है। अगर अमूमन आम रास्ते से आप देखें तो तकरीबन आधे पौने घंटे का समय लग जाता है लोगों को मरीन लाइन से हाजी अली तक, वर्ली तक जाने के लिए। अब
All right. Well, we have some more news now coming in. We are learning Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister designate Chandrababu Naidu has reached Vijayawada. Naidu has returned to Vijayawada after the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi and his Council of Ministers took place yesterday. And well, we have my colleague Ishwarajan also joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more. He's in Vijayawada reporting from the ground. Well, we do understand that Chandrababu Naidu is back in Vijayawada now. Well, his oath taking will take place later, of course, but he was present here in the national capital for Prime Minister Modi. Well, the BJP, of course, is his alliance partner in the NDA, and now he's back in Vijayawada. We do understand.
Well, certainly it was Chandrababu Naidu who attended the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi late evening yesterday in Delhi, and from there he today took a flight, special flight in fact, to Vijayawada. Today we have been told that Chandrababu Naidu had called all the TDP MLAs to his residence. That's an informal meeting that will take place later this evening, and also the allocation of the portfolios is something that Chandrababu Naidu has to decide, and therefore the reason perhaps a crucial meeting with Pawan Kalyan and the Pundeshwari of the Bharatiya Janata Party will also take place with Chandrababu Naidu later this evening, because by tomorrow the final list has to be prepared as to who will take oath along with Chandrababu Naidu on 12th of June at around 11:27 at the venue over here. And certainly on the other side there are a lot to look after, the preparations as well for the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu, because we have been told the central leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is also expected to arrive over here, and looking at that, the preparations need to take place. Chandrababu Naidu, when came at Vijayawada airport, he was welcomed by a huge number of supporters over here, and you know, by late tonight as well, the 2 TDP ministers yesterday who took oath will be arriving also in Vijayawada, because today, remember, there is an all-important NDA meeting this evening as well. So Council of Ministers, I beg your pardon, so that will take place, and after that they will be coming in to Vijayawada. But certainly Chandrababu Naidu to meet and to meet the MLAs of TDP by this evening at his residence is the information that we are getting.
All right. All right, absolutely. There are a lot of challenges, of course, for Chandrababu Naidu also, as he is going to be sworn in as the Chief Minister, of course, and his ministers as well, who will be in charge of the state of Andhra Pradesh now. It was Jagan Mohan Reddy earlier, but now with the TDP well, capturing a bigger space here in the assembly elections also in Andhra Pradesh. Well, the mandate was given to TDP, that is Chandrababu Naidu's party, and Chandrababu Naidu is to be sworn in very soon, and well, a lot of preparations going on for that swearing in as well. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. Stay informed.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi today assumed office for the third consecutive term in his South Block office in Delhi following last evening's swearing-in ceremony where he led a 72-member Union Council of Ministers into office. Well, the first file that he signed was related to farmers' welfare scheme, that is the PM Kisan Nidhi Yojana. Now, the immediate agenda for the newly sworn-in Prime Minister includes a cabinet meeting. This cabinet meeting is expected to take place at 5 p.m. today. Now, the cabinet is expected to formally request President Draupadi Murmu to summon a session of the parliament. This session is expected to include the president's address to both houses, outlining the government's vision and priorities for the upcoming term. Now, portfolio allocation is also expected to take place today, but we are hoping that's expected sometime in the evening. But who gets what? That is something that all eyes will be on. Which portfolio will be given to which minister, that remains to be seen. 72-member Council of Ministers was sworn in yesterday, and out of which 30 are cabinet rank and others are MOS independent charge and MOS who've been sworn in yesterday in the grand swearing-in ceremony that took place at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And we've also spoken to one of the key ministers in the Modi 3.0 government. Jodhpur MP Gajendra Shekhawat has spoken to NDTV and has said that the newly formed Modi government will take India to bigger heights. Listen in.
I'm joined with third-time winning MP, Mr. Shekhawat here. He's again for the third term been elected into the Union Ministry, Union Cabinet Ministry. Shukriya हमें join करने के लिए, sir. Yes. And you know, this is the Modi 3.0 and आपका भी ये third term है as a Union Cabinet Minister. How are you feeling about it?
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude, from heartfelt gratitude to the electorals of Jodhpur, the people of Jodhpur, for the overwhelming support they have given me, unconditional love and support they have given me for last more than 10 years. I would like to express gratitude to the workers of BJP, the Karyakartas, who tirelessly worked for ensuring this victory with a thumping majority to make sure that Modi ji becomes Prime Minister for the third time consecutively. I would like to express my gratitude to the state BJP office bearers and the national BJP office bearers, the leaders of BJP, who has shown trust and faith on me and given me chance consecutive 3 terms to represent state Jodhpur in Lok Sabha. And Honorable Prime Minister, I would like to thank heartfelt gratitude to the Prime Minister that he has given me chance for consecutive 3 terms to work in his team. This government have come with a mission, and the mission is to make India one of the most richest country, the powerful country, the safe country, and a developed nation. And in last 10 years, we have worked towards that. The gaps which were there for 6 decades or 7 decades, we have filled those gaps. In last 10 years era, with the mission to achieve that mission, what we have taken, and to achieve the target, what we have decided for ourselves, we have enrooted our works, keeping poorest of the poor people in the mind, and we have tried our best to bring change in the life of the poor people, which we have successfully done. For 25 crore people have transformed their life, and they are now fortunate to live as a middle class people or lower middle class people. This mission is going to be continued till the target is achieved.
Mr. Gajendra Shekhawat, you've been the Jal Shakti Minister, you've also held charge of the Agriculture Ministry. This time round, what portfolio around? I think that is the big question right now.
I think this is a prerogative of Honorable Prime Minister, that in his team, what responsibility he would like to give to whom. Let us wait. Whatever the responsibility is, the ultimate target for the entire cabinet and all the workers of BJP is to make Bharat Mata Vishwaguru.
What is your plan this time, third time round, Modi 3.0 in the government?
Let the plan, as I have told you, the mission is from day one. It is well targeted, well approached, that we have to make sure that India becomes the Vishwaguru and Bharat becomes the developed nation. And for last 10 years, as I have said, that government is working with that mission, working on that mission. We have achieved certain milestone, but now we will put on more energy to achieve that target as soon as possible.
Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, that was Mr. Gajendra Shekhawat speaking exclusively to NDTV in that conversation with that reporter there. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. Well, key Maharashtra allies of the NDA are asking for more in the Modi 3.0 government. We are learning the NCP has rejected the MOS berth that was given to Praful Patel. Shinde Sena is even asking for 2 more ministerial berths. Maharashtra Chief Minister Shinde is meeting the Sena MPs today and to discuss about this. We are learning Uddhav Sena is also hit out at the NCP over the tussle that is brewing at this moment. We also have my colleague Radhika now joining us on the broadcast. She is getting us more updates on this. Well, Radhika, what are you learning? We do understand that the Maharashtra allies, both the NCP and the Shinde Sena of the NDA, they're asking for more. They're clearly not happy with what has been given to them. Is there a possibility that the BJP could make more space for them?
Well, that's the hope as far as NCP Ajit Pawar faction is concerned. They are quite hopeful that BJP will reconsider and they may perhaps be getting a cabinet berth. Yesterday, we know for a fact that both Praful Patel as well as Ajit Pawar reacted to the offer that had been given to them, which was MOS independent charge, which they rejected and said that in the past, Praful Patel had held a cabinet berth and therefore it has to continue. They want cabinet berth, as far as the entire NCP is concerned. Otherwise, it is not right and it could be considered as a demotion. So, NCP at this point adamant. They have given BJP a few more days to reconsider their offer. On the other hand, Sena, Eknath Shinde Sena also not very happy with the offer that had been placed before them, an MOS independent charge, which they've accepted, but they're also looking for a cabinet berth as well as another MOS charge, which they believe would be given to them during cabinet expansion. So there is a lot of discontent within Mahayuti allies as far as cabinet berth and ministerial berths are concerned. Shiv Sena wanting more and NCP not happy with what has been given to them. And the better end of the bargain is something received by the BJP with 4 ministerial berths, including 2 cabinet berths, despite the fact that BJP did not perform as well in Maharashtra. 28 seats, which they fought, of which only 9 won by them. But Eknath Shinde Sena had performed better by winning about 7 seats from the 15 that they had in fact fought on. At this point, of course, I am at an NCP Foundation Day event where we could be perhaps getting reactions from Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel, who will be attending the event. So we'll have to see what their strategy will be. But at this point, it's a wait and watch game for both Eknath Shinde Sena as well as NCP.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. We're also expecting reactions from the NCP as well as the Shinde Sena in a bit. We'll get you that as soon as possible. Meanwhile, some more news now. Well, a busy foreign policy agenda is on the horizon for the Modi government. Well, Prime Minister Modi's term began with a high-profile oath-taking ceremony attended by leaders of 7 neighbouring countries. The new government will engage in bilateral meetings with each visiting leader. The focus is expected to be on strengthening connectivity and partnerships. We've seen how Mr. S.J. Shanker has been meeting the visiting foreign leaders, while Maldives President Mohammad Muizzu is one amongst them who is in India and attended the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi and the newly sworn Council of Ministers yesterday. He was also seen speaking to S.J. Shanker today. Before arriving in India, he even said that that a healthy bilateral relationship is what he sees between the two countries. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates on the other sides.